5, 4, 3, come on! 2, 5, 4, bang.
In 5, 4, 3, 2.
I'm Batman. I'm awesome. I got a 9-pack. Ba-ya-ya, ba-da-ma-ya-ya-ya, ba-ya-ya. Baby, I can pay to a kiss from a rose on the grave. If anyone get that reference, your culture, but also, that was the most sexiest song back in 1995 from a corny Bat Nipples movie.
Everybody loves bat nipples.
Yeah, absolutely. We all
Hashtag bat nipples in the chat.
Hashtag put Bat Nipples in the new TC Rivals game, or even put Bat Nipples in the upcoming, what's the next Lego game called? Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight? Yeah, add that in for a DLC pack.
Yeah.
Okay. Also, since it's National Batman Day, here's a repost of my okay. We got a cosplay based on Jim Carrey's Riddler from Batman Forever. Batman, you say? Coming for you. I'm counting on it. Alright, just make sure, are there any people in the chat right now? Probably not. Hold on, let me just check.
Yeah. Okay, nobody's here.
Yeah, nobody's
yet.
Exactly here yet. So anyway, let's just get started over with. So for those that are joining this a bit later or joining this today now, alrighty then my roll chums, it is I, Daniel, you may call me the Pop Culture Dude, and as of right now, since, I mean, if you're living under a rock or living underneath another Batcave, I decided to do a Batman movies tier list, but we're only counting the theatrical release movies that are only released at theater, so we're not going to do every TV animated movie like, oh yeah, talk about Batman Beyond, all that, because even though nobody has demanded this idea in recent times, but that doesn't mean, like, I'm not going to rule out that idea for, like, talking about Batman, at least at the bare minimum. And also drinking Dr. Pepper. I mean, I know this product placement was only used for Spider-Man, but if I have Diet Coke, that was used in Batman commercials back in the day. But other than that, so why specifically Batman movies? Because I'm like, well, look, whether or not this is going to get, like, views or whatnot. Number one, I kind of want to change up things a bit when it comes to, like, the tier list rankings, because I know as much as you people love the animation stuff, and that will get plenty of views. Kind of want to change it up to bit events, like, on the day. And also, for those that are watching the stream right now, this would be not my final stream ever, but at least, like, the last stream right now in the meantime, because I kind of want to take a break for a bit. And secondly, the other idea I also want to do is, like, think of other ideas, whether you want to see more tier list streams, or if you want to see more of the rankings of, more movies, probably gaming stream if I don't know, have money for a microphone, or thirdly, I don't know, it could be like a reaction stream or something like that. So, we're only counting the 12 theatrically released Batman movies, and I'm not the only one here. I got, this guy, if you may know him, then, yep, it's my Bruda, Gabriel,
Hey, it's me, Gabe.
Yeah, hi.
I've been here before, man.
I guess in the words of Lester, hi, it's great to be here, Freddy. Hey, it's great to be here, Gabriel.
Great to be here, Freddy.
So, who knows? We probably might have another dude, OG, in the chat. Probably Dwayne probably might pop up for this tier list stream for Batman, since I know he's, like, a huge Batman fan fanatic. And since I bring Gabriel, it's like, yeah, let me just branch out at least the Batman mythos on the big screen, theatrically speaking. So, before we get to rambling for each movie, we're going to go to, like, all 12 ones. And once again, only theatrical movies, not the straight-to-DVD movies. So, we got 8 live-action Batman movies, and we got 2 animated ones. So, the first one is 1966 Batman, and then follow up with the Tim Burton films, the 1989 film, Batman Returns, and then shout out to this theatrical release animated film based on the animated series, Batman Mask of the Phantasm. Then you go to the Schumacher era with Batman Forever, Batman Robin, and then you got whenever people talk about Batman, this is like the one that people mostly talk about, Christopher Nolan's Dark Knight trilogy, or if you're a Snyder fanboy, then Zack Snyder's Batman v Superman will be considered. The Lego Batman movie would count as an animated theatrical release film, especially with all the hee-ha-ha funny memes. And then last but not least, Matt Reeves' masterpiece, which is the Batman 2022. So if there's going to be anyone in the chat, whether if you care about Batman or not, you're going to be like, hey, how come you're not including Justice League? Why are you not including, Joker, Harley Quinn, the Penguin? Because those are spin-offs, to be exact. These are not, like, exactly Batman movies, as compared to, like, Batman being the main character that just being referenced or just a cameo about it. You get what I mean? So,
yeah.
So yeah, without further ado, these are like the 12 theatrical release Batman movies. So for the very first one, I'm just gonna keep this one very short because let's be honest, does anyone like under the age of 12 actually care about this? Is the 1966 Adam West Batman movie, and yes, it's based on the hee hee ha ha funny 60 TV Fat Man on screen. So yes, back then around the time, Batman was mostly known as a comic book character, and the only thing that just made Batman popular is like, oh yeah, those funny, sketchy, over-the-top sketch shows of seeing Adam West as Batman, see Cesar Romero just unshaving his mustache as the Joker, which obviously, this is like the first time that we get to see Batman in mainstream media for 1966. I thought you'd do every DC movie tier list. Well, I think that would be nice to consider, but at the exact same time, today is Batman Day. And secondly, I don't know if there's any DC fans or Batman fans, my subscribers, so we just want to keep it small. But anyway, let me just get back to the movie, of course. So yeah, obviously it was made in a different time period where it's like the 60s, where superhero properties were not taken that seriously until like what? Christopher Reeve Superman just break the mold for like making us believe that a man could fly, or in this case, like the formula of like how to crack the code superhero movies. You know, this movie was just an early test of it, where you got Adam West just talking a little bit more like an Elvis Presley, and sounding a little bit more Jeff Goldblum whenever Adam West just talks. And yeah, R.I.P. to Adam West when he comes to being the first live-action Batman. But when it comes to Robin, I mean, I feel like this Robin is like pretty much the blueprint for like later adaptations, no matter if it's Batman Forever or Lego Batman movie, where Robin's being the boy wonder or the sidekick. And basically when it comes to holy sardine Batman, holy metal Batman, and you know, that's always like a catchphrase that you often have to say throughout the movie, but also throughout the series as well. But when it comes to the plot, I mean, it is super silly where you got Joker, Catwoman, Riddler, and the Penguin, the submarine take, and then Batman and Robin, who are mostly known for being street-level heroes, has to put on Batman swimming trunks. Batman does like a weirdly weird cross fingers dance, and then you got the most iconic one where a shark jumps on Batman's helicopter, and then he's like, Robin, don't forget to give me the shark spray, because even the Lego Batman games, and I think the movie makes fun of the shark spray too, because like, yeah, that was canon in the original 1966 movie. Heck, even Lego Batman made fun of it with calling all the movies, and then even Lego Alfred was like, and that lead one in 1966, sir. So, overall, I mean, it's quite silly to see Batman just like grabbing a bomb and just throw it to the water. It's like, yeah, later adaptations learn how to do that for their own take too. So I say around the time, I feel like Cesar Romero's Joker was easily the best part of this movie, not just because, you know, he's so good in the role that he cannot shave his mustache, but just being like instead of just being the serial killer, because, you know, this is a more lighthearted, goofy tone, and where you can see, don't forget to be my post, Batman, ha 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 ha, and yeah, pretty much I feel like Joker throughout the scenes, like, carry the movie, and I feel like Frank Gorshin, who plays the Riddler, was kind of like the blueprint to Jim Carrey's Riddler, because Frank Gorshin was also an improv comedian, and that kind of foreshadowed Jim Carrey being the Riddler for Batman Forever. So I will say the casting was fine around its time, but obviously if you watch it now, this is something that, I don't know, your grandparents or grandma and grandpa could watch. And yes, it is kind of silly to see Batman and Robin using their potions to bring all of these politicians back to life on the sub. And, you know, like I said, I'm not going to say this movie's terrible and it's not great. I would say C tier would be the best where I would honestly rank it. So yeah, I say it's like alright for out of time, but it's not like a Batman movie I would say, yeah, this is peak. It's like, just remember, this was made in the 60s when superhero movies were not really in their prime until Christopher Reeve Superman came out in 78. Well, they do Superman movies and Spider-Man movies when Brand New Day comes out next year. Superman movies, that's going to be a very short list compared to Batman, because Superman does not have much movies compared to Batman. Secondly, I was thinking about doing Spider-Man movies later down the line, like maybe for Brand New Day or maybe for Beyond the Spider-Verse, so then I just don't rehash so much. I don't know, guys. I mean, I appreciate the ideas in the chat, but we'll eventually see. Let me read this comment. Mentioned in Marvel Comics, yep, Looney Tunes Media, yeah, because they dress up as the Justice League members in many Looney Tunes cartoons. Bugs Bunny was playing Superman, Daffy Duck was playing as Batman, because he said, I need to get muscles, I might get both halves. I'm like, huh, it sounds like a Batman quote. So yeah, C tier for 1966 Batman. Gabriel, any words on 60s Batman, or just move on to the Burton era?
Next.
Alright, the Tim Burton 1989 film. Do you have any comments on the very first, the Michael Keaton Gothic Batman film?
Not a lot to say, but I will say that I like, how... I like just the way everything looked, like the color grading, the suits looked like everything looked corny, like they all looked corny, but like in a charming way. Like the movie had charm to it. It was fun. It's iconic, they brought the iconic theme of Batman, which is still the best one. The bat symbol looks really cool. Yeah, I don't know. It was just a fun, corny comic book movie that it's just I don't know. I wouldn't say guilty pleasure, but just like there's just something nice about it. It's not the best Batman movie. It's not my favorite or anything, but there's charm to it. It still feels like classic Batman, and I like that about it. I'd probably put it at A, maybe.
A tier? Okay, that's pretty bold for you to say. So, I mean, that's pretty bold for you to say just to keep it little. And yeah, I almost forgot to show, guys. Look, why so serious? Now, I'm just wearing a Heath Ledger Joker shirt. Once when I get to Dark Knights, we'll just go ahead for it. Cool, is it? Happy Batman Day? Yes, it is. That's why we're talking about it. So, Gabriel already rambled his review of the classic Tim Burton 1989 film. So, let me get to my ramble about this. So, if it weren't for the cultural impact of Tim Burton's 1989 classic on Batman, we would have never got the animated series, we will never got the Arkham games, or even hearing the iconic Danny Elfman score in the old Lego Batman games, or even all these Batman movies on this list. So, if it weren't for this movie's existence, we probably wouldn't have the reinvention with Batman. And I will be honest, even though you can arguably say, like, oh yeah, Tim Burton doesn't understand Batman because Batman kills people and Joker is kind of more of a creepy stalker womanizer type of way. But that being said, Tim Burton reinvented the franchise where, it's nothing but pow, Robin, holy mustard battle Batman from the 60s version. So it keeps Batman a bit more grounded. I'm not sure if it originated from the Michael Keaton movies. No. Then this is where the animated series took inspiration from this movie. Because remember, the animated series came out after when 89 exists. So, like I said, this movie, it changed literally the Batman franchise forever. So, I will say this. Tim Burton, I mean, obviously, if you watch any of his movies outside of Batman, he is no stranger by, making all spooky, dark, and gothic, oohs, and then all the gothic girls would like all the merchandise. So, he definitely, I will say this is probably the best accurate-looking Gotham just because it doesn't look too modernized, no New York City culture, and I think for the filmmaking aspects, he kind of like miniature sets of what he did with Beetlejuice. And speaking of Beetlejuice himself, yes, Michael Keaton playing the Batman role. So, a lot of people back in the day, this is before the internet existed, where there was newspapers, TV, where you see hardcore Batman comic book readers, because remember, the internet does not exist yet. People are like, oh, Michael Keaton is not handsome enough, he's not strong enough, why would Beetlejuice play Batman? That's honestly one of the worst casting choices ever. And even though despite we don't get to see Michael Keaton as Batman or even his Bruce Wayne on screen for 20 minutes of the movie, at least he definitely proves the part by saying, yeah, he may not have the looks of what you could expect from Bruce Wayne, because, Keaton's a more comedy actor more than a drama actor as years go down the line. But literally, that dude was so good in that role that his eyebrows literally looks like the bat signal on his head. And the iconic bat suits, even though it is kind of hilarious where he kind of tilts and moves ahead where his neck falls down to a church tower, in this case a church community service where it's all empty, but it's such an iconic Batman suit that you get to see later Batman media, including the Lego games, take notes of the iconic Michael Keaton suit. So even though we do get the iconic moments where his version of Bruce Wayne crashes out from the Joker, now you want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts. Or in this case, he's the one that birthed the iconic catchphrase that later Batman media is like, "Who are you?" "I'm Batman." And then basically you see all these thugs that looks mucky, disgusting, which I think Tim Burton and his crew really did a good job on. But I feel like my complaints about this movie, I'm going to start off with, number one, how Tim Burton changed the origin story. Like, yes, Bruce Wayne's parents, Martha and Thomas Wayne, died, but instead of just like a random schmuck that kills her out of nowhere, instead, they make the Joker, aka the quote-unquote murderer for the Batman, which I understand for, you know, the first adaptation, they want to make Joker at least a bit more personal to Batman, but, you know, that's not literally the definitive version. I think one of the lead writers of this movie argue against him by saying, do we really want to make a younger Joker before he was even Joker just to kill off Martha and Thomas Wayne? And he's like, no, we just got to make it happen so then he can say the quote, "Have you ever danced with the devil in the pale moonlight?" And speaking of the Joker, so it's a no surprise whatsoever that Jack Nicholson was easily the best thing about this movie. And like I said, if it weren't for Jack Nicholson being cast as the Joker, probably would have not later on convinced Mark Hamill doing the voice. Same goes for Kevin Conroy doing the voice of Batman if it weren't for this movie. But it's a no surprise that Joker is the best part of this movie. I mean, if you see The Shy with Jack Nicholson, here's Johnny. Like, even though it's kind of funny that his character's name is Jack in the film, and the one thing I also find, like, it's so funny, like, around that time, Jack Nicholson was like, like, first, he was just being, like, a mob boss, but then it's when he falls to, like, the pool of acid, because you know that's one of Joker's origin stories, like, the way he kind of gives a little bit of that snazily, snarky type of voice, like, when he's reading the Gotham newspaper where he kills one of his guys, "Wait till they get a load of me." And then literally whenever he starts laughing, I feel like he does a really good job with the Joker laugh, but there's some moments where he kind of loses the gas, where he tries to do like the electric buzzer to like one of the employees in his building where he goes, so I feel like even though, yeah, it's definitely more of Jack's more serious take on the role, but I feel like that kind of foreshadows Mark Hamill's more superior version by comparison. But I do like that this Joker has, like, you know, the purple outfit, has the iconic hat. But the one thing I could not take so seriously about this Joker is he plays nothing but a bunch of Prince songs. And yes, the Michael Jackson, well, he's not really Michael Jackson, but, you know, a Michael Jackson archetype that was very big in the 80s. And then, you know, you play a Prince song when Joker and his mob gang decides to mess up with the paintings, including the time where he has the iconic parade floats. And I remember Prince agreed to do a music video where he goes, "Get that bunch of Batman!" And then you hear Michael Keaton's voice, and then you hear Jack Nicholson's voice as their characters from the original film. So, yeah, if you're a huge fan of Prince, then basically you would discover it for the sake of Jack Nicholson's Joker. But he does, like, really quite iconic lines when he gets to the Bruce Wayne's love interest. There's like, "I want my face on the $1 bill." Like, you know, it's kind of like that nasally type of voice that he could have. But the one thing I just don't understand when it comes to, like, the first act of the movie, so despite they made the huge change on the origin story of, like, how did Bruce Wayne's parents die by a young Joker before he was even called the Joker, there's also, like, this one character who's like a detective. I think his name was Alexander Knox, which I've always called that guy discount Bill Murray, because he kind of has that Bill Murray type of humor and face where him and Vicky Vale are just trying to get to the mystery of Batman. And I feel like a complaint about this, like, despite Michael Keaton's performance is good, but the thing about this version of Batman, which I understand Batman was not really taken seriously around this movie, that the fact that this Batman has no problem of, like, killing his folks, including the Joker himself, like, literally just killing, like, one dude in the church tower over the bell, and then basically just have the attempts to, like, kill Joker. Like, when Joker was, like, in his parade with the balloons, he's like, "Come on, you son of a bee, go ahead and shoot me." So I'm like, is this where Christopher Nolan get his kicks for The Dark Knight, where it's like, "Come on, hit me, hit me"? So, literally, my mind is like, I'm not sure of, like, the Batman no-killing rule, because obviously, there's always debate by saying Batman has always killed, even though he never intends to. But the fact that when it gets to the final act, which I forgot to talk about Vicky Vale, which I understand that earlier superhero movies, that had to be the damsel in distress, but Vicky Vale was like the original Mary J. Watson, where she cannot stop screaming every single time. So I'm like, shut up, man. Would you shut up, man? But the fact that it was a no-brainer that Joker just wants to be this narcissistic persona online, well, not just online, but just for the Gotham TV news networks. But the funniest thing is the fact that he has, like, some vendetta with Harvey Dent, and funny enough, Harvey Dent is played by Billy D. Williams, aka, oh my gosh, that's Lando Calrissian from Star Wars. But he was supposed to be play Two-Face, but you know what happens later on when Joel Schumacher take the helm, where he got recast from Tommy Lee Jones in that version. But when it comes to to the very end, I mean, I do like the gothic stuff, and like I said, Jack Nicholson's Joker is such a laugh riot where he's trying to dance with Vicky Vale like it's the Phantom of the Opera, and then he's like, "Oh, you want to hit a guy with glasses, would you?" And then Batman's like, "You killed my parents, I'll kill you, you idiot!" That's not how it's supposed to be. But given the fact that Joker's mob gang, and I almost forgot to bring this out, even though his gang had Joker symbols and logos, it's weird that not even any of his henchmen were clowns. But then Batman Returns sort of did that with the Penguin. But I feel like that was a last minute decision that Tim Burton could have done in the '89 version. And the fact that Jack Nicholson's Joker eventually dies for Batman's grappling hook at the very end, and you just hear a laugh box at the very end, it's man, that ain't right, just to treat the Joker that dirty. Especially, I think even Warner Brothers regretted killing off the main villain, where they actually had plans to bring Jack Nicholson's Joker back, probably in later sequels, but it was something that Burton would have wanted. So even though things in this movie will hold up, from the Gothic nightmares, the great filmmaking around that time, the Batmobile, which I forgot, it's easily one of the most iconic Batmobiles. I would say it's probably the best Batmobile. Whenever you get to show me one, I just always think of the 1989 Tim Burton version, so that's I'm well, I mean, around this time, this movie definitely had to sell toys and merchandise like it always does before Warner Brothers got really greedy about it. So, even though despite they kill off the Joker too early, we still get the iconic bat signal shot and Batman, and just hear the da-na-na-na-na. And yeah, for those that played the Lego Batman games, oh yeah, that's when I first heard the Batman theme song, because I was too young to watch 1989, so the Lego Batman introductions to the theme song. But yeah, it's kind of what Danny Elfman said, because obviously it's the same guy that did the music for Sam Raimi's Spider-Man trilogy, so whatever superhero music that he cooks up is good, especially when he does music for Tim Burton. So, I will say this, despite the complaints I got, despite that, Batman is not always in the movie, I would say, a high A tier would be fine. So, I definitely would agree with Gabriel when it comes to A tier. But when it comes to the sequel, aka... it used to be Tim Burton's only sequel around the time before he used both Michael Keaton and Dan DeVito for Batman Returns. It was Beetlejuice 2. So yeah, we're on with Batman Returns, aka the most darkest Batman movie in the old era of Batman movies. But also, it was the movie where McDonald's got in trouble, but also the studio got in trouble, and before Batman decided to become more light tone and campier when it comes to the colors. So Batman Returns definitely is gonna Batman Returns, no offense, in this case not pun entirely intended, it changed. I say 1989 reinvented the franchise forever for where it is today, but when it comes to Batman Returns, yeah, it is too dark for the kids that they filed complaints about it back in 1992. But before I talk about the film itself, Gabriel, do you have any little comments on Batman Returns? It's the one that has the Lorax as the Penguin and Catwoman as well.
Well, again, these films are not the greatest, but they're iconic. I think, the design with Catwoman and her suit is pretty iconic. That's why they even have her suit in a museum or something like that. Not my favorite or the best Catwoman, but was not bad either. I liked the originality with how the suit looked. It was unique. The Penguin, I thought was great casting just because of how stupid and silly he was. I can't get over that meme where he's humping or whatever. That's all I think of when I think of his Penguin. But that was great casting, just because of how hilarious he was. His design, I thought, was really well done. Yeah, I mean, I guess, I would probably say the first movie's better, but I don't know. This one's just, the addition of Catwoman was fine, and they did Penguin fine. Other than that, it was just okay, I guess. I don't know. I don't really have much to say. Probably maybe between
A or B.
I'll probably say B.
Alright, B tier. So, I'll say this. So, Batman Returns, surprisingly, it's a Christmas movie. So, despite it was, like, released in the summer, yeah, I was quite interested to see snow in a Gotham movie setting, which I honestly think that was the highlight production-wise. So, it would just be this. Yeah, I was going to point this out in the comments. If you want me to do Sonic games and Cartoon Network and all that, it's like, hold your horses, people. I will make polls about it in the community post, but I'm just going one by one because, you know, we have lives, you know. But yeah, good to know that you're one of those only people that watch Lego Batman, the Batman, because, you know, those are recent Batman films. But we're still in the old era. We're now in the year 1992. So Batman Returns. So yes, Tim Burton came back to direct this one. And like I said, I do like the snow Christmas settings, which I will say, production-wise, it looks great. Even Penguin's sewer lair, where you have all these animatronic penguins adopting him. And yeah, I almost forgot. They definitely changed Penguin's origin story as well. Like, I almost forgot to bring this up. So, his parent, it's funny that his dad is Pee Wee Herman. I'm like, funny, because Tim Burton did direct one of Pee Wee Herman's movies. But literally, when I thought about it, like, for those rich folks that abandoned Penguin when he was a baby, it's like, oh yeah, let's just drop him off in the sewers. And how did Penguin decide to become the Penguin? Oh yeah, he got adopted by actual penguins down in the sewers. So I'm like, yeah, that's why he becomes a literal animal. And yeah, I like that this movie has like very like animal-based characters, from the bat to the cat and a penguin, but it's very bloody and very lethal in a fashion Tim Burton style. But even though as much as I like the Christmas setting in this movie, here's the thing that I just don't understand, is the fact that, wait, so you're telling me that the Penguin has like clown goons, but you're telling me that the Joker didn't in the first film? I felt like that was a little bit too late to do, but too late, you already killed the Joker in the last movie, so I'm like, yeah, what's even the point? So I really don't understand when it comes to that. But when it comes to the Penguin himself, easily Dan DeVito was like top tier casting when it comes to him playing as the Penguin, just because, like, yeah, I'm like an animal, I need the fish, we gotta go kill the Batman, look what the pussy came out of the line. So yeah, Dan DeVito, perfectly cast for the role, even though it's quite creepy that he bite off a dude's nose with blood, which I honestly thought that was quite terrifying. And for Michelle Pfeiffer's Catwoman, I know I'm gonna be super biased on this, she's probably the best live-action Catwoman, even though, once again, her origin story where she was like a secretary for Christopher Walken's character, and it's funny that Christopher Walken's character's name is Matt Shrek, and I'm like, hey yo, that's not the ogre that I know, but it's like, I'm a corporate business lord, and you, Selena Kyle, get out of my office because you are nerdy nobody. But that's once when Catwoman was pushed out from a building and just got, like, what, licked by a radioactive cat. I'm not saying the cat's radioactive, but just because, oh, she got licked by, like, a cat just licked her blood when she crashed out of the building, she decided to have more habitats of a cat, and then basically just put on the suit, and then she acts a bit more flirtatious and more seducing. He did what? Oh, I'm surprised you haven't seen Batman Returns, but if you haven't, yeah, Penguin literally bite a dude's nose off, and it was bleeding, and yeah, it was a pretty dark movie, which I will get to the controversy why parents and kids were not happy that they were selling McDonald's toys to Batman Returns, thinking like, oh yeah, kids are going to like this because it's Batman, but in reality, it's a much more darker movie than the original. But given the fact that, you know, this movie's literally called Batman, he surprisingly does not get a lot of screen time. Like, you do get some cool moments where he takes the bomb in one of the clowns, and obviously he gets to have a scene with the Penguin, including that one scene with Catwoman, Ayo, pause, where she starts licking Batman's cow, which, you know, she is super, super horny. I mean, who am I kidding? It's Catwoman. Of course she's going to be, like, sexy and seductive. But literally, the gymnastic scenes where Whiplash was honestly pretty cool. I'm like, hey, that's pretty comic accurate. But either then, it's like, most of the time where Batman, you can tell, like, how cruel Keaton's Batman is, that he doesn't care when he punches animal lovers to the face when it comes to punching the Penguin out of the building, pushing Catwoman off the building, and it's like, man, this Batman definitely is, like, having that Gen Alpha type of attitude. But yeah, even though the dark aesthetics is pretty fitting for this gothic nightmare when it comes to Batman Returns, especially at the very end where you get to see Catwoman looking up at the bat signal, that's kind of like indicating by saying, oh, could there be a Catwoman spin-off movie? But, you know, they made one with Halle Berry, and it was obviously not that good. But when it comes to this movie's controversy, I mean, even though the snow aesthetic, the Christmas setting, and the great casting from Michelle Pfeiffer's Catwoman and Dan DeVito's Penguin, the controversy of this movie is like, yeah, this was way too dark, and McDonald's was selling Batman Returns toys, and then you got a 10-year-old critic saying, those McDonald's toys, like, they're saying like this movie is for kids, but it's actually not. And then later on, I think there's like one kid that did not like Catwoman scratching a dude's face tic-tac-toe, very bloody, very lethal, and even the parents were complaining about it, which perfectly explains that sets up why Batman Forever and Batman and Robin were just like drastic change when it comes to tone. And even though I like Jack Nicholson's Joker more, but I just feel like the first movie had a little bit of that balance, while Returns definitely has a much better scope and film, and then you got great castings from Penguin and Catwoman, but, a missed opportunity where Batman could have, Bruce Wayne puts on the Batman cowl instead of just putting on for the sake of Bruce Wayne. And I like that he got the exact same, the same actor who plays Alfred and Commissioner Gordon in the Burton films, and then the Schumacher films, Batman Forever, Batman Robin. It's the same actors, but, they had to recast due to the resurgence, which then I'll perfectly explain, wait, why didn't Michael Keaton come back for Batman Forever? Because after the controversy of McDonald's, and Warner Brothers still wants to sell Batman toys, because, merchandise is a major part of the franchise, so they don't want to let that go. So McDonald's apologized, and Tim Burton apologized, and if the movie was not Batman fans like this movie now, but if it wasn't criticized back then in the 90s without that parental McDonald's backlash from both adults and the kids, then Tim Burton probably would have made his third Batman movie where Billy D. Williams' Harvey Dent could have been Two-Face, and the Riddler would have been played by Robin Williams instead of Jim Carrey, and Robin could have been played by Marlon Wayans, the black dude from White Chicks and Living Color, funny dude that's going to be cast as Robin. So Batman Returns in general, aside from, Christopher Walken playing a character named Matt Shrek, I would say probably B tier would be the best way just to put it. I don't think it's going to be as iconic as 1989. I think Returns definitely has the better scope and action, but I just feel like some of the lethal violence stuff might be a too hard bit to watch. Catwoman is super horny for Batman, as she, is expected to be. And I just feel like Batman could have a little more screen time, even though Michael Keaton's face of taking on the cowl would have been nice, but it is what it is. So, yeah, B tier will be one way. But then this animated movie that was not meant to be released in theaters, but then it got released in theaters. This is the next one I want to consider in mind. Batman, Mask of the Phantasm, which is basically connected to Batman, the animated series. So I'll get to my ramble about it real quick, but Gabriel, would you like to take away with Batman, Mask of the Phantasm?
Yeah. Man, there's a lot of great things to say about this movie. It's the best Batman animated movie, sure.
For sure.
I just really love this soundtrack. The soundtrack is really good. Sounds just straight up Batman, but in its own original way. Usually people are always mixing up the 89 theme, but this one, there were hints of it, but it was kind of just original, and it still sounded like Batman. So I love the soundtrack of the movie. I love obviously the animation style, the art style, straight from the animated series, which is iconic alone. I just miss that era of DC and those TV shows and animated movies. I miss that era. I think that was the best. And the color grading, the way the city looked, how it changes color sometimes. Certain shots, when he was in the Batwing and then it hovered over the moon, stuff like that. And then when he was during his origin, I guess, when he was Bruce and proposing to Andrea or whoever,
that's her name.
Whatever her name was.
That is her name.
And the bats came out and stuff, and it was nice little details like that made it look visually pleasing and just so great for its time. And the iconic shot where he's putting on the cowl for the first time, putting on the suit,
and Alfred looking scared when he put it on.
Yeah, that's an iconic scene in the movie. The villain, there's multiple villains technically. Phantasm looked really cool. It was a really cool villain. That scene where he was going in the mansion and then a dead body and then the building blew up and he jumped out. I don't know. Phantasm was really cool. Then you have obviously the Joker. Just iconic. Nothing much to say. You don't really have to say much about the Joker because it's the Joker.
It's Mark Hamill's Joker.
Freaking Mark Hamill, when he was first, his early years starting off playing the Joker, and you could tell by his voice how different, how young he was.
Yeah, very.
He nailed the laugh as always in this movie, and his performance in the animated series as well. Uh, he just nails the character in general. Uh, Even when he was young, when he's older, he just he's the best when it comes to voicing the Joker. I don't think anyone can top his voice as the Joker. But
Agreed.
that also goes for Kevin Conroy. He did really great as Batman and Bruce Wayne in this movie, and obviously in the animated series. Just any performance as Batman, he does great. He like in terms of animation, there have been great voice actors for Batman, but I think he's just always number one for voice
the goat
acting
of it all.
the character. Um, so his performance was also really great, and like always, him and Mark Hamill, their chemistry, the way they bounce off each other, it was so great in the show and this movie. Uh, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what else to say, really. I mean, it's a great movie, great Batman movie, the best animated Batman movie. Um, I'm glad it was in theaters. I think it deserves an attention. Um, and I just love like stories about the early years of Batman and just more focused on Bruce Wayne and Batman rather than the whole Bat family. And not that I don't like, seeing the whole Bat family, but I just like seeing a story that's just Batman. Um, so that was great. Um, this is easily S rank. So yeah, peak movie, and you gotta watch it if you haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Because it's Batman Day.
Yeah, it's Batman Day, but also it's tied in with the animated series. So yeah, pretty bold of you
Exactly.
Just to give it to like an S tier, which yeah, let me just get to the history, which this movie was actually Master of the Phantasm to be exact, like being literally the first theatrical animated Batman movie to be released in theaters around that time. Yes, even though it's made by the same cast and crew that made the animated series, because the show was really well popular, it was still as well received, if not just like the best Batman cartoon ever, but literally the best superhero animated show up to screen on your Saturday morning televisions. But when it comes to Master of the Phantasm, it originally was not supposed to be a theatrical release movie. It was going to be like a straight to VHS, straight to home video type of movie. But Warner Bros. They really liked the story, they liked the scope, and they liked what the animators were doing with this movie. It's like, you know what? Let's release this in theaters. But unfortunately, Warner Brothers only let this movie run for a very short, limited time because it came out December 1993. Because obviously the live action movies are the biggest priority when it comes to the Batman franchise in general. But when it comes to Master of the Phantasm, despite only run for 2 years, even one of the biggest movie critics, Roger Ebert, actually apologized by saying, we are sorry for not watching this movie as soon as we could in theaters, because now we understand that it's one of these movies that's animation is not just only for kids, because this is one of the more mature Batman movies. And whether if you have not seen Batman Master of the Phantasm, there's going to be a lot of Batman fans that you're going to ask by saying, hey, what's your favorite Batman movie? Mine is The Dark Knight. Mine is The Batman. Mine is Batman Begins. Oh, I also love Batman Robin. But there are some Batman fans out there that says, no, Master of the Phantasm is the best Batman movie ever. I'm like, really? More than the live action one? So I'm like, I don't know if that's actually going to work, but how this anime movie is going to top the live action ones. But when it comes to some certain aspects, I'm like, okay, I can understand why this movie's giving me all the praise that it deserves, because obviously Kevin Conroy's voice acting is revolutionary, both as Batman and Bruce Wayne. It doesn't go too hard like this. It's a little bit more stoic, more brooding, more smooth. I can't do a 10 out of 10 Kevin Conroy Batman voice impression, but I am vengeance, I am the night, I am streaming this movie about Batman Master of the Phantasm for you guys, for you viewers to watch, for those that are kind of left on and live, or for those that eventually see about this movie. But what makes this movie good, aside from the animation, the red skies, how Gotham is very detailed and animated form, and Kevin Conroy's Batman is so good of like voicing Bruce Wayne's vulnerability, but whenever he needs to be, you know, intelligent, smart, but also having the ease to have emotions for a lost someone, for him to be happy. And yeah, Mark Hamill's Joker, I mean, come on, every time you hear that, I think we got one of the best Mark Hamill Joker laughs at the very end of the movie, and it's like very insane. But when it comes to the plot, so even though at core it does feel like it is an extended episode of the animated series, but just like maybe modify a bit where it's like a feature-length movie. So this movie is actually a sad but love story between Bruce Wayne and Andrea, aka the secret idea of, like, the secret identity of the Phantasm. And speaking of the Phantasm, I had a feeling that villain, quote-unquote villain, was gonna be like, you know, the imposter Batman, even though all the mob gangs of the mob are saying, hey, yo, it's Batman. No, wait, you're not Batman. Oh, we're gonna be arresting you. Oh, I'm just gonna take you to the grave and you die by an angel statue in the cemetery. So, of course, I had a feeling it was gonna be like this mistaken identity that the Phantasm was gonna do. But, you know, once when you add the Joker to the mix, I like that when they add Mark Hamill's Joker, he doesn't feel shoehorned or forced by saying, well, he's the main Batman villain, so we gotta do... No, like, they made Joker connect the dots to, like, the Phantasm's origin, but also the history between Bruce Wayne and Andrea, like his squeeze, his lover. And the one thing is, like, even though I'm not, like, the biggest sucker for romantic movies, but I can easily say this is probably the best love story for a Batman movie, not just because it's sweet, it's sad, and even when Bruce Wayne's, like, talking to his parents on the cemetery grave, is like, I don't know if I can find happiness, and because, you know, he regret the day, like, when his parents died in the alleyway, because you know how the Batman origin story goes. But even Andrea, where she basically has plenty of things in common with Bruce Wayne, like, Bruce Wayne's rich, she's rich, but also at the same time that she also talks to her dead mother on the cemetery, where Bruce is like, who are you talking to? I'm talking to my mom, of course. But then, you know, you can easily see that both of these two, like, I wouldn't say billionaires, but two rich and lonely people have feelings toward one another, including when they went to, like, this Disney World, Disneyland-looking theme park area for Gotham, and then Bruce and Andrea have a date with each other, and they even have, like, thoughts and ideas, and basically having conversations, like, saying, do you think we can have a Bruce like this? Like, can we have a future like this together? But obviously, Bruce is amazed by the amusements, the romance, and the relationship. And then, the sad thing is, even though I kind of knew she was behind the whole Phantasm secret identity thing, whether if my younger self would have known that she is the Phantasm rather than just some guy or some random mob boss inside that outfit. Even though it's kind of funny, like, every time the Phantasm moves, like, the smoke and gas always, like, bursts up. But either way, I almost forgot to acknowledge, I like that, even though we know the origin story of Batman, I like that we have a flashback sequence where we get to see Bruce Wayne putting on, like, a robber mask and just having his own vigilante early Batman suit, even though it's not the bat suit until when it gets to the flashbacks where Alfred takes a look at Batman where he's like, oh my gosh, where he definitely concerns himself, like, not just as the Dark Knight, but basically a different persona when it comes to, like, protecting those for Nina and Gotham, but just in a more, like, even though he's been fighting through vengeance every single day ever since his parents passed away, but he doesn't want to let it to consume Andrea because we know the Joker was in the ties with Andrea's father, and you know that her father actually approves Bruce Wayne, but you know, when it comes to money, mob boss gang, when Bruce wants to propose to Andrea, but when it comes to enemies and killers, wants to, like, all fight to one another, we all know that Bruce Wayne, or in this case, both Bruce Wayne and Batman, cannot be able to have both, which Batman Forever, which I will get to Forever since that literally is the next movie, like, I feel like Master of the Phantasm did this concept of the duality theme between can Bruce be happy, but at the exact same time, can Bruce get a happy life without being Batman, or is he stuck to being Batman for the rest of his life, but Bruce cannot find happiness despite he has to remain charming, handsome, stoic to the women at party dates, or even some of the dudes, the rich folks that he has to communicate and socialize with. Like, this movie, like, despite it's an anime movie, it gets very introspective in Bruce Wayne's mind, his vulnerability, his loss, and basically learning of how to love again, or in this case, letting go of that love. It's like, man, this is honestly a pretty heartbreaking story, especially where Joker just last, where their future was disappeared from the Gotham archetype, from the day where Bruce and Andrea basically had that Gotham theme park, amusement park, where they could have gotten engaged, but then to the secret of the mob boss over Andrea's father, and then the fact that Bruce and Andrea still try to look out for each other, but they know they cannot be together, and Joker just being the typical Joker he is, he just laughs at it so much, and Mark Hamill just kills it, man. Like, there's one scene where Batman and Joker are, like, fighting in this tiny miniature version of Gotham. I like that there's this one Gotham building that has the Warner Brothers logo. And yeah, despite it's a PG-rated movie, there's some blood. And I mean, when I mean blood, Batman just uppercuts Joker. He lost a tooth, bleeding from his nose. Even Batman's cutting some bleeds from the tiny helicopters that are trying to take down Batman. Like it's freaking Godzilla versus King Kong, but except it's Batman, Joker, in a tiny diorama of Gotham. But either way, so despite whenever Batman feels sad that he cannot love again, but also cannot be happy to be both Bruce Wayne and Batman, that's kind of like the curse throughout Bruce's life when it comes to like not just having some serenity and peace to himself whenever he's out fighting crime, but also trying to find a girl, a woman that will be like something that's everlasting. And I will admit, the funniest moments in that movie is like whenever Bruce and Andrea are kissing, whether it's in the flashbacks or in present day, and they kind of quote unquote bang each other one night, but obviously they can't show because it's a PG-rated movie. I like twice Alfred just grabs Bruce by saying, "Oh, I'm sorry, I must go," because I'm like, right, I do not want to mess up Mr. Wayne's love emotions for this ginger woman. So I honestly think that's the funniest part whenever Alfred has to walk away because it's all about adult baddie business. You know what I mean? So either way, I mean, even though it does depict like the early run of Batman's tragedy, but then it just depicts in a more heartbreaking, modernized version of that. So, and I also forgot, Joker decided to put laughing gases on Andrea's new boyfriend called Arthur Reeves. Huh, ironic. Arthur Fleck, Joker, Joaquin Phoenix, Reeves because of Matt Reeves' Batman, you get it? Even when Batman has to look like from the window glass to see his fall in love with a new guy, that's a very Spider-Man 2 moment where Tobey Maguire's Peter Parker sees Mary Jane falls in love with J. Jonah Jameson's son, my son the astronaut. So, yeah, it honestly sucks when it comes to like, look, even though if you cannot relate to be an orphan, having a British butler, or in this case being rich but also being this vigilante loner, this movie does get really mature when it comes to the themes, especially for those that either have or have not been in a relationship. This movie definitely does like it's a good depiction of what if it was meant to be, but then when conflict gets in the way, it's like, no, it was never meant to be, and we just gotta accept by being separate their own ways. But the one thing that I'm definitely grateful for, at least they didn't kill off Andrea. She decides to wander off, be on her own when it comes to the cruise. Batman decides to become Batman like he always does, and the Joker just disappears as expected. But then when it comes to like the ending of the end credits, I mean, like I said, this is literally like the shortest animated Batman movie. But then when it comes to the song, which I forgot who was it from, but it's from the 90s where it's like, if I told you, and they play like this very saxophone music that goes, could not get any more 90s with this very slow, smooth R&B 90s music, which then Batman Forever embraced that with Seal's Kiss from a Rose. So from rewatching the movie, I almost would consider this as an A tier because I don't want to give it too much praise, but since it is based on the animated version, the fact that we go very introspective with Bruce Wayne, because Mask of the Phantasm did something that, and I can't believe I'm saying this, it did better than what the Burton movies could have done with the Bruce Wayne character. Not saying Michael Keaton's Bruce Wayne is bad, but I just feel like we never really go in depth with Keaton's Bruce Wayne when it comes to like what he's feeling or what he's thinking. Like he does his job whenever the plot needs him to do. But for this movie, you could definitely tell, like, despite being an animated movie, it definitely takes the characterization and the emotions of Bruce Wayne very seriously, including the characters, the villains, and anyone who's close to Bruce when it comes to it. So yeah, if you want to feel lonely and single on Valentine's Day, this is the best movie to watch on Valentine's Day if you feel like a single, hopeless romantic. But other than that, Mask of the Phantasm is definitely a masterpiece when it comes to like early Batman stages. I mean, I wouldn't say it's the best Batman movie ever, but I think around that time it's better than what Tim Burton did, and dare I say even what Joel Schumacher did. I mean, like I said, it's the same creative team that made the animated series, so you know it's definitely going to be good regardless from the best Batman animated TV show and the series as a whole. And like I said, if it weren't for the existence of the Burton films, we wouldn't have the animated series or the movie. So yeah, I'm going to sound like a broken record. S tier. I wouldn't call it as like the best Batman movie ever, but it's definitely somewhere like in the top 5 for sure. But then we're going to get to guilty pleasure territory, because now that we're done with the Burton films and the first theatrical release animated Batman film, now we're going to Batman Forever. Riddle me this, riddle me that. Who's afraid of the big black bat? But before I get to nitpicks and criticisms on Batman Forever, or even before I say like why is this movie such a huge guilty pleasure for some obvious reasons and for some like not so clear obvious reasons, I want Gabriel to take away of watching Batman Forever. So Gabriel, take away with Joel Schumacher's Batman Forever.
Batman Forever. I like this movie. I think it's kind of underrated.
Yeah, kinda.
I like the. I liked Val Kilmer's performance. I thought he's also like an underrated casting choice
Mm-hmm.
for that role. Um, but he did well. Nicole Kidman. Yeah, she was great.
Yeah, she's pretty hot and pretty horny for Batman.
Women.
Yeah, I love that line. Women.
Freaking Val Kilmer's Batman, like his suit had it was thanks to the Tim Burton films that Batman suits kind of had that plasticky look.
Yep, pretty much.
But I think Val Kilmer's and Michael Keaton's suits were the only exceptions.
Mm-hmm. Then it got worse with Batman and Robin. Batman, do son of a bitch. Gabriel, you good? Hold on. Let me just get back to the chat. Oh, Gabriel just muted himself. Hey, Cameron, what's up? We're literally just talking about Batman Forever, but I was just waiting for Gabriel's review, but it's like, yeah, he was just talking about... if I'm not going to talk about the movie right away, I'm just going to comment for what Gabriel was trying to say earlier. So, yeah, even though, yes, this was the introduction of Batman
sorry.
Bulls,
Interruptions.
Yeah. Anyway, you were saying, Gabriel?
What was I saying? The suits, yeah, like, I could tell that era of Batman was inspired by Michael Keaton's suit. But I think Val Kilmer fit the suit well. I think that suit
Val Kilmer
looked okay. It's not my favorite or anything, but it's doable. It's fine. What I like most about that movie is like the color grading and how comic booky and classic it felt. Like Tim Burton's felt more like a classic gothic film in a way, but this one felt like classic and comic booky. Like the way the world and Gotham looked like. It looked like the way Gotham looked really cool.
Yeah, Joel Schumacher and his team cooked it with the colors in this movie.
Yeah, exactly. The way that he handled the villains, or cast the villains, for this movie were great. You know, Jim Carrey, iconic actor, Riddler.
Yeah, let me get his Funko Pop real quick.
Yeah, that was a great casting choice. I mean, I think he brought the Riddler more to the spotlight, more to life. Like, people obviously knew who Riddler was, but wasn't really a popular villain, I guess.
Yeah, unlike the Joker by comparison.
Villain. Yeah, everyone was just about the Joker or Penguin or something like that. But I think Jim Carrey brought the role to life. I think brought the Riddler to the spotlight and made him a fan favorite character and villain, even with that stupid skin tight suit.
Yeah, onesie pajamas.
But he did it well. He made his Riddler unique and in his own way, and was really fun. Who else?
Yeah, you mentioned Val Kilmer's Batman, Jim Carrey's Riddler. I think you mentioned a little bit about Nicole Kidman, but the two major characters you're missing is the other villain, Tommy Lee Jones' Two-Face, and our first introduction of Robin into the movies. Well, if we're not counting the 66 movie.
Yeah, I will say I really liked his Two-Face. Like,
really? You like Tommy Lee Jones' cartoony Two-Face?
Yeah, I'm not saying it's the best one, for sure, but I mean, I liked it because, again, it felt like classic, cartoony, comic book kind of movie, in a way. He wasn't the best part of the movie, right? I just think, like, I liked his design, because it had that cartoony look.
Yeah, the red, like, the pinkish red on the other side.
I guess mostly I just liked his design.
Yeah, I think the makeup.
He felt like Two-Face. Yeah, like, I liked his design. He felt like Two-Face. Like one of those cartoon villains that you see that are like kind of stupid.
Yeah,
I don't know how to explain it. but he was fine. I still think the best one was obviously Jim Carrey. Yeah, I'm biased.
Yeah, for sure.
But
the best villain in the movie.
he was fine.
Woo!
I also like the Batmobile. Batmobile was cool.
The shark fin Batmobile.
Yeah, I kind of liked it. Soundtrack, obviously not as iconic as the Tim Burton films, but wasn't bad. Still pretty fitting for Batman and for that era and that time. Yeah, I like it. I don't know. This movie is kind of overlooked, kind of underrated. Besides, Val Kilmer and Jim Carrey themselves kind of stealing the show, I feel like. But I don't know. I say it's underrated. I would probably I'd probably put it at A.
Oh, really? Oh, you almost forgot one last character to talk about, Gabriel. What about Robin?
He was okay. I mean, not my favorite part about the movie. He was just alright.
Alright. Well, that's pretty valid. But yeah, you put Batman Forever on A tier? That's surprising from you.
Yeah.
Huh.
I mean, I just I like it more than Returns.
Yeah, personally for me, that's going to be a big hot take for me, that even though, yes, I do praise Returns from his dark gothic nightmare, but I will admit Returns probably goes a bit too much, which is why parents, McDonald's, and the kids complain about that, why Batman Forever has to be a bit more family-friendly-ish. I mean, I will say this. I feel like Batman Forever was like the early Thor Ragnarok. If you get what I'm meaning, like, whether if you care about Thor or not, the first two movies were like simple, okay, basic, more mainstream, but then the difference between Batman Returns and Thor: The Dark World, Batman Returns is beloved, while Thor: The Dark World is not. But both sequels had a darker turn, and then they were like, we don't like this. And then Thor, the third Thor movie, and Batman Forever are kind of the same in a way, tone-wise, where it's a bit more comedic, a bit more goofy, but then when it comes to dark, I'm honestly, like, I didn't like Returns, really, if I'm being honest. I mean, you're not the only one, Karen, because, yeah, like I said, like, despite, the dark gothic stuff, some people were not, like, satisfied. And I feel like Forever, I remember the box office, Batman Forever made more money than Batman Returns. And let's be honest, because, come on, it has a bigger cast. I mean, I would say Forever has a much more bigger cast. But anyway, let me just read the comments. So I'm surprised it didn't include Joker. Let me specify why it didn't include Joaquin Phoenix's Joker, no Birds of Prey, or none of the other animated movies, because I want to keep the stream simple. And secondly, I'm only sticking with theatrical release Batman movies. Like Mask of the Phantasm and Lego Batman counts because they are released in theaters. And even though there's a lot of straight-to-TV, straight-to-DVD animated Batman movies free to watch on YouTube. But the reason why I didn't include Joker in, like, even though, yes, Joker is a Batman character, and yes, there is a small mini Bruce Wayne in that movie, but it's not a movie about Batman. If Batman's like the main character, or in this case Batman is like in the main title of it, then I'll make it. It's kind of like if I make a Spider-Man movie tier list, I have to include Venom, even though Venom is a Spider-Man character, but Spider-Man's not in the movie, so I wouldn't do that. Same goes, how come you didn't put Avengers Infinity War? I mean, Spider-Man's in that movie, but it's not a Spider-Man film. It's an Avengers film. So that's the clarification why you're not seeing any spin-offs or any other animated movies aside from only just two. Because like I said, these are only just theatrical release movies. And don't get me wrong, I know there's some people in the chat who likes Batman, but they're never like in deep into the rabbit hole of Batman lore. So yeah, I'm just specifying that right now, so then people are confused by saying, wait, where's Joker, where's Justice League, and yada yada yada. But yeah, let me just take a sip of water because I'm gonna be Batman Forever. It's like my Spider-Man 3 in my childhood before I even say Spider-Man 3 was also a guilty pleasure. But yeah, I'm surprised from Gabriel's 8 tier list review. So, yes, I'm going to be super biased of this movie. Like, even though I will say as a film, 1989 is definitely the much more well-written movie. I would say the 1989 movie is a bit more well-written and probably a bit more gothic, say. But honestly, Batman Forever was the first Batman movie I watched when I was a kid because basically what Warner Brothers intended by saying, well, we gotta sell McDonald's cups, we gotta sell the toys, the action figures, Kellogg's cornflakes of Batman, Riddler, Two-Face, and Robin are faces. Like, obviously, Warner Brothers has gone to the greedy hype train from the Burton films to the animated series to make this movie. So obviously, yes, you can arguably say this movie's like half of a big budget McDonald's toy commercial, but if you go to some of the deep layers, Batman Forever may be cheesy, may be corny, but there are some really good stuff in it from what Joel Schumacher was trying to do with his version of Bruce Wayne, which Mask of the Phantasm was the first movie that done it, but Batman Forever could have been the next Batman movie that could have went psychologically into Bruce Wayne's mind. But speaking of which, so yes, even though the Danny Elfman score is way more iconic than Elliot Golenthal's score, but Elliot Golenthal, it just goes to dun 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 dun. Like, I will admit, like, sure, not better than Danny Elfman's score, but it does scream very Batman when you hear the Elliot Golenthal score, because I feel like the guy who did the music says, like, oh, when you're a kid, when you're playing with your action figures of Batman toys, you just think of and yes, by the way, this is a Batman Forever Funko Pop of Val Kilmer's Batman, R.I.P. Val Kilmer, and yes, it has bat nipples on the picture, and then you see holding one of Riddler's envelope from the movie, got Jim Carrey's Riddler, and even though I will get to my review of Tommy Lee Jones' Two-Face, but like what Gabriel said, I do like his design, I did like the makeup, but I'll talk about the performance of Tommy Lee Jones' Two-Face, and not related to Batman Forever, but here's Heath Ledger's Joker, and why so serious? But anyway, let me just get back to Batman Forever. So I talked about the score, so we know that Tim Burton was not going to come back to direct this movie. He still was a producer, and his production team still worked on this film. So Tim Burton was like somewhat a consultant, but obviously it was leaned more into Joel Schumacher around that time just to reinvent the Batman franchise. Like I said, pretty much like Thor Ragnarok in a way. And another thing is, I remember they originally would want to bring Michael Keaton back, but once when he had a meeting with the script with Joel Schumacher, like, you know, the very first line that opens the movie where Alfred, the same actor who plays Alfred from the Burton movies, talks to Val Kilmer's Batman, can I persuade you for a sandwich with you, sir? I'll get drive-through. And then he gets inside to his shark fin Batmobile, and literally, they use that scene just to promote a McDonald's commercial. Get the new McRib Batman Forever. Slide your ride. This McDonald's food deals will not go out forever. How did you hide your break today? Because, you know, I remember I get nostalgic for, like, the old Batman Forever commercials, and I did own the Riddler Cup. But yeah, let me just talk about Val Kilmer's Batman. I mean, yes, he's not as iconic as Michael Keaton by comparison, which is why when people ask, like, who's your favorite Batman, you're going to hear some fans that says, Michael Keaton's my favorite, Christian Bale's my favorite, Ben Affleck, Robert Pattinson, or screw the live-action ones, Kevin Conroy's the best Batman. But yeah, I would definitely say, since, you know, Val Kilmer sadly passed away earlier this year, Val Kilmer was definitely such an underrated Batman, despite he was the only live-action Batman actor that only did one movie after that. And I'll explain why Val Kilmer did not return for Batman and Robin. But Michael Keaton did not want to come back because, number one, Tim Burton wasn't directing it. It was Joel Schumacher. Number three, he thought the script was too stupid, but the studio wanted this movie to be a bit more tamed, even though, like I say, even though you can arguably say Batman Forever is like, oh yeah, it's a bit more family friendly, it's like the 1966 Adam West Batman show, but let's be honest, there are a bit some sexual innuendo jokes, especially from Nicole Kidman, Jim Carrey, Chris O'Donnell. All of them have like very adult innuendo jokes into the film, so it's like, yeah, you got to keep that PG-13 rating when it comes to it. But yeah, when it comes to Val Kilmer's Batman, I will be honest with you, I think Val Kilmer does a much better Bruce Wayne than Michael Keaton by comparison. He may not have the charm like Keaton or even George Clooney, which we will get to George Clooney, Batman and Robin, but I feel like with the hair that he has, but also for him just dressing up nice but being so more noble, more subtle, more smart in a way, we haven't really get to like the detective aspect of Batman, like Kevin Conroy's Batman, the animated version, but I feel like this version of Bruce Wayne was very, very close to it until like later Batman adaptations finally embraced more of that intelligent detective side of Bruce Wayne. But the best thing about Joel Schumacher's take on Bruce Wayne is the fact that I feel like Val Kilmer's Bruce Wayne feels like he's in a completely different movie from everyone else, because everyone's more like, like, everyone feels like they're in a cartoon, but Val Kilmer feels like he's like the most serious drama actor when it comes to that. But when I heard about the director's cut, aka the Schumacher cut, the movie was supposed to have a more darker tone, but Warner Bros. Like, we need to sell McDonald's stuff, we need to sell toys, so we don't want to make our parents upset, just like with Batman Returns all over again. But for Batman Forever, so there were hints out there that Val Kilmer's Bruce Wayne would have been so psychological, not just the death of the Waynes, but why did he become not just of how did he become Batman, but why does he choose to be like dressing up as a man in bat, even though he's trying to best like not kill his villains? Because yes, even though you could technically say this is the third Batman movie in the Batman anthology franchise, despite it's a different actor, a different director, and a different tone, except you have the same Alfred, the same Commissioner Gordon from the Burton films, but different cast and different tone. So you can arguably say the Schumacher films are somewhat canon to the Burton films, even though when Michael Keaton came back as Batman in the Flash movie, there was like no references to Schumacher's verse. If I had to make a headcanon prediction, I guess it's like the Spider-Verse movies, like, oh, it's a different multiverse, a different canon event. So I feel like this iteration of Batman and the Joel Schumacher Batman Forever universe is like, well, I feel like it does acknowledge the existence and the continuity of the Burton films, but at the same time, it's kind of like its own thing. So Batman Forever is pretty much, it's half the third Batman film in that franchise, but it's also kind of a semi-soft reboot in a way, if that makes sense. Because there's this one line that Val Kilmer's Bruce Wayne does say, and like I said, even though he's no Kevin Conroy, but I think the best thing about Bruce Wayne is the fact that Bruce Wayne had this one talk with Robin, which I will talk about Robin in the movie, where it's like, yeah, once when you see another person's face and another, we're the same. Like, I feel like there were some moments where Joel Schumacher wants to go more in depth to the mind of Bruce Wayne, which if Warner Bros. Was being a less greedy dirtbag to give us the 3-hour director's cut, because the director of this movie is dead, the lead actor who played Batman is dead, so pay respects. Even one of the writers of this movie is still campaigning to release the Schumacher cut, just like when angry Zack Snyder fanboys demand the Snyder cut of Justice League to come by. And yeah, here, Cameron, you perfectly described this. I would like to make a dark 3-hour Batman movie. And then Warner Bros. Like, no, we need to sell these Ricky McDee's nuts. Yeah, I mean, no joke. When Robin steals the shark fin Batmobile, if you rewind that scene, you're going to see the big M McDonald's logo, because, they got to sell the merchandise and keep the kids happy. But anyway, Val Kilmer's Batman is good, but I wouldn't say, like, this is the best. But, like, I feel like if we want to see more of that dark introspective side, including that one iconic deleted scene where there's, like, a giant animatronic bat that basically symbolizes of the movie's theme of why is it called Batman Forever. Like, when Bruce was talking to Dr. Chase Meridian, a.k.a. Nicole Kidman, being super horny for Batman, is where Bruce is like, I fell forever, but the night in the shadows. And literally in my mind, it's like, I feel like Batman Forever is like one of those movies that would perfectly display the themes of duality, not just with Bruce Wayne and Batman, but with Jim Carrey's Edward Nygma and the Riddler, Chris O'Donnell's Dick Grayson Robin, and for Two-Face, I'll get to my comments about Two-Face in a second. So I will say this, Val Kilmer's Batman movie is good, but I will say the one thing I cannot take seriously about Val Kilmer's Batman is his mouth, where he has this mouth all the time where he goes, including the one time where he had a smoochie kiss with Nicole Kidman, and she actually accepts the fact that she likes Bruce Wayne more. This iconic meme where he smiles, where he goes, like, I cannot take that seriously, man. Including there's an iconic gif where he puts a thumbs up on his bat wing from the Riddler's logo with the bat signal. It's like, yeah, I mean, I know this movie was I know the director was trying to, like, keep the goofy, campy tone for what the studio wanted, but at the same time try to take Batman seriously. That's why I feel like Val Kilmer, I think, acting-wise, is the best actor in the movie, and this is saying a lot for someone that loves Jim Carrey in this movie, too. But in terms of, like, the range of acting, I feel like Val Kilmer feels like he's in a completely different movie than everybody else on this movie. But yeah, speaking of which, I'm going to be on super glazing mode when it comes to Jim Carrey, as always. So I remember back then, Tim Burton was going to make his version of Batman Forever, which was originally titled Batman Continues. Keane would have come back. Billy D. Williams from the 1989 Batman movie. His version of Harvey Dent would have been Two-Face, but, they recast with Tommy Lee Jones for some reason. And Robin could have been played by Marlon Wayans. But guess what? Robin Williams was considered to play the Riddler, and I could have recalled that Robin Williams was probably considered to play the Joker for the 1989 Tim Burton movie, but then obviously Jack Nicholson took the role, which I kind of feel bad because I love Robin Williams, and I feel like he if he was alive, he would have deserved to play at least one Batman villain if there was, like, no competition. But you know what? As a Jim Carrey fan, it was the peak of his career from Ace Ventura, Pet Detective, The Mask, and Dumb and Dumber were very popular around the time. And I think the director Joel Schumacher saw Jim Carrey's performance in Ace Ventura and were like, that's our Riddler right there. I low-key want to see Nicole Kidman in bikini in the movie, and we never got that. But yeah, we get multiple screen time of bat nipples and Batman's booty cheeks in this film. I mean, there were a little bit moments where Nicole Kidman shows a little bit more of skin, if you know what I'm saying. I will get to Nicole Kidman herself into the film. But now let's get to, in my opinion, aside from Batman himself, the real scene stealer of the movie, Jim Carrey's Riddler. Is he over the top? I can never tell. So yes, is he a bit too cartoony? Yes, does he look like he's on drugs or something? But you know what? If you are immune to Jim Carrey's comedy from In Living Color, Ace Ventura, or The Mask around that time, it honestly fits for this version of Riddler, even though he's a very Syndrome from The Incredibles. And I will say this, his character reminds me of Syndrome from The Incredibles, except more nerdier and more dorkier and less bratty than Syndrome from The Incredibles. Well, obviously The Incredibles kind of like did the... Like, the reason why I compare Jim Carrey's Riddler, a.k.a. Edward, to Syndrome is like, oh, I idolize my superhero, you were everything to me. But then when your heroes decide to reject you, now I hate you so much right now. You mean the world to me, but now you are now my enemy. And it's kind of funny that Jamie Foxx's Max Dillon, a.k.a. his version of Electro, kind of just copy and paste Jim Carrey's Riddler, but at least for Jim Carrey's Riddler, it's a bit more empathetic, while for Jamie Foxx's Electro, it was kind of rushed and there in the Amazing Spider-Man 2. I mean, to be fair, Jim Carrey and Jamie Foxx worked together in A Living Color. But either way, I did like his hair, and I did like the glasses, and I like that his science lab coat is wearing green, and the fact where... I think this is the first time that we get to see a Batman movie where, before a supervillain becomes the villain, where Edward's like being like, oh, shot by saying, oh, Bruce Wayne in the flesh. And then obviously, you know, his boss is being like, you know, being strict against Edward because, you know, Edward's like, you know, a mind manipulation freak. And then when Edward becomes so passionate of like sucking brainwaves, sucking IQ, where he's like, the box, I'll solve all the riddles. The future is brainwaves, and basically he wants to basically the Riddler does not want to suck people's IQs for the sake of the villains. He definitely wants to use this quote-unquote box, even though it looks like a smoothie blender in the movie, is he wants to like have people have an escapism from reality. So if you look back at this movie, the Riddler basically predicted VR in a way, because you know when VR is supposed to be like this escape, like an escape simulation, just to escape from the real world and just be in this imaginative technology world. So the Riddler, in a way, kind of predicted VR before VR becomes, like, big and major popular when technology has become better in the later days. But then once when Edward got, you know, rejected by Bruce Wayne, even though it is Jim Carrey's performance, so you can't not really take it seriously. And like I said, it's a very Syndrome, like, comparison from The Incredibles, where he's like, fly home, buddy. And then when Bruce is like, come on, man, you want to suck people's brainwaves just for the sake of like escaping their way and just control over their minds, that raises too many questions. You were supposed to understand. I'll make you understand. So even though he's becoming more freaking when he's doing like the typical Jim Carrey shtick that he does to his boss, and before he attempts to kill his boss of testing his own brainwaves with his own riddles, riddle me this, Fred, you're mine, baby. Like during the moment where he supposedly killed his own boss behind the waterfall, I feel like Joel Schumacher was the first director on Jim Carrey's Riddler. Like, even though Jim Carrey was mostly known for comedy, but I feel like if you look at Edward's face where he goes, ooh, I don't think so. Like, literally in his mind, it's like, I mean, funny, because Joel Schumacher worked with Jim Carrey again in the movie called The Number 23. So I feel like Joel was the first filmmaker that sees that Jim Carrey can actually play a darker character, which obviously Cable Guy came in the way, The Number 23. So Joel knew how to crack the code of Jim Carrey's sense of versatility outside of his comedy. Jim Carrey impersonator will put Batman Forever in S tier, A tier. I will get to my ranking. But the best thing about Riddler is the fact that, and yeah, I forgot to mention this, I will talk about Two-Face. Riddler is basically a villain to Bruce Wayne, and then later on to Batman. So Riddler's more of a villain to Bruce Wayne, while Two-Face is more of a villain for Batman, because, you know, it's Two-Face like, come get me, Batman, come to get the gas, come and get me, I'm a Saturday morning cartoon character. So Two-Face is more of a villain to Batman. Riddler's more of a villain to Bruce Wayne with all the riddles, like all the riddles that he has to do. But yeah, when it comes to Two-Face, I forgot to bring this up. So yes, I understand Tommy Lee Jones is doing this just to get a paycheck. Where he's like, yeah, my son likes Two-Face, so I definitely agreed to be a part of this movie. I finished Batman in 1989. I wish Batman Returns. All right, cool. Glad that you decided to watch the old Batman movie. So we're currently talking about Forever. So look, I get that Tommy Lee Jones did this just to get that paycheck and also do it for his son. But the one thing I'm very disappointed with Tommy Lee Jones' Two-Face, I like the makeup, and I think Tommy Lee Jones is a good actor despite, and yes, Cameron, I'm about to get to that, he did not like working with Jim Carrey whatsoever. So you're telling me that Riddler and Two-Face are supposed to team up with each other of like sucking people's IQ when they watch the TV, and then all that brainwaves goes into the Riddler's mind is the fact that Two-Face and Riddler are supposed to be this wacky Saturday morning cartoon evil villain duo, but Tommy Lee Jones hated with Jim Carrey, because I remember Jim Carrey mentioned this in like maybe 2 talk show interviews when Jim was about to get ready to like film his scene, the big major scene where Riddler and Two-Face would have shared the scene over like their scene together. Like, it was during the success when Dumb and Dumber was a big hit, but then Tommy Lee Jones had like some random baseball movie. I don't know what was the name. I think it was called Cobb or something. And Tommy Lee Jones was mad that his passionate baseball movie flopped because Jim Carrey's Dumb and Dumber was the much more successful and better movie by comparison back in December 1994. So when Jim just meets with Tommy Lee Jones, he just hugs him and say, I hate you. I really don't like you. And then Jim's like, whoa, take it easy there, buddy. And then Jim Carrey pulls up the chair by saying, why you don't like me, man? And then Tommy Lee Jones is like, I cannot sanction your buffoonery. So obviously Tommy Lee Jones does not like Jim Carrey's comedy and does not like his idiocy, crippity. But I feel like since Tommy Lee Jones did not like working with Jim Carrey on this movie, I feel like his version of Two-Face, you can tell he's trying way too hard. 2 things. He's trying so hard to act like the Joker more than Two-Face. And secondly, he's trying to compete with Jim Carrey's comedy where it's like, and me, like basically he's trying his best to be too, like you're talking about Jim Carrey's Riddler so over the top. I mean, yes, it's over the top, but a little bit of his sense of sincerity and a little bit of passion from Jim Carrey. But when it comes to Tommy Lee Jones' Two-Face, you can tell he's trying his best by saying, oh, you want to be Cookie and Sillies with your sanctuary buffoonery? I can be more funny than you. So, basically, the worst thing about this version of Two-Face, like, even though, yes, they did show his origin story for a split second where Batman goes to court, and then some guy puts acid on Tommy Lee Jones' face by being the district attorney, but I just feel like they just rushed his character, and the worst thing is, I guess that, I don't know if it was Joel Schumacher's edition, even Tommy Lee Jones like, I don't know why I do this job, because I know this movie's a cartoon, but I know my son liked the Batman. But I just feel like the problem with Two-Face is there is no two-split personality, because he's always, ladies and gentlemen, come on, Batman, come and get me. It's like, he's being like too one-sided. And like, I feel like he's trying to like take for what Jack Nicholson did as the Joker, and then try to copy Jim Carrey's Riddler, just be like, yeah, I could be a funny, wacky comic book villain just like you, because that's how I would do it. So, it's such a shame, because even though, like I said, I'm not really the biggest Tommy Lee Jones fan, because, you know, he disrespected my goat, Jim Carrey. And it's like what me and Jim Carrey says. Tommy Lee Jones, not a funny person, not appreciative of the kind people. Tommy Lee Jones is a good actor, but I don't know why he had to phone it in for, like the animated series of Two-Face, like, looking at the Batman animated series version of Two-Face is like looking at night and day. Like, that Two-Face in that cartoon is way better than what Tommy Lee Jones did. And before I even get to Dark Knight, I mean, clearly, Christopher Nolan, I wouldn't say that Two-Face in the Dark Knight is like the best version, but at least it's a bit more grounded, more serious version of Two-Face in the Dark Knight. But I don't know what crack was Tommy Lee Jones snorting on, especially at the very end where, no, 2 things. One, when Robin beats the crap out of him because Two-Face was like responsible for like Robin's parents' death, including his other brother and the Flying Dick Graysons, where he's like, oh, you got it more, son. And obviously Batman's just trying to teach Robin, like, vengeance is not the way to kill. If you kill your murderer that kills your family, then you'll be alone just like me. And the funniest thing is like when Two-Face was like coming up, and then Robin's like, I'll see you in hell, son. And then Robin's like, I'd rather see you in jail. And then Two-Face like, yeah, too bad. Our kind of day, heads or tails, kid. So, I don't know, man. Even though, yes, I think the makeup design is good, but easily Two-Face was like my least favorite characters in the movie, where it's like, man, I honestly wish they would have got Billy D. Williams for that version, but the Lego Batman movie paid that casting off. So, I forgot to talk about the other characters. So, Nicole Kidman's Dr. Chase Meridian. I always thought, when I was a kid, I thought she was going to be a copycat, no pun intended, a copycat of Michelle Pfeiffer's Catwoman, but unfortunately, she's like this psychiatrist that is obviously super down bad for Batman. Super, like, she is so thirsty for Val Kilmer's Batman, not just because of the bat nipples. She literally hijacked the bat signal. Just be like, oh yeah, definitely, I'll be the wine, I'll be the skin driver. And then I like that Batman responds, it's the car, right? Chicks love the car. But then when Commissioner Gordon wakes up, and then Batman just escaped from his Batmobile, the best quote that us guys can relate to, where Batman's like, women, and then it goes away with the Batmobile, I'm like, yeah, I can definitely see how Val Kilmer's like, Batman Returns over Batman 89, both are good though. That one iconic The Road of El Dorado meme. Both is good. So Nicole Kidman's character, maybe that's pretty much the quote-unquote trope that she's meant to make fun of. The whole love interest of, like, not being super horny for Batman, but doesn't like Bruce Wayne. Even though Bruce Wayne tries to, like, hit up Dr. Chase Meridian on a date, but she's obviously into a guy with black skin tights with bat nipples. But then when she was, quote-unquote, naked in bed in that one scene where she decides to make out with Batman. It's kind of funny that Nicole Kidman was like, oh yeah, I'm an Australian actress and then I get to kiss Batman because she's such, like, Batman's such an American icon. And then, funniest thing is, once she starts licking, like, kissing and Batman just going up to the lips, that's where she's like, oh, I just met someone, but he's not like you. But then when she kissed Bruce Wayne again, it's like, oh, Bruce Wayne and Batman are the same person. How did I not know the voice or the kissing? But, you know, I wouldn't say Chase Meridian is, like, the best love interest because she's no Andrea from Batman and Mask of the Phantasm, because at least Andrea in Mask of the Phantasm is a complex character, which I feel like Nicole Kidman was, like, super... She wants that bat dick. That's what she wants. She wants that bat dick to be on hopping on. She just wants to have, yeah, you know, frisky love time. Why do you think they make a love song in the end credits by Seal? Ba-ya-ya, ba-da-ba-ya-ya-ya. Baby, why compare you to a kiss from a rose on the grave? Literally, when the roses fall from Martha Wayne, when the roses fall down, and then the roses fall down when Bruce and Dr. Chase Meridian were about to, you know, get sloppy slop with each other. So I'm like, yeah, I will arguably say this is the most sexiest superhero movie around that time before Deadpool dethrones Batman Forever being the most sexiest superhero movie. So this, like I said, Batman Forever, if you want to get horny, this is the best movie to get horny at, kids. But anyway, jokes aside, I forgot to talk about Robin. So even though, yes, this is the first live-action version of Robin, I do think the suit's good, even though Dick Grayson's dick was kind of bulky in his suit. But the one thing is that really caught me off guard is, look, I get it. Robin is supposed to be a teenager when he's first introduced in the Batman comics, but, you know, it's 1995. I think Chris O'Donnell was like, what, in his mid-20s? I mean, yeah, when Bruce Wayne was trying to adopt another orphan like Dick Grayson, I was like, aren't you a bit too old to be adopted by a billionaire at this point? Like, he literally has his own motorcycle, including when Alfred decided to offer him food, he's like, don't worry, sir, perhaps the dogs are hungry. And even though, I don't know why would Bruce Wayne want to adopt a supposedly teenager in his mid-20s, because, you know, Chris O'Donnell was like mid-20s around the time, but he was a popular actor in the 90s. Yeah, he was in Three Musketeers. But literally, Alfred takes more of the babysitting role. He's like, yeah, you'll be a hero once when I do. Robin will fly again, I promise. But, you know, since Chris O'Donnell's Robin's like, you know, a circus acrobat boy, the silly scene is where he does laundry with his gymnastic acrobatic scenes. It does like a little wink in front of Alfred, which I thought that was funny. And then when he accidentally did an acrobatic stunt and steal the shark fin Batmobile, so when Bruce and Nicole Kidman's character, Dr. Chase Meridian, are having to talk with each other, Alfred talks to his watch, sir, young Master Dick decide to take the other car. No, sir, the other car. And then you get this one random song of the offstrings. Ooh, smash it up, smash it up, smash it up, smash it up. I will talk about the soundtrack of the movie, by the way, which honestly, probably the best 90s soundtrack for a Batman movie around that time. I'll get to the songs later on. But either way, so even though, yeah, it is quite unbelievable that this Robin would be, like, adopted by Bruce Wayne because of how old he looks, but I did like the thematic theme. He does become that typical teenage voice, like, hey, I want to be a part of this too, man. But I definitely like the message that been paid off. Like, Batman doesn't think that Robin is mature enough just to go face his enemies. Because, you know, even Dick Grayson is being a dick, so to say, of, like, finding these 90s neon scroll guys. And then you got these little Shaniquas by going, hey, you not Batman. Who the hell are you? I'm Batman. And then you got these neon people who are about to take Robin down. And then he rambly just kisses the girl out of nowhere because this girl's like, oh, is this the part where he kissed the girl? It's like, That's got to be the most phone and scripted moment of the entire movie before Batman comes in to scare that neon skull gang. It was really well colorful, I will say that, which I will say, even though this Gotham is not better than Tim Burton's when it comes to the dark Gothic stuff, but Joel Schumacher does a really good colorful aspect where it kind of gives me like that early 60s, not the Adam West show, but the comic books of like that early 60s run of Batman and Robin comic books. So I feel like it feels like I am watching a living, breathing comic book to life when it comes to like the color schemes of Batman Forever. But yeah, when it comes to Robin, so I did like the message that Kilmer's Batman says, where it's like, you don't need a friend, you just need a partner. It's like, you definitely see another face, another. And what do you do when you let vengeance consume you? You'll be alone, just like me. Unless if Alfred's there by your side, of course. But I definitely like that, not just the duality theme, but how the way they just cope with the vengeance, because, let's be honest, Michael Keaton's Batman had style, but he had no substance like Val Kilmer's Batman, where he regrets his quote-unquote kills. Like, there's this one deleted scene in the director's cut where Two-Face is like, you're a killer too, Batman, and you know it! So, obviously, he doesn't want Robin to go to the exact same footsteps that Bruce Wayne would have thought of, no matter if you consider the Burton films canon in a way. But the one thing that I really like about this movie is like when Batman and Robin are teaming up, yes, that little boy knew by saying, oh my gosh, it's so cool, Batman and Robin are teaming up to face the villains. And I like that Riddler and Two-Face are making like this battleship type of game. A14, I love this game. And I will be honest, y'all, for those who watch Jim Carrey and Sonic 2, I will be straight up honest with you. If you watch the final act of Batman Forever and Sonic the Hedgehog 2 back to back, especially since Jim Carrey had like green electricity powers as Robotnik Sonic 2, it is almost exactly the same. If you don't know, even Jim Carrey's Robotnik said the exact same lines from Riddler for Batman Forever, like where Riddler was talking to Batman, victory is inevitable. Robotnik and Sonic 2, thank you, sycophants, your admiration is inevitable. And they both had similar laughs, like, you know the part where Robotnik goes, ha 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 ha. Yes, it's a very Eggman laugh, but that's, I'm like, Jim, you're just pulling off your Riddler laugh from Batman Forever. Ha ha ha, you betcha. And then literally, there's this one line. So when Riddler decided to like put a missile to like Batman's bow, and Riddler goes, ah, I got him! And then in Sonic 2, when he crushes Sonic with the Death Egg robot, I got him! It's like, come on. Like, did anyone from the set of Sonic 2 is like, you know what? Let's just rehash for what Jim Carrey did as the Riddler Batman Forever since he's all green and electricity. But I don't know. The Carrey fanboy in me by saying, Sonic 2 just repeat for what Batman Forever did since, you know, Jim Carrey played the Riddler and Robotnik. Even Jim Carrey said, like, oh yeah, if his version of Robotnik and Riddler would team up, yeah, Riddler will just suck the brain waves, and then Robotnik will just use his machine. So I'm like, yeah, I think Riddler and Robotnik would get along if it was like Carrey's version. But yeah, I definitely like how the Riddler's lair look, and I forgot that Riddler's kind of like a reflection of Bruce Wayne, where he decided to like look a lot more fancier. I forgot that Drew Barrymore was in this movie. Yeah, that cute little girl from E.T., and then she becomes a hot fox in this movie, Charlie's Angels, and romantic movies with Adam Sandler for some reason. She plays one of Two-Face's girlfriends. She plays Sugar, and the goth chick, his name is Spice. I'm like, huh, get it? Powerpuff Girls reference. But either way, it's kind of funny that I see Drew Barrymore in this movie next to Jim Carrey, and the fact that Jim Carrey tries to imitate Edward. Like, Edward just tries to imitate Bruce when it comes to, like, his new invention, and he literally just puts on glasses just to imitate Bruce Wayne. He was like, oh, like, why can I kill you? Why can I be more like you? And that's what I'm just trying to be. Like, literally in the final act, like, how the way that, even though I wish that Batman would have had moments, like, obviously, like I said, Two-Face was more of a villain to Batman, while the Riddler is more of a villain to Bruce Wayne. And that kind of fits with the whole duality Batman Forever things. But honestly, I would have loved to see Riddler and Batman have more scenes together with both their suits on, rather than just Bruce Wayne down on his own. Because I will say this, like, Jim Carrey's Riddler could be like the Mysterio of the Batman franchise, from not just the riddles, but the mysteries, mind manipulation. He could have just had that. So that's why I just saw that. Hey, I saw Drew with Bill Nye the Science Guy. Yeah, that also counts too, that she was also part of it. But literally, when Riddler was trying to quiz up Batman, which I will say this, even though Kevin Conroy gave Batman such an iconic voice, there's one moment where Riddler was quizzing Batman to either save Dr. Chase Marine, especially when he exposed Robert's like, Dick Grayson, this dramatic acrobat likes watching Saturday morning cartoons and dreams of being bare naked with a girl. So I honestly thought that was funny. But then the one thing that really stands out is like at the very end where he's like, who will it be? Can Bruce Wayne and Batman can coexist? Because, you know, can Bruce be happy as both Bruce Wayne and Batman, just like what Dr. Chase Meridian would have wanted Batman to be? But the best thing is, Riddler decides, like, use his girlfriend and his sidekick to be like, come on, Bruce, come on, Batman, choose, you cannot say both. Who's it gonna be, Bruce's love or the Dark Knight's junior partner? And then Batman decides to outsmart Riddler, where it's like, there is no in-between. Judges, I'm sorry, like, you leave your answer in the form of a question. Thank you for playing. I will admit, Val Kilmer's line delivery where he says, wait. I'm like, bro, that sounded a lot like Kevin Conroy. The way he says, wait, I'm like, look, did Val Kilmer took notes from Kevin Conroy? Because that was a very spot-on Conroy-ish impression. It's like, yeah, so even though, like I said, Michael Keaton is more iconic, but I definitely say Val Kilmer, in my personal opinion, is the slightly better Batman in the... I'm not saying Val Kilmer is the best Batman ever, but I'm saying, like, in the older live-action Batman movies, like, his voice was very, very close to Kevin Conroy's. I think even Bob Kane, one of the creators of Batman, said that he likes Val Kilmer when Bob Kane was alive, when he visited the set with Joel Schumacher. But literally what Batman's like, I'm blind by seeing. What am I? Please, you're as blind as a bat. And literally Batman, funny enough, it kind of reminds me of The Amazing Spider-Man 2, where a superhero has to save his love interest in blonde, but sadly Andrew Garfield could not save his Gwen, but yet this Batman gets to save his love and gets to save his sidekick, but also his quote-unquote adopted partner at the end. Especially, it's so weird when Two-Face out of nowhere just comes to the end and then gets confused with all the coins, even though Batman does not want Two-Face to be killed by Robin. But in a way, Batman is still responsible for Two-Face's death, where he goes, ah! And then Robin just feels like, alright, at least my murderer's gone. But then I think this is honestly my favorite scene with Val Kilmer's Batman, like him in the Batman suit, where Jim Carrey's Riddler looks so deformed, where he goes, why can't I kill you? And then Bruce empathizing with Riddler, where he's like, poor Edward, I guess to choose both, because I'm both Bruce Wayne and Batman, not because I have to. Now, it's who I choose to be. I'm like, that's peak Batman right there. That is peak Batman right. Like, yes, I think if we would have seen the director's cut with that Man-Bat scene, and there's even the theatrical cut where Bruce Wayne was about to retire as Batman, not just because he wants to fall in love with Dr. Chase Meridian, it's because Gotham just thinks Bruce Wayne is like a vigilante, they don't want him anymore. And yeah, it was about to get like very semi-political, just like what the Burton films did. So I feel like if Warner Brothers was not greedy cheapsteaks, if they would have given us the 3-hour Schumacher, like, if they give us a 3-hour Schumacher cut, this would have been an S-tier Batman movie. But since this is the theatrical cut, which we gotta sell the McDonald's toys, we gotta sell more merchandise to keep the parents happy and make sure no 10-year-olds are complaining about the violence of the movie, you could tell Joel was like trying to like make that deep introspective Bruce Wayne Batman movie. And also, shout out to that nerdy door that goes, Batman! It's like, this is so comic booky, so corny, but I like it. But one of my favorite quotes that Jim Carrey says, your entrance was good, his was better. The difference? Showmanship. Ain't that the truth? Even though I cannot take his hair seriously. Like, I know he's trying to copy Bruce Wayne, but when he had that fancy hair in the back with Drew Barrymore, I'm like, Jim, you're just playing Stanley Ipkiss from The Mask. I'm like, since when did The Mask become evil? Right, because they're both green. But either way, I did like the movie, which, yeah, I think this is literally the first Batman movie that introduced Arkham Asylum, like, in a live-action movie outside the animated cartoon. And I like that this doctor is called Dr. Bird, which is a reference to Tim Burton. Even the hair looks very Tim Burton-ish. And then the one thing that makes Riddler so refreshing in these movies is, like, you know, Joker and Penguin dies, but Catwoman and Batman returns, and the Riddler didn't die in Batman Forever. So that's why my mind's like, well, at least they didn't kill off the villain. They kill off Two-Face, which, I'll be honest, they had the rights to kill Two-Face, because like I said, I was not impressed with how the performance and how Two-Face was depicted in the movie, aside from the makeup. I feel like the makeup was good about this Two-Face, but yeah, the animated series is like their version of Two-Face, which, yeah, I think Bruce Timm, one of the creators of Batman, the animated series, says he did not like Joel Schumacher's Batman Forever, Batman Robin, and also I'm like, ouch, that's gotta hurt. But either way, I remember the original ending was going to be where instead of Bruce Wayne meeting with Chase Meridian, like, Dr. Chase Meridian was going to ride with Alfred think of where Bruce goes. The original ending would have like paid a homage to the 1989 movie where Keaton's Batman looks at the bat signal, but this time it would have been Val Kilmer's Batman and Robin. But then just to hear the iconic scene where you get Batman Robin like from the bat signal, dun 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 na na na. Like I said, even as a kid and even till now, I'm like, dude, it's no Danny Elfman score, but that score, inject that in my veins, man. And speaking of the soundtrack is pure 90s music. I'm talking about rock, R&B, rap, and I don't know what, any music genre that's in Batman Forever is a love letter to any nice music around the time. They got freaking U2, Bono and The Edge make this this very 90s MTV music video where it has a comic book art style referencing Joker, Jim Carrey's Riddler in comic book form of hold me, thrill me, kiss me, thrill me, bow wow 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 wow, bow down 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 boom boom boom. Nostalgia, but also the sexiest song in any superhero movie. I feel like Deadpool is like next, like, oh, play the most sexy superhero songs in a superhero movie, where you got freaking Seal, yeah, the bald British black dude that becomes shirtless in the music video, which Joel Schumacher helped to direct that music video. Did you know? But when it snows, my eyes become light in the lights. Baby, I compare you to a kiss from a rose. Or shout out to Jack Black's cover. Baby, I compare you to a kiss from a rose on the grave. So yeah, that song, look, whether if you like or don't like Batman, come on, the songs in the movie are just fire. And also, shout outs to the Flaming Lips, which, by the way, I get this all Flaming Lips performed live. The one song where Jim Carrey's Edward Nygma went to his apartment. You're sorta stuck where you are. Easy and beacons and buy expensive cars. In your Mars, have it your way. The song is called Bad Days. You know your bad days will end. It's funny that Flaming Lips did a song for Batman Forever. They did songs for Spider-Man 3, the first SpongeBob movie, including the third one too, and even for Jim Carrey's Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, Mr. Rogers TV show Kidding. They did a song for that too. And I get to see Flaming Lips live 1 year ago today when I went to see the Weezer concert. So Batman Forever, it's not a masterpiece compared to most other Batman movies, but I'm going to be brutally honest, since, like I said, this was the first Batman movie I watched when I was a kid. I saw 1989 Returns later when I was like maybe a teen. I would say as a teenager I watched it, because around my generation I was more into the Christopher Nolan movies because they were big and popular around the time. But you know what? Batman Forever, like the theatrical cut, if it was the director's cut, I would give it like an S tier. But personally for me, I know 1989 has the better villain with Jack Nicholson's Joker, and it has the iconic theme song, but I just think Batman Forever, it's just guilty pleasure fun. Batman Forever is just one of those guilty pleasure movies next to Spider-Man 3, Jurassic Park 3, a superhero movie with Drake Bell, and what's another one? Live action Cat in the Hat, and like Batman Forever, Spider-Man 3, Jurassic Park 3, Cat in the Hat 2003, and a superhero movie with Drake Bell. Those are like my guilty pleasure movies by saying they're stupid and dumb, but still enjoyable for me to watch where I cannot hate the movie. So Batman Forever had potential, so I'm just glazing it too much at this point, so I'm just gonna, like, I'm not saying I fully defend the movie, because there are some things to nitpick about, but I say high A tier for me for Batman Forever. But outside Batman Forever, even though, yes, I did say that Batman Forever was basically the Thor Ragnarok of the DC Batman franchise, but not compared to Batman and Robin. So I said Batman Forever is like Thor Ragnarok, Batman and Robin is basically Thor Love and Thunder. Gabriel, take it away with Batman and Robin. Is it the worst Batman movie, or are we just saying, no, it's not as bad as we thought? Take it away, Gabriel.
Honestly, it might just be the worst Batman movie, to be honest. I don't know. There's not a lot to say besides the fact that it sucks. And it's one of those movies that you only watch to laugh at because of how bad it is. Like, the suits are terrible, bad nipples, but done wrong. And that was like the final straw where they were like, alright, we're never doing bat nipples again. The villains, so corny. I mean, everybody, the whole movie was just so corny, and all over the place and stupid, and I don't know. Uh, it's not like bad where like, oh, I never want to see this again. This is disgusting. If you watch this, you belong in jail. Like it's just one of those where you watch. If you were to watch it again, it would be for laughs and just to enjoy the stupidity of it. Um, yeah, I I think pretty easy to say. This would probably be if I were to rank this, I think this would have to go F tier easily. Um, I'll probably I'll just let Daniel say the rest. I don't really have much to say besides how much of a mess it is. The fact that they brought him back in the Flash for like a small little
For
cameo,
just a small second cameo.
I can't. Uh,
Our audience was
like
laughing
yeah,
at it.
like it's he's well known for that role because I mean anybody would be well known for playing Batman, but
Of course.
uh, it just wasn't a good movie.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'll let you say your thing.
Okay, so what's the ranking you will give Batman and Robin? D, F?
No, I put F.
Alright, so, yeah, I mean, if we're talking about this Batman and Robin list, yeah, it is easily the worst Batman movie. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a movie that's just fun to laugh at just because, look, I feel bad for Joel Schumacher because, like I said, for Batman Forever, he wanted to make a serious movie, but, you know, the studio mandates by saying, we gotta sell toys, so we gotta do that. And Batman and Robin is much worse because they just went way too goofy, way too corny. Like, there were some elements of some serious moments, whether it's from Alfred, Bruce Wayne, or even Mr. Freeze himself. And I will talk about Mr. Freeze, and I'm going to be honest with you, I think Arnold, aka the Terminator, as Mr. Freeze, was honestly the best part of the movie. I'm not saying his character, I'm not saying character-wise. I mean, clearly the animated series of Mr. Freeze did the character more justice than what it is. But you can tell that Arnold's just having a blast, just saying, like, all the most corniness and cheesiest I spot by saying, you want to know what killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age! Who party? Or, let's kick some ice. Alright, everybody, chill. So, obviously, nothing but a bunch of ice punts in the script, including, where his henchmen are singing this one goofy Christmas stop-motion movie. I'm Mr. White Christmas. I'm Mr. Snow. Sing louder, please, Mr. White Christmas. I like that. Okay, this is not related to the movie. I like that in the Oscars. I think it was, like, what, in 2024, where, Arnold and Dan DeVito were like up on stage because yeah, they did a movie together called Twins, and they confessed that they played Batman villains before. Like obviously Dan DeVito was the Penguin in Batman Returns, and then Arnold was Mr. Freeze in Batman and Robin. Yeah, Batman was my worst enemy, but till then he decided to discover my weakness: heat, love. And then basically they point at Michael Keaton's Bruce Wayne. Yeah, he threw him off on the building. Oh, you got the nerve for it because of me. And then you can see Michael Keaton doing this at the Oscars. Yeah, take that, you governor's ball. But yeah, other than that, I just think as goofy as cheesy it is, you know, you bet your bottom dollar Arnold is getting $12 million grand just to get paid for that role. But the one thing that really sucks about the potential of Mr. Freeze, I think the design and the makeup is cool, very Jamie Foxx Electro from The Amazing Spider-Man 2. But the one thing that really sucks about like the wasted potential of Mr. Freeze in this movie is they adapted the Heart of Ice episode in Batman the Animated Series, and if you know the context of that episode, it's the most tragic backstory that's been adapted for Mr. Freeze and his beloved wife. But then when you try to adapt this in the super silly, goofy, kiddish, childish type of Batman movie, you cannot take that core of that origin story so seriously. And I think what even hurts is the creme of other villains. So this was technically like, it's like if the Amazing Spider-Man 2 had no substance. Like Phantasm 2 definitely split the Spider-Man fandom, just like how this movie split the Batman fandom. But around that time, it's like, yeah, how could Poison Ivy's mission and modus of like growing plants and Mr. Freeze freezing Gotham would have worked? And I will admit, that is kind of like an odd pairing of like a villain that has icy powers and a villain that has plant powers, and how could that merge well into Gotham? And then let's not forget how Bane is depicted in the third film where he has like a green grimace shake. And then I like that the actor who played Skinny Bane is the same guy who played the Monopoly guy in Ace Ventura 2. So Gabriel, in case you didn't know, the Monopoly guy was Skinny Bane before he became Bane. So in Ace Ventura 2, the Riddler just punched Bane. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. So yeah, 2 actors from the Batman franchise in that one scene. But yeah, I could not take Bane seriously. It's like, bro, Tom Hardy had big shoes to fill after Bane, rah! Including when Poison Ivy's trying to flirt with Mr. Freeze when they decide to escape out of Arkham. And the funniest thing is the fact that it's so stupid when they jump out of Arkham where it's like, please don't tell me you had a wife. And it's so funny that you hear Arnold's voice in RDR where he goes, I hope Mr. Bane can swim. And the way that Bane comes out, he's like, oh! He's like a stupid giant green gorilla monkey. Bro, they did Bane so dirty in this movie, man. It's like, James Gunn, if you're ever considering Bane, do not rehash Batman and Robin's Bane. I mean, it's hilarious, but it's so dumb when you know Bane is more than just a big, bulky guy that just sucks on venom injection to break Batman's back. Which, thankfully, we'll get to the Dark Knight Rises later on to the stream, but still, I cannot take any of the villains seriously. Like, yes, Uma Thurman, yes, would. Is she hot as Poison Ivy? Of course. Including when she tried to kiss Robin. And yeah, I forgot, since the movie's literally called Batman and Robin. I think Robin was okay in Batman Forever, but in this one, he was such a brat in this movie, man. One thing I don't understand about Robin's attitude with George Clooney's Batman is the fact he's like, hey, it's supposed to be Batman and Robin, not Robin and Batman. I'm like, okay, that's quite out of character for him to say. I thought he would have this different opposite attitude by saying, hey Batman, how about we have this cool team? How about we call ourselves Robin and Batman instead of Batman and Robin? It's like, I don't know, like, the script is so terrible, man. And let's not forget, this movie was supposed to embrace the Bat family. Like, we got Alicia, I think her name is Alicia Silverstone, that blonde chick from Clueless, but also, oh yeah, she was in the worst live-action Diary from Wimpy Kid movie, The Long Call, where she played Greg's mom in the worst live-action Wimpy Kid movie. So yeah, she was Batgirl, because let's be honest, she was like the Emma Stone of the 90s back in the day. But I just feel like her becoming Batgirl feels rushed, and I honestly do not like the Batgirl suit. Like, you're telling me that Batman and Robin gets nipples, that even female Batman gets a little bit more of that lady nip and nip in her Batgirl suit. But I get it. This movie's supposed to depict the Bat family, but dude, why put like silver plates on Batman's armor and like Robin like surfing like he's like the freaking Silver Surfer? And I get that they just want to make more Batwing jets, more Batmobiles, or more neon color, because I get it. This movie was just nothing but a cash grab because Warner Bros. Was being so greedy with the Batman franchise, which is why they could stop this corporate mentality by saying, oh, Taco Bell, McDonald's, merchandise, Batmobiles, toys, oh, that money, here's that Bat money, we need it more. So obviously that's what Warner Bros. Executives were like smoking that crack in that. But literally with Batman and Robin, it's just a messy cash grab machine. Including when Batman is like, hi, Freeze, I'm Batman. Like, look, George Clooney is a talented actor, but you can easily tell that he regrets being a part of the movie and he feels bad that he felt like he made Batman such a bad image from that movie that even Joel Schumacher apologized, because Joel Schumacher was just doing for what the, like, not for what audiences like for Batman Forever, but what the studio told by saying, make it more kid-friendly, make it more family-friendly, but also more toyetic, because, you know, toys, we gotta sell more Batman merch, more! So, yeah, this movie, I feel like it's one of those movies that you just want to laugh at if you want to feel high, or you just want your stupid brain rot Minecraft movie type of filler. That's what Batman Robin is. I feel like the saving graces is the music as always. But I think the production side, Mr. Freeze is good. And even though Mr. Freeze, I cannot take him seriously, I think he's the one that makes this movie rewatchable for me, because it's the Terminator, Kindergarten Cop, the dude from Jingle All the Way. I cannot wait to get this. Put the cookie down. Shut up! I'm surprised Batman and Robin was even rated PG, because yes, there are some sexual innuendos because of Poison Ivy with Robin, but I feel like this movie is basically a big budget version for what the 66 movie did. And yes, the 1966 movie is very cheesy and goofy, but at least it was very sincere around the time. But Batman and Robin's like, yeah, like I said, Batman and Robin feels like what Thor Love and Thunder copied with. Like, Thor Ragnarok was beloved. It was fun, campy, colorful, and fans liked it. But then when Thor Love and Thunder went way too goofy and they cast a great actor like Christian Bale to play Gore with the makeup all over, it's like, Yeah, I feel like that's the best comparison I could compare Batman and Robin to Thor: Love and Thunder. A little bit of The Amazing Spider-Man 2, but let's be honest, The Amazing Spider-Man 2 is a way better movie than Batman and Robin. So, yeah, I hate to sound like a broken record, and I want to like give the credit for what the actors are doing, including that subplot of Alfred's health, since the actor was not feeling too well. But that being said, it just sucks that this was the movie that it didn't just kill the Batman franchise, it made Warner Brothers stop milking Batman outside of animation. Batman Beyond was pretty big around that time, and let's not forget, like, after the failure of Batman and Robin, they were just trying to, what can we do to continue the Batman franchise? There were, like, some ideas where they wanted Joel Schumacher back. I think there was one Batman movie called Batman Unchained, which would have had Nicolas Cage as Scarecrow, and you want to know what that movie was going to have? We were actually, in that canceled Batman movie, Batman Unchained, it was going to be the Batman, like, it was going to be like the Spider-Man No Way Home of Batman movies. Like Nicolas Cage's Scarecrow could have had, like, allusions of Jack Nicholson's Joker, Michelle Pfeiffer's Catwoman, Danny DeVito's Penguin, Jim Carrey's Riddler. They all would have come back, but sadly would be with George Clooney's Batman, or that one canceled movie, Batman Dark Knight. It's like a sequel, reboot to Batman and Robin, but then Batman's like a depressed hermit just because carrying a credit card bill with the bat signal does not strike fear in the hearts of enemies. But when it comes to the other canceled Batman movies that are not related to the Schumacher movies, I mean, let's not forget, we were supposed to get a Batman Beyond movie, but that still has never happened ever since, when that was supposed to be made in 2001, 2002. There was going to be an adaptation of Batman Year One that Joaquin Phoenix would have played Bruce Wayne in that movie right before he becomes the Joker for Todd Phillips' Joaquin Phoenix Joker. And yeah, the poster looking good. They were going to do a sequel called Batman Triumph, or one but called Unchained. Yeah, that's the title I was going to say. The direct sequel to Batman and Robin that would have brought back the old villains. Like I said, that could have been Batman No Way Home before Spider-Man No Way Home decided to be like, we did that first of bringing old actors to play the same villains in the Spider-Man franchise than what Batman could have done. But yeah, sadly, this movie killed the franchise and put Batman to a bad name where Batman is a joke again, just like how he was in the 60s. Like, literally, it's like, how did Batman become one of the most beloved superheroes of all time, and then Warner Brothers got greedy as heck? That leaves a bad name. So, yeah, I will honestly put it on D tier, but you know what? This movie, we can easily agree, it's the worst theatrical release Batman movie by far. But yeah, speaking of after Batman and Robin, and now that the Batman franchise is safe. It's funny that 60s Batman was a joke, but then Tim Burton saved the franchise of making it dark and gothic, and now Christopher Nolan has to save the Batman franchise from ice puns, bat nipples, and Coolio from Gangster's Paradise making a cameo in Batman and Robin. So now we've entered the Christopher Nolan Dark Knight trilogy, aka the realistic take on Batman. So before I get to rave of why Batman Begins is a great Batman movie, Gabriel, take your review of Christopher Nolan's first attempt of The Dark Knight himself and Batman Begins.
Batman Begins. This one, in terms of the Nolan trilogy, is my personal favorite.
Agreed.
I liked the tone of the film. I liked the tone of really all of them, but this one just felt more like Batman, rather. Well, I'll get to it later, but this one just felt more like Batman, like the color grading and music and everything just felt like Batman. I love, like, his origin is kind of different and unique in a way, where he's training, and I love that whole training sequence with Bruce and training with Ra's al Ghul.
Liam Neeson.
Yeah, and it's different. It's cool. I thought it was cool. I mean, yeah, he should be training with Alfred. That's fine. It's all right. This is Chris Nolan's take, and it's not the worst, decision. I think it's interesting, and I think it builds more connection to Bruce and Ra's al Ghul, and later on, making it a personal fight between the two later in the movie. But it was cool. And then I love the design of. I mean, it's not my favorite Batman suit, but I do like it, and I love the bat symbol. I think in
Yeah.
terms of just bat symbols and like live action, I think that one is my favorite
Hmm.
um, so far.
Yeah, for now.
But there, I mean, there are nitpicks here and there. Like, I don't like the way the cowl looks. I don't like the way it looks on his chin. I don't like that it's just mostly plain and black. But other than that, I like the armor around it and like the sharp, I forget what they're called, like the things on his elbows or forearms.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, the spiky things that he used.
Yeah, the way they made that looked really cool. Um, he just felt like combat wise, he felt like a ninja in a way, like a
Literally.
ninja Batman.
Training like one, too.
Um, yeah, because it's how he was trained,
Hmm.
which I thought was really cool. Um, Liam Neeson did a really great job as Ra's al Ghul. I thought that was good casting. Um,
Qui-Gon.
he he did a good job. Like usually he's always playing the like a good guy kind of, or like you're used to him being a good guy and playing this, Qui-Gon, wise mystical tree, wise mystical dude. Um, but he did both pretty well. Like he at first he was like this wise trainer, like I'll train you, Bruce, and you're gonna be sick like me, and then later on he just feels more like a villain. You see a different side of him, um, which I thought they did well.
Hmm.
Uh, I like the way the city looks and everything. Like I said, the color grading compared to the other movies, because it just feels more darker, more like Batman. Uh,
More like
the
Gotham.
theme, of course, also iconic in that trilogy. It feels like intense, like he's about to go into battle and save the day or do something. It just feels intense. Like it kind of builds up hype. So I like his theme. Uh, Scarecrow, I will say I'm not like I. What's it? How do you say his name? Killian Murphy.
Killian Murphy. Robert J.
Yeah,
Oppenheimer.
yeah. He's a great actor, but I wasn't a huge fan of his Scarecrow.
Let's not forget
Uh,
Gabriel. He was almost considered to be cast as Batman, but Chris Nolan's like, no, Christian Bale wins. You play Scarecrow instead.
yeah. I mean, I think that was their choice, but I don't know. I wasn't a huge fan of his version of Scarecrow. I love Scarecrow. Like besides Joker, he's probably my favorite Batman villain,
Yeah, in the Batman
and Killer
franchise.
Croc. Um, but I don't know. This version of Scarecrow was kind of just like a joke. I don't know. Like I couldn't take him
It's just a
serious.
freaking bag mask.
Yeah, like I don't know. And then the way he ran off at the like later in the movie, and
Uh-huh.
then that was it. It was I don't know. He was kind of a joke in
And
this
he just
movie.
got pushed
So
into the sidelines as a joke in the sequels of this trilogy too.
yeah. So I don't like Scarecrow in this franchise.
Hmm.
Um that scene where he's like in the cave, the
The
Batman.
Batman.
Uh yeah.
And then remember the
Um
Nightmare Fuel where he looks at Batman, like look at Bat, it's like, have a taste of your own medicine.
yeah. Uh I don't know. I hope if they introduce Scarecrow in DCU, they can do a better job because I don't think we've really gotten a good live action Scarecrow. Um, but this one, just, I don't know. Kind of the weaker villains or characters in the franchise. But, yeah, Ra's al Ghul was cool. I love the scene where they're on the subway and fighting, and then
Yeah.
Ra's al Ghul dies there.
Yeah, where Batman's like, I don't have to kill you, but I don't have to save you, and then he just leaves him to die.
Yeah. Batman doesn't kill. This movie sucks. No. It's not like freaking Michael Keaton's Batman.
Yeah. That bro kills the Joker. He let freaking clown goons get on fire and puts a bomb in Smiles. Yeah, Keaton's Batman had no shame of killing his enemies.
Yeah, I guess that is kind of a nitpick though. Like, I feel like Batman would have saved him, um, but it's not like a huge deal breaker. Like, it didn't ruin the movie. Uh, what else? I don't know. Just just like there's a lot to it that feels like in terms of just Batman himself, like, because obviously he's the main character, like he carried the movie and was just the best part of the movie overall, which he should be because he's the main character. It's a Batman movie.
Mm-hmm.
uh but I think out of all the three movies, this was his best performance as
Mm-hmm.
Batman.
Agreed.
um they did a lot more with his character in this movie,
Yeah.
and that's why it's my favorite out of the three. Like, they just did more and focused more on Batman. Um, and that's it. I don't know. To me, I would put this. Oh, this one's kind of tough.
Hmm.
Now you know what? I I'm gonna put this, for me personally,
Go
S
ahead.
rank. Um, that's it. We'll
Well,
get to the Dark Knight after.
yeah, we'll get to our review of The Dark Knight later on. And yes, I knew Cameron. Obviously, Jason Momoa is about. I mean, have you look at the dude's hair? Of course, he loves heavy metal rock. I mean, yeah, he's gonna be rocking his logo in the upcoming Supergirl movie. But yeah, you know what? Gabriel is not alone on this. I will be honest with you. Yes, I understand why people say Dark Knight is the best one in the trilogy. And yeah, let's be honest. We will talk about Dark Knight soon. But let's be honest, that movie's mostly carried by Heath Ledger's Joker. He's great, but I feel like Batman Begins is the best Batman movie in the trilogy. And the reason why it is, I think out of all of three Nolan's films, Batman Begins feels the most Batman out of the three. And the way that I don't think I feel like that's like the biggest hot take I could say about this movie, that Batman Begins is the best one in the trilogy. It's not The Dark Knight, in my personal opinion, because there's multiple reasons why. I mean, the title speaks for itself. It's literally not the beginning of Batman. It's the beginning of Bruce Wayne. Yes, you see the Waynes die, just like you see with the 1989 movie and other iterations, but just not done in a very deep introspective way of Bruce Wayne. Like I said, Batman Forever and Mask of the Phantasm were very close. Like, Mask of the Phantasm was like, Bruce Wayne's like his psychology, but also his loss of being happy with his loved ones. But for Bruce Wayne, it's not just about love or the loss of his parents. It's just his identity, his purpose, his reinvention of his beginnings. And the best thing about Batman Begins, and I never would expect this from Christopher Nolan, is like the fact that, personally for me, I'm like, Christopher Nolan has the balls to make this movie about Bruce Wayne, because no disrespect to any of the older Batman movies before, except for Mask of the Phantasm, I feel like Batman 89, Batman Returns, Batman Forever, and Batman Robin, let's be honest, guys, and I think Gabriel can agree with me, those older Batman movies are mostly carried by the villains. Like, in those older movies, the villains are the circus show, while Batman in those older movies is the ringmaster. This movie, like, it makes you want to care about Batman, and Batman is the spotlight. Like, even though, yes, there are villains in the movie, but I don't think the villains in Begins takes the spotlight away. I can't say the same for The Dark Knight or The Dark Knight. Like, Dark Knight and Dark Knight Rises did the exact opposite, where I'm like, great, the villain's the best part of the movie. But for this movie, Batman is the spotlight that no villain in this movie top Batman's place. And the best thing about this movie, like, it definitely, we actually get to have some time of young little Bruce Wayne, of his time with the Wayne's family, and obviously Rachel, 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 which of course that's a meme later on in the trilogy. But before we get to Rachel, like, literally, I like the fact that we get to see why Bruce has the fear of bats, not just from falling down to a well that's in a bat cave like we usually see for every Bruce Wayne origin story. But I feel like out of all of the Wayne shooting in the alley death scene, this is by far my favorite one, because it's not like the Burton version where, oh, a young version of Joker kills him, and then Thomas Wayne, the Burton movie, was like carrying the pearls from his wife, and then they got shot. And then the Zack Snyder version of the Bruce Wayne death, like the Thomas Wayne death, is like, oh, I'm just gonna punch the gun, and then the gun's gonna shoot at me. Like, this version of Thomas Wayne did the smart move. Like, if you're basically trying to protect your wife and child, you're not gonna pull off a fist if you don't have a gun to protect yourself. He just give the old crook his wallet, and then after that he's trying to empathize with the guy, but if the guy doesn't empathize, then you have no choice but to fight for your wife and son. And I feel like the best way of how the Wayne's death is depicted after when Bruce is being traumatized by bats from the play that they're seeing, and the fact that Thomas Wayne, like his last words to tell his son before both Thomas and Martha die is like, don't be afraid. So in my personal opinion, this is the best live action depiction of the Wayne's death, which yeah, Tim Burton and not even Zack Snyder couldn't top what they couldn't do. So I feel like it was the best. But it's kind of funny that even though Thomas Wayne gets the most spotlight, but Martha does not, like, it's funny that Zack Snyder's Bruce Wayne like cares more about Martha, because we'll get to that when we talk about Batman v Superman. But in Nolan's trilogy, Thomas Wayne is like the main influential one. Like literally the villains and even the side characters, the Bruce Wayne is like, this is what your father says, sir. No, it wasn't your fault about the death. It was your father's. Your father's. I mean, personally, I'm a daddy's boy, so of course I don't mind the shadow between Thomas Wayne being the more influential figure for Bruce Wayne for what he becomes. And I like that when the movie begins for like Bruce Wayne, you know, Christian Bale playing the role, which I will say this, Christian Bale is the best live action Bruce Wayne. I'm specifying, being specific. He's the best live action Bruce Wayne. His Batman, however, that's a different story. But I just think he has the best charisma, vulnerability, the charms, the looks, the playboy attitude, but also the range of ability. Because, you know, Christian Bale is a chameleon of an actor because, yeah, he's literally me, Patrick Bateman in the movie American Psycho. But yeah, Christian Bale, great actor. And, you know, how does he went from being in Disney movies, being the romantic lead, to being a Studio Ghibli film, to being a psycho murderer in American Psycho, and then playing a really great Bruce Wayne in live action, man, is the fact that we went from his lower journey where he literally fought and trains like a ninja with Liam Neeson's Ra's al Ghul, aka Qui-Gon Jinn from Star Wars The Phantom Menace, and he voiced bad cop and good cop with the Lego movie, which we will talk about Lego Batman movie later on. But yeah, I think Liam Neeson, he may not be as imitating as Heath Ledger's Joker, but either way, I just think like he's a more suitable villain for the origin story of Batman, and definitely Batman Begins definitely goes more in depth of his no killing rule. And I almost forgot about this. I think the best characters aside from Bruce Wayne himself, I think this trilogy or in this movie, they gave us the best live action Alfred and the best live action Commissioner Gordon, because Gary Oldman, he's a great actor. He's mostly known for playing villains, aka oh yeah, he voiced Lord Shen in Kung Fu Panda 2. But him playing the good guy Commissioner Gordon, not only he has that comic accurate look when it comes to the mustache and the glasses, Commissioner Gordon is like one of the best supporting characters in this movie in particular. Like, he's not just a cop, he's not just a father of his wife and kids. When he basically just tried to comfort young little Bruce when his parents die in the movie, like literally he tries to comfort young Bruce by saying it's okay. He brings the empathy to Bruce. Like even when Bruce meets up with Commissioner Gordon's son in the beginning when he puts on the bat suit, I'm like, yeah, I feel like Gordon is the reason why he puts the empathy towards them. And then it basically foreshadows like the partnership between Bruce Wayne and Commissioner Gordon. So I feel like Gary Oldman is the best live-action Commissioner Gordon that we've got. Same goes for Alfred, who's played by Michael Caine. I also voiced Finn, Mike Wazale, in Cause 2. So, yeah, I mean, Christopher Nolan used to cast Michael Caine in a lot of his movies, even outside of Dark Knight. He's the best Alfred because not only he's wise, and not because he's old and comforting, he brings like the one where he's trying to bring Rachel where she's like drugged up in the car, and then he's like, oh, just go a little bit more. And then I like that Alfred, he's not just the fancy British butler that's always up. He's like, come on, sir, you're definitely going to be isolated for yourself. I like the fact that Alfred basically plays the father figure like he always has been ever since when Bruce Wayne's parents died, because that's why Alfred plays a much major part in Bruce Wayne's life growing up, even when he becomes Batman. So, like, one of my favorite lines is what Alfred says. It's like, I'm trying to remember, like, what was the quote for what Alfred says. It's about, hold on, let me just go back to the quote. I think I'm going to go on it right. Why do we fall, sir? So we can learn ourselves to pick ourselves up when Ra's al Ghul decides to bomb Bruce Wayne's birthday party. And it's kind of funny that this movie often, like, rephrases the quotes so then it can pay off. Like, once when Bruce Wayne's childhood crush, Rachel, who's played by Tom Cruise's ex-wife around that time, literally was like it's not who you are underneath, but what you do that defines me. Even though it is super corny to hear that from Christian Bale's voice where he goes, he talks like, it's not who I am underneath, but what I do that defines me. I will talk about his Batman in a way, but like I said, I just think Christian Bale's Bruce Wayne is great from how the way that he plays him. But I definitely like the fact that we get, like, just like what Mask of the Phantasm did, where we get to see, like, an early Bruce Wayne and his early Batman look. Like, he does have the bat ears, but he puts himself in, like, in this vigilante disguise into the hood. And I almost forgot to bring this out. Batman Begins did not just save the franchise of this Batman franchise forever. It didn't just change superhero movies to be much more mature outside of Sam Raimi's Spider-Man. It definitely changed the game for modern blockbuster movies for the better or worse because of Batman Begins. Because let's be honest, Man of Steel tried to be more like Batman Begins. The Amazing Spider-Man 1 tries to be like Batman Begins. Even freaking Tarzan, the Legend of Tarzan movie in 2016, that tried to be like Batman Begins. So, you know, Batman Begins is quite an influence for like a new modern retelling of an origin story that people know and love. So Christopher Nolan sort of like cracked the code back in 2005 when he made that first movie. But yeah, as him as Batman though, I do like the Batman suit. I definitely see, like, even though I will admit it took like what, an hour long wait, because I will admit, as much as I like Christopher Nolan as a film director, the pacing could be very slow and very long by saying, because I bet like us young kids, and I still feel the same way by saying, so when is he going to become Batman at some point? But till like an hour later for the movie, he finally got the suit, he finally got the cape, he used the gadgets. You have some comic booky ones where he did apologize to like one dude. But I will admit, even though the suit is fine, I definitely say the suit looks at its best in this movie compared to the sequels, where he kind of looks a bit more skinny and scrawny in the sequels. But for this movie, I mean, Christian Bale, I mean, this is no disrespect to him. I mean, like, give him credit for, like, the voice, but I feel like Christian Bale could have just used his, like, I feel like his Bruce Wayne average voice could have been like the, I'm Batman, here. Like, it would have been like the similar approach like Kevin Conroy's, but when he has to be this dark, raspy voice, and it basically feels like you need to, like, have a throat checkup, or in this case, need to have some soup and ginger inside of your tonsils. But, yeah, I mean, even though they did pay a homage to Michael Keaton's Batman of the, who are you? Who is this guy? I'm Batman. And I will admit, this joke was kind of funny where he decides to, like, be like a shadow bat and decide to take all of Falcone's henchmen, where he goes, where are you? Here. And then just goes hanging up upside down. And let's not forget the fat dude that was like stealing like a hot dog car. And he's like, hey, I got a family to feed. And then it gets to this most iconic moment, which, of course, it's such a meme-worthy moment for Christian Bale, where he goes, do I look like a cop? Swear to me! Like, literally, it gets even more funnier when he tries to save Rachel from Scarecrow, and I will talk about Scarecrow and Rachel for a second, where Rachel was about to pass out from the gas of Scarecrow, where he goes, come on, Rachel! Rachel! And then decide to, like, put her into the Batmobile when they're crashed again from the Gotham police. And yeah, speaking of Scarecrow, I mean, Cillian Murphy's a great actor. I mean, bro, he won an Oscar working for Christopher Nolan in the Oppenheimer movie with Robert Downey Jr. and Albert Einstein. But still, I remember he was considered to play Batman when both Christian Bale and Cillian Murphy decided to put on the Val Kilmer Batman Forever suit to test screen with Amy Adams, who later became Lois Lane in Man of Steel. But either way, I mean, it's kind of sucks that they wasted the potential Scarecrow, because since, you know, this movie and the entire Nolan trilogy is trying to be like this grounded, realistic take on Batman, it sucks that even though I feel like Scarecrow's like gas, like put nightmare fuel to these random human beings is good, but it sucks like the wasted potential that the animated series and the Arkham Batman video games did much more justice to Scarecrow. So James Gunn, put more fantasy elements if you're ever going to use Scarecrow in your new DC universe, because I don't think Matt Reeves is going to do that for his version of Batman. But for this movie, it sucks that Scarecrow's is nothing but just I don't know, type of like a bag, like one of those sew-on paper bags, and then you just put it in. And yeah, like what Gabriel said, it's like, there he is. Who is the boss? The Batman. And then literally when Batman decides to like get a little bit of this when he's trying to take like Two-Face and basically just go to the head of, grab a Scarecrow by saying, have a taste of your own medicine, doctor. And then the funniest thing is, once we get to move ahead from Scarecrow being pushed to the sideline for any of the other movies, it's like, bro, I hate the fact that Scarecrow was kind of wasted in the sequel. So, but I will say Ra's al Ghul was definitely like, you know, a solid villain where he's trying to like terrorize with all the nightmare fuel, and Commissioner Gordon's just trying to like keep people grounded. Like I said, I think Alfred and Commissioner Gordon are like the best characters in the trilogy for Nolan's take. When Alfred decided to help Bruce Wayne when the Batcave was about to be decided to rumble, when Wayne Manor was being burned by the fire. And yes, despite the no Batman killing role where he fits to fight Ra's al Ghul like on the train and just goes, I don't have to kill you, but I don't have to save you, and then just move away. And I forgot to talk about Rachel. Like, basically, I thought it was going to be the whole stereotypical, oh, we cannot fall in love with each other because we're emotionally damaged. It's like the fact it's like, crap, I cannot fall in love with you because you're a Batman vigilante. Who are you under that mask? I feel like Rachel in this movie is like more of this stereotypical archetype. I'm not saying she's like Lois Lane, but this archetype of like getting to know Batman instead of just like, you know, flesh out her character a lot more than just being a calling voice of Bruce Wayne's past. I mean, the one thing that shows pretty smart of her where Bruce Wayne could have killed the murderer for his dad, but one of Falcone's men already killed him in the court, and the fact that she had the balls to slap Bruce's face and be like, your father will be ashamed of you. But I mean, like I said, I think Rachel was a decent character, which I will be honest, I prefer the actress Katie Holmes to play Rachel Dawes in this movie versus Jake Gyllenhaal's sister Maggie Gyllenhaal to play Rachel in The Dark Knight. I think Katie Holmes was like the better Rachel in this movie. So I forgot why they recast her in The Dark Knight. Maybe it's because of schedule reasons. Maybe Katie Holmes did not like the script. I don't know what the reason is why they recast the character in The Dark Knight, but it is what it is. But other than that, Batman Begins is by far the best Batman origin story on screen. Yes, even better than the 1989 movie by comparison. So I definitely say Batman Begins is easily one of the best superhero origin stories next to Spider-Man 1 and the first Iron Man movie, in my opinion. I mean, Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 1 is like, that Spider-Man 1 from Sam Raimi is always going to be my favorite superhero origin movie of all time. That's never going to top that. But Batman Begins is very close to both Spider-Man 1 and the first Iron Man movie by comparison. So I've already rambled about it too much. I've already said that Batman Begins is the best Batman movie, like, in the Dark Knight trilogy. I will say the Dark Knight is the more well-made film, like, filmmaking-wise, but as a Batman adaptation, Batman Begins feels the most Batman out of the three, in my opinion. So easily, like what Gabriel says, I think it would be S tier in my book. So yeah, S tier next to Mask of the Phantasm. But now we get to this movie that many Batman fans, many superhero fans, or just casual people in general by saying, wow, The Dark Knight is not just the best Batman movie, it's the best superhero of all time. So before I get to Gabriel's, like, I let Gabriel speak for his opinion on The Dark Knight, I'll be like, well, for those that says that Dark Knight is the best movie, I would understand why you would choose that. Aside from Heath Ledger's Joker, let's be honest, he's easily the best thing about this movie. Let's all easily agree on that. But saying The Dark Knight is the best superhero movie made ever, I'm sorry, but that is very debatable, mister. It could either be Spider-Man 2, Into the Spider-Verse, Avengers Infinity War, Logan, whatever opinion you have. I feel like saying Dark Knight is like the best superhero movie of all time, that's a bit too debatable, if dare I say, and maybe a bit too of an overrated opinion on The Dark Knight. But yeah, before I get to my ramble of The Dark Knight, Gabriel, you take away your thoughts on The Dark Knight with Scars with Heath Ledger's Joker.
All right. Dark Knight. We all know this is a great film. It is still great to this day. To this day. I think it still ages well today. It's great. It's still a great theatrical film. You can enjoy it in and out of the theater. Like every Chris Nolan film, really. But especially in theaters, like, you know, the explosions and the sounds and everything. It just felt more cinematic out of all the three films that came out. So that was great. I do think, like I said, in Begins, Christian Bale's Batman had a better performance, but he wasn't bad in Dark Knight either. He was still just as great. I just feel like more of the spotlight went to Heath Ledger's Joker, which deserved. I mean, he was like
Oscar-winning
he's still by far the best live-action Joker.
Easily.
But I just feel like all the attention felt more towards the Joker than Batman in this movie. So it was, I mean, it still felt like a Batman movie, but it just, I don't know. Like, it could have been like Mask of the Phantasm, where Joker was a big part of it, but most of the attention was shifted on Batman and Bruce Wayne. But I feel like this one was just a little too much Joker and a little bit less Batman. So that's my problem with Dark Knight. But other than that, cinematography is great.
In
The only thing I don't
IMAX.
like is probably like the color grading and lighting felt too gray and plain compared to the first movie, or it didn't like feel like Batman. It just felt like a typical uh, movie setting in New York. So like a Marvel movie or something like,
Ha.
or it didn't feel like a Marvel movie, but it like the color grading that they used just felt like they were in the Marvel universe or something, like a little bit brighter than you would usually see in a Batman movie.
Yeah.
Which doesn't ruin the movie, but you know, I just prefer the darker tone and look in Begins. Um, but other than that, yeah, the cinematography was great. The action, um, every scene with Joker was just the best part in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
He really changed the character, to be honest, with his performance. You know, everybody's perception of the Joker was changed into how he performed it, um, with his look and how he cut his mouth to look like a smile and covered it in makeup. Was a pretty smart way to show how sadistic he is and psychotic and still be like an evil clown.
Enough of the clown.
And they did it like in a realistic way. Like I mean, I do like the new Joaquin Phoenix Joker. Well, the first movie.
Yeah, first movie to be exact.
How it felt like how they made him modern and went more psychological. But with this, like with Heath Ledger's Joker, I thought like they didn't have to go too deep into his mind and psychological things. Like you could already just tell what he's been through and that he's psychotic. He doesn't have to explain it. Like yeah, he hints at it with that scene where he's talking about his dad or something like that. But like you don't have to have like a backstory kind of thing with Joker. You just know who Joker is and you know he's insane. But Joker is like as evil as he is, he's just a likable villain, and Heath Ledger made him so fun and crazy, and like he gave him like that unique voice and like how he licks his lips and stuff. Like he just made him unique in his own way, and there will be no one like him in terms of performance of the Joker. Not to say that there can't be another good Joker in live action someday, hopefully, DCU, but
Hopefully.
I don't know. So far, nothing has topped his performance. Two-Face, I liked him also. I thought a little bit of him was
you
was
either die a
good.
hero, you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. The best quote he said in the movie.
Yeah. Especially the scene like later in the movie, where he's about to shoot the people and Batman comes to save them, and then Two-Face, like it was like after the battle, and then Batman was talking with Two-Face at the end.
Oh, you're talking about where he could have killed Commissioner Gordon's son?
Yeah. That scene I thought it was probably the best with Two-Face in the movie. It was a really good scene. That whole final sequence was really good. Just when Joker was hanging upside down and he wanted to kill himself, and he just wanted to, like in every story, he just wanted to torment and ruin Batman's life.
Mm-hmm.
But Batman, you know, didn't want him to die, like he never does. That's just what you can't change that in a Batman story.
Mm-hmm.
So they did that well. The only scene that was kind of it was funny but kind of dumb, where Two-Face is in the hospital Yeah, because he's got a burnt face now. He's in the hospital, and then Joker shows up, and he reveals himself
Yeah, with the nurse.
as the Joker
Ha.
in the nurse outfit. And I'm like, dude, why are you surprised? You can easily tell that's the Joker.
Yeah, with the clown makeup, how
Um,
does he not know?
so that was kind of funny but stupid. Um, and then, of course, the iconic scene where Joker blows up the hospital, and the fact that it was improvised as well, where he's like pressing the button again. Um, that's a great scene. It's so iconic.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it just feels very Joker.
Yeah,
And
especially at the school bus.
also, again, in terms of the cinematography, how real it felt. Like there wasn't. It's not like superhero movies today where it's plastered with CGI. Like it was real stuff, and
That's what
that's
Christopher
what I.
Nolan wanted.
That's one of the things that they did great with this movie is that everything just felt so real, but still felt like um, a Batman movie in a way. Um, or I don't know. It didn't feel like too superhero-ish, but it didn't feel too realistic either. It was kind of in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Um, where you think like you see some things that are just unrealistic, and I'm thinking a superhero genre, but then you see things that are kind of realistic, like the explosions and um, Joker's scars and stuff like that. Um, I don't know, like all the credit to this movie. Obviously, the actors. I think they all performed well. Chris Nolan with his artistic way of filmmaking and his style with Batman. Uh, and of course Heath Ledger's Joker. Like he poured his heart and soul into that performance, and we're all grateful for it. And uh, yeah, I. It's not my favorite Batman movie. I still prefer Batman Begins because I think it's a more faithful Batman
Mm-hmm.
film. But this one, like Dark Knight, just feels like cinema. It's very cinematic, and still a great movie. Even though I wish there was more Batman than Joker, but
Mm-hmm.
I love Joker. Love this version of the Joker, and he really made this film. He really carried it.
Yeah, easily.
Yeah. So I would say S rank along with
Yeah,
Begins.
S rank. I mean, sure, overrated opinion, but let's be honest. I mean, aside from Joker, it is a really well-made movie, and I will agree with Gabriel. Like, Batman Begins is definitely the best Batman movie in the trilogy. I think Dark Knight's a tad bit more of a better-made film by comparison, but Batman Begins feels more like Batman. And I will get to my hot take of, okay, spoiler alert, why do I prefer Matt Reeves' Batman over The Dark Knight? Because as much as I love Heath Ledger's Joker and I love the messages for what this movie's trying to do, from the IMAX screenings to the action scenes, from the chase scenes as a whole, but if you remove all the Batman stuff out of The Dark Knight, it will still feel like you're watching a solid Christopher Nolan movie, and you can literally replace Joker with any other villain, but now that you make it based on the Batman mythos, that's what makes this movie stand out on its own, even with or without, if you don't know anything much about Batman. But I'll get to my hot take opinion of why do I like Matt Reeves' The Batman a bit more than The Dark Knight. But since we are talking about The Dark Knights, well, just to simply quote off with Heath Ledger's Joker, ho, ho, he, aha, aha, and I thought my jokes were bad. How about a magic trick? I'm gonna make this pencil disappear. Ta-da! It's gone. First, we kill the Batman. Like, okay, I know I'm gonna be rambling a bunch of Heath Ledger Joker quotes, but let's be honest, y'all. He's not just the best live-action Joker. If of course, if you're talking about Mark Hamill, that's easily the best Joker voice and the best Joker laugh. I feel like Joaquin Phoenix was very, very close because he was good in the first movie, but then I was disappointed with how they treated Joaquin Phoenix's Joker in Joker 2, which Joker 2 did not need to exist. But by far, in terms of live action, it's funny that obviously before Heath Ledger decided to be so dedicated and so committed to this role that it definitely impacted on his health, which, he died for this. I mean, he wrapped up all his scenes like once it was done, but he died before this movie was even released to the public in July 2008. Like, even though Heath Ledger was dead, but at least he won the Oscar if he was alive. He won the Oscar for Best Supporting Role. Heck, even Joaquin Phoenix won an Oscar for the same character, but just a different interpretation. But anyway, we're talking about Heath Ledger's Joker's like, why is he not just the best Batman movie villain, but he's like one of the best movie villains, period. Like, if you go to school or college or whatnot, you're easily going to see Heath Ledger's Joker is like easily one of the best movie villains ever made, because even though, yes, we've seen the Joker plenty times before, whether it's Jack Nicholson's Joker from 1989, Cesar Romero from the 60s version, Mark Hamill's version from the animated series, or any other live-action Joker, whether it's for a TV show or a commercial, whatever. But now that we get to see Joker onto the big screen, people did criticize by saying, really? This young Australian actor that was in a romantic movie and then did a war movie with Mel Gibson? That's not the Joker. He cannot be the... Like, it's the same way how people doubted Michael Keaton as Batman by saying, what? Beetlejuice is Batman? That's a terrible casting choice. But then Heath Ledger proved the audiences and the critics wrong. He became the real highlight of this movie, but it just gave us like the best, not just reinvented version of the Joker, but the best live-action iteration of the character ever. And the reason why it is, not just because he looks scary and look imitating, like literally carving scars on his face with the green hair. This Joker is very smart. He's not all about quotes and gags and just everything about it. Is he's basically like a terrorist in disguise as a clown. And that's the best thing that is like really mind-blowing with Heath Ledger's Joker, is including the opening sequence where basically his henchmen were talking about the mystery of the Joker when it comes to like robbing the bank, and then he literally shot one of his henchmen and then just robbed banks in the school bus. And then this dude from the 2014 Ninja Turtles movie is like, what do y'all believe in? What do y'all believe in? It gets the slow buildup of like who's underneath these rubber clown masks, and then Heath Ledger's Joker just comes out and be like, I believe that whatever doesn't kill you simply makes you, unreveal the mask, stranger. And then just smiles and then just drive away with the school bus. And it's funny that we don't get to see the identity of the Joker except for one scene during like the gun shootout with Commissioner Gordon's ceremony. But the best thing about this, like, well, what makes this Joker stand out from the rest, but also he pays respect for what makes the Joker is, no matter if the Joker has fallen chemicals from the acid, society make them the Joker, or why there's just the scars. Like, I like that Heath Ledger's Joker manipulates these random people, no matter if they're mob bosses, crime folks, regular people trying to live a normal life in Gotham. He always changes the origin story, just like what Mark Hamill's Joker does, or what just Joker does in the comics. He's basically a manipulator, but he's also a very wicked storyteller. Like, when he's trying to, like, kill the dude and tries to put the blade in the mouth where he goes, my father was a drinker and a fiend. He sticks the blade in my mouth and says, why so serious? Let's put a smile on that face. And why so serious? Like, I understand the movie's PG-13 of why they don't want to show blood, but we definitely see Joker like hugging all these, like, you know, these suspects and all these victims like in the Bat-Cow, and then just basically make these video cameras. And what's so distinct about Joker's laugh is like Jack Nicholson's is more like that old man cackle that's like, yeah, a little bit more and then Mark Hamill's like the S tier Joker laugh where he goes Heath Ledger's more like a yipping hyena type of laugh, but it still fits where it goes like basically just goes like hip hysterical, but also hysterical as well. But either way, the way that he torments Batman, and basically, even though it's not better than Mark Hamill's Joker versus Kevin Conroy's Batman, especially Mask of the Phantasm, which I will agree with Gabriel, like, you can have Joker part of the story and be part of the conflict, but give more spotlight to Batman. But let's talk about the most iconic scene, the interrogation scene when Commissioner Gordon locks up Joker. And I know this is kind of like Christopher Nolan's way, like the 1989 movie where Jack Nicholson's Joker's like, come on, kill me, you son of a bitch. And then literally from Heath Ledger's Joker from during the chase with Batman, the motorcycle, like, Christopher Nolan did a really good job of like showing the scene in IMAX from the action cycle, and then the tormenting where he's telling Batman, come on, hit me, ah, hit me. And then literally when Joker's trying to tase Batman, like the fact that he was going crazy, like, and the fact that he saw was like angry, like Joker had that best balance of being sly, sadistic, sinister, intelligent, relentless, shameless, but also being such a fun villain that I'm not saying you should empathize with, but you can just click on with by saying, yeah, I definitely see how it is. And the best thing about Heath Ledger's plan is not just to get revenge on Batman or attract Batman's attention, whether it's Harvey Dent or Rachel, Commissioner Gordon, the police officers, or just these random bystanders in Gotham. Like, Heath Ledger's Joker knows how to plant the seeds to, like, not just mind manipulate people, but Joker's just basically not just telling Batman or telling Gordon or telling anyone else. Like, he's basically telling the world by saying, all of you are as crazy or as sane like me. Like, basically Joker's saying, like, you people are no better and no different from me, which clearly Christopher Nolan understood the assignment for what Joker means by that, versus Todd Phillips that decides to say, F you guys, you only care about the Joker and only the Joker because that's the rule. But either way, like, the way that he plots his threads, like, for instance, like, the iconic interrogation scene, of course, it gets to the iconic scene of Heath Ledger's Joker, like, getting headbutt from Batman, and then literally just having that talk of, like, where it's like, so yeah, were you here to kill me? I don't want to kill you. What will I do without you? Just going back to mob games, because you complete me. You're garbage. Who kills for money? No, don't be like one of them. You're not. So I definitely like that confrontation that Joker has with Batman, and including the first moment where Joker's trying to interrogate, like, all these people in Gotham, just eating a shrimp and just drinking some water. He's like, you know, you remind me of my father. I hated my father. But then when Rachel, aka when she's recast to be placed by Jake Gyllenhaal's sister, Maggie Gyllenhaal, like I said, I did like the previous actress for Batman Begins than the new one, because I don't know, I mean, no offense, I don't think she looks that pretty compared to the first one from Batman Begins. But either way, the way that he tries to, like, interrogate and scare off to make Rachel be like, you look nervous. Like, definitely start the cars. Now I always see sunny days. Now I'm always smiling. Hello, beautiful. And then it's like, oh, you're a feisty one. And it's so funny when Batman pops in and just be like, then you're gonna love me. And then just pops in and just take down of Joker's goons. I'm like, bro, that is so Batman and Joker right there. And then when it gets to the conflict where Joker just puts the gun, decide to drop Rachel from the glass, let her go. Very poor choice of words. And then literally where Batman, like, basically has this confrontation, because obviously, you know, his new girl, like, his girlfriend Rachel's in love with Harvey Dent, which clearly, even though I wouldn't say it's the best version of Two-Face ever on film, which I definitely say it's kind of hard to top the animated series Two-Face. However, what's the actor's name? Aaron Eckhart, I think. He is a much better Harvey Dent, a much better Two-Face than Tommy Lee Jones at Batman Forever. He was way too over the top by sniffing too much cartoon cocaine crack just to get that paycheck and just to compete with Jim Carrey, just because Tommy Lee Jones hated Jim Carrey. But Aaron Eckhart's Harvey Dent, like, the fact they see him as a grounded politician, but also having, like possibly having that life of Rachel does, but even though Rachel knows that Bruce Wayne is Batman, and then, you know, Batman and Bruce Wayne cannot have both, which Master of the Phantasm did that idea of, like, can Bruce fall in love but also be with Batman better. I think Master of the Phantasm did that concept a little bit more better, in my opinion. But the best quote that Harvey Dent says, you either die a hero, or you live long enough to see yourself becoming the villain. And that's what it is for Christian Bale's Batman's motives. It's like, well, you die a hero. And it's still funny, like, once when Batman saved Harvey Dent, he didn't die. He actually became the villain when half his face got pretty burned. And even Joker decided to pace off with that homage, like, later on to the film. And to be fair, like, during the moment where Joker's just trying to, like, put Rachel and Harvey Dent in hostage in two separate warehouses where Gordon and the police department's trying to get heads up, and it gets to the funniest moment where Batman decided to punch Joker. Where are they? And then once when Joker's breaking down after with these fights, and I think behind the scenes Heath Ledger wanted to get punched in the face multiple times by Christian Bale so then he can actually get to the face. And literally when Joker was going like mad shit crazy, man, like literally when Joker was like breaking down into laughter, I think the one quote that he just says once when Batman feels like, I feel like Batman was trying his best to not be personally imitated, but you could tell that Batman definitely feels intimidated when Joker was literally just breaking down to laughter before when the cops where he goes, you have nothing to threaten me with. And the genius of Heath Ledger Joker's plan, literally like when he makes this address, like he's thinking like Batman, like obviously his goal is to save Rachel, but he's aware that he read Rachel's letter before she quote unquote dies. And once when Rachel and Harvey's trying to escape, but then when the gasoline goes on Harvey's face, and then Batman realizes it's the wrong address to Rachel, but instead it's the address to Harvey, but he has no choice but to save Harvey, and Commissioner Gordon and the police team were so, like, too late to save Rachel. Like, Harvey, it's okay. And then Harvey's like, Rachel! No, Rachel! So obviously, Batman had no choice but to save Harvey, even though he did not want to save Harvey initially. And then, boom, his face is on fire. I think Christopher Nolan actually let the actor who plays Harvey Dent to put the face on fire because he did not want to have CGI or make it all over. Because, you know, Christopher Nolan, he does add CGI in some elements in his trilogy. He's not against CGI. He just thinks, like, you just got to do it about proper filmmaking-wise that has a very realistic attempt to it. I mean, that's what Nolan did, just make a more grounded, realistic take on Batman. And then it leads to Batman's, like, notes and his misery that he knows that he couldn't get to have the life of Rachel, and then she dies, and then Harvey Dent just becomes Two-Face. And then I like the moment where Batman decides to vent off, and then Alfred has this message where it's more like, sometimes it's not meant to be, Master Wayne. And I almost forgot to talk about Morgan Freeman's character in the trilogy. I think his name is Fox, Lucius Fox. I like that in the first movie where he introduces Bruce Wayne to the Batmobile, and then Bruce is like, does it come in black? And then Morgan Freeman decided to, like, help Bruce to put all these solar technologies. And I like that earlier in the beginning where Bruce tries to tell Alfred by saying Batman has no limits, and then Alfred, like, says this one quote by saying, some people just wants to watch, like I said, Alfred just becomes, like, one of the best characters in the trilogy. It's like, some people rather just want to see the world going bad. It's like, those quotes like that just makes him, like, such a great character and easily the best live-action Alfred in the trilogy. And even when it gets to the moment where Harvey Dent's face is easily split, I will agree with Gabriel's, like, how does Harvey not know that the Joker's underneath disguised as nurse? And it's so funny when he removes the COVID mask where he goes, hi, I know what the relationship with you and Rachel, yeah, right, Rachel. And then I like the fact that Joker, like, we know that Harvey wants to kill Joker so bad just because he's responsible for, like, Rachel's death, but also putting him into hostage. And I like one of my favorite quotes is where Joker goes ahead by saying, I'm a dog chasing cars. I don't know what to do if I have to caught one. You know, I just do things. And then literally, like, he offers the gun in front of Harvey. He's like, you know, it's like nothing but chaos. You see, I'm an agent of chaos. And then he definitely gives Harvey the offer to either shoot him or basically have an alliance with Joker, like not teaming up with him. And then such a very Joker thing to do where he leaves the hospital and just washes hands with hand sanitizer. And then the explosions in the background where all the news reporters, all the kids stay in their school buses. And I don't know if this was improv by Heath Ledger, but him just trying to touch the bomb and then the hospital explodes with all the practical effects that Christopher Nolan does. That is peak Joker right there, man. And then literally follows up to the final act, which I will admit, even though there are some moments where Bruce basically loses sleep, where he's basically just falling to sleep in the middle of, like, his Wayne Enterprises meetings and just working on a car, I feel like when it gets more to the modern Chicago-looking Gotham average days, I forgot that Batman actually went to Hong Kong one time, so I'm like, this is the first time that we get to see Batman in his Batman suit in an international country with, you know, some ancient criminals are basically just, you know, from a different, like, using, like, Wayne's company. But either way, like, in the later acts of the movie, I know it's going to go to the climax between the two boats and the dogs trying to attack the police cops, and then Joker decided to use his plans list to make all the jail inmates, the military folks, and even these average casual boats, and Joker's trying to tell all the people, like, how insane he is. And then once when he has this attack on Batman, like, one of the most iconic quotes where he just goes, like, thinking that his plan will work once when the inmates, the cops, and even the Marines, and all these average people on these boats thinking that they're all going to die and explode once when they evacuate from Gotham when the Joker won. And that's where Joker goes, and here we go. And then Batman's like, yeah, they're as ugly as hideous as you are. And then most of the time where Joker just feels like, sometimes you just gotta work for yourself. Like, obviously, Joker's like, yeah, this is why you should never trust anyone. But once when Batman decides to use his spikes to blind Joker, and then when Joker starts laughing, it does give me the vibe like what Mark Hamill's Joker was when he was laughing Mask of the Phantasm, where he falls from the sky and goes, and then when Batman has his no-killing role and decides, like, because, you know, I feel like Christian Bale's Batman did a way better job. Instead of just Michael Keaton's Batman making Jack Nicholson's Joker tied his Joker on a gargoyle statue and then he dies from the helicopter, he gets to save Heath Ledger's Joker upside down where he's like, you know, I feel like you and I are meant to do this forever. It's like, man, if Heath Ledger wasn't dead, I feel like they would have brought Joker back in Dark Knight Rises, probably in the prison inmate scene, which once we get to Dark Knight Rises, we're going to get to the trivia of if Heath Ledger was alive to come back to play as the Joker, then he would have been involved in Dark Knight Rises, but not as the main villain, like probably escaped for the prison inmates, but then, you know, after when Heath Ledger passed away, but still won the Oscar, Christopher Nolan decides to, like, not completely retcon The Dark Knight, but Dark Knight Rises don't mention anything about the Joker at all, no matter if like, Bane makes the prison inmates go break free out of Gotham, which, I will say this, The Dark Knight, I'll say this, Batman Begins is Christopher Nolan's best Batman movie, Dark Knight is Christopher Nolan's best crime epic movie, while Dark Knight is Christopher Nolan's best war epic film in the trilogy when it comes to The Dark Knight. But even though once when the cops arrest Heath Ledger's Joker, like, look, whether or not they did expect that Heath Ledger was going to make it out alive, I like that they still stick with this moral of, like, with Heath Ledger's Joker, like, he still won regardless, no matter if they try to change people's minds at Gotham. And I know Nolan could have had the option to bring back Ledger's Joker or not if he didn't pass away, but to be fair, it was like a solid closure to it. But once when Batman decides to like save Commissioner Gordon's wife and son when Two-Face was about to kill him, and then it goes to the quote for what Harvey Dent said in the beginning of the movie, either if you die a hero or if you see your long yourself to become the villain. And Batman tells Commissioner Gordon, instead of just blaming it all on the Joker, blaming it all on Harvey by saying, no, just make me the enemy so then you don't have to feel guilty about it. And even Commissioner Gordon empathized with Batman, and then after that he moves on, and then he got that iconic Hans Zimmer score, which obviously Hans Zimmer always cooked with his movies, no matter if it's with Christopher Nolan's movies or animation like Lion King, Kung Fu Panda, where it goes bum, 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 bananum, bananum, bananum. Obviously, it's not as better as the Danny Elfman score. Dare I say not as catchy as the Elliot Goldendahl score, but for a grounded take on Batman, Hans Zimmer cooked with the score of the ending of The Dark Knight when he decided to ride off in his motorcycle. I mean, not into the sunset, but that's kind of like a metaphor in a way. So even though, like I said, Batman Begins is clearly the better Batman movie by comparison, but like I said before, Batman Begins makes me care about Batman in particular, but like I said before, the older Batman movies, along with the Dark Knight trilogy sequels, like both Dark Knight and Dark Knight Rises, once again, it goes back to the trend where I like the villains more, while Mask of the Phantasm, Batman Begins, and dare I say, spoiler alert for Matt Reeves' Batman, where Batman is the best character in the movie and not the villain taking the spotlight. But for this one, easily, Dark Knight gave us the best live-action Joker. Sorry, Joaquin Phoenix, I used to love you, but Heath Ledger's like still the best one because at least this Joker has a Batman to fight with. Joaquin Phoenix's Joker had no Batman in that universe, except it was just a young little Bruce Wayne. But for this movie, not only it gave us the best live-action Joker, it gave us one of the best movie villains, period, ever. But like I said, there are a couple of flaws that could have been fixed when it comes to like the set pieces, and whenever they don't show Batman stuff, it doesn't feel like a Batman movie. Scarecrow was just pushing the sideline as always, and I feel like the new actress who plays Rachel wasn't as, I hate to say it, not as pretty as the old one in Batman Begins, and I get like, you know, her character was going to die regardless, whether if Harvey would have survived or if the Joker would have won. But either way, the Joker is easily the best villain in the trilogy, but Batman Begins is still the better movie, so I know it's going to be an overrated opinion, so I don't say Dark Knight is the best superhero movie ever made. I mean, if you ask me, it's either Spider-Man 2 or Into the Spider-Verse or, I don't know, any of the earlier MCU movies. But for right now, I know it's an overrated opinion. Not, in my opinion, not better than Batman Begins, but still is a great Batman movie that's close to Mask of the Phantasm. So, easily an S tier when it comes to The Dark Knight. But now, we're about to get to the conclusion of the Dark Knight trilogy called The Dark Knight Rises, featuring Tom Hardy before he played Venom, where he was grounded around an empire as the Bane, where I broke Batman's body. So yeah, we have now entered the conclusion of The Dark Knight Rises, and on rewatch, yes, this is another one of those Batman movies that defied the fan base. Some people said it's good, but not as great as the first two movies. Some people said it was disappointing, it's terrible, it's rushed, but you know what? I'm gonna let Gabriel speak on the finale of the Dark Knight trilogy, The Dark Knight Rises. But yeah, Gabriel, take
Rise, my friends! Yeah, that car.
Joker's in that car.
Dark Knight Rises. This one is definitely the weakest out of the three, but it's not the worst Batman movie out there. Kind of the same with the Dark Knight. Kind of still has that Chris Nolan cinematography and style and color grading.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like bad, but again, it's not like my preference or like what I would go for with a Batman movie. Like I always see Batman as like more darker and uh, gothic or anything of that tone in a way. But it's not bad. It doesn't ruin. It's not what makes. I don't know. It's not a big deal. But Batman himself. I'm glad they focused a little more on Bruce and Batman this time. Uh, Bane. I love Tom Hardy. I still think he didn't do a bad job with Bane. I think his take and performance with Bane was unique and different and pretty iconic. Made the character iconic just because of his performance. Um, Not my favorite version of Bane, not the best version of Bane, but still like fun. Like he made Bane a fun villain. Uh, I'm glad they did the iconic move where he breaks Batman's back or tries to. Um, in that scene where they're fighting in the cave. Uh, yeah, the action sequences I thought were good in this movie. Um, Later on, especially in the film, where they're like fighting outside and everybody's going crazy. He's like punching walls and stuff, and seeing his strength is pretty cool because it's a big part of who he is. Um, I, I mean, I don't expect them at that time to like whole crazy, big, huge, monster buff guy like the Hulk. I mean, yeah, Avengers came out of that time, but for Chris Nolan, I don't really see him doing Bane that way. So for Bane to be kind of just a buff guy with like armor on and stuff, but still be superhuman, uh, made sense for the theme of the movie and Chris Nolan's style. So it wasn't bad. Just hard to take him serious sometimes. His voice is funny, always fun to make fun of. And still iconic, an iconic role from Tom Hardy. Um, oh man, Catwoman. Definitely not the best Catwoman out there, but she's fine as hell.
Yeah, because it's Anne Hathaway, and her cat ass. It fine. I smack.
Yeah, she's a good actress. I could kind of see why
Jewel
they
from
cast
Rio.
her.
Gabriel, let's not forget she was considered to play Black Cat for the Sam Raimi Spider-Man 4, like Sam Raimi Spider-Man 4, but that cancels, so then it's like, alright, play the DC counterpart of that character instead.
Yeah, she likes cats, guys. But yeah, she's a good actress. It's not my favorite performance or version of Catwoman, really. Her suit was okay, just kind of basic. Did she look good in it? Yeah, but
yeah, especially on that
just like
motorcycle.
design wise, it was just kind of basic. And Batman's suit also, like, it looks a little bit different in a way, but it's probably my least favorite look. Like, it looks a little too
thin,
plain, like a little too much detail, or too modernized in a way, or to where it almost doesn't look like Batman.
Especially with the neck.
Like if you took off
the neck,
like if you took away the cape and like the ears, it would just not look like Batman. So I'm not a huge fan of the suit design in Rises, but it's not the worst suit we've seen. The Tumbler I thought was really cool. It's a really cool addition in the movie. I love that vehicle. Looks really cool. Can't forget that one death scene, quote unquote death, because what was that acting? How did
is it Talia al Ghul's death?
Yes. That I don't know how that made the cut, but it's hilarious every single time. That was such a dumb scene.
One of the worst death scenes ever.
Yeah, it's probably the worst. This is coming from a Chris Nolan film, like the worst acting I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. Maybe that wasn't her fault. They just got a bad take, and for some reason, they're
just
like, "Yeah, we're gonna keep it."
It's so rushed, and it just feels out of nowhere, man. When they, I hated that they nerfed Bane at the end just for the sake of her, and then she dies at the end.
Yep. I don't know. There's a couple things. Like, I think my favorite scene in the movie is when Bruce is climbing out of the cave. And it's like that inspirational moment. Keep climbing, keep going,
and they keep
don't
going.
give up.
And then the guys keep going. Like they keep saying that all the time.
A lot of people don't make it out of here alive, and that it makes it like super intense. So I would probably say that's my favorite scene in the movie. Yes, there's iconic stuff with Bane.
The Liam Neeson cameo.
You merely adapted the dark. I was born in it.
Cut your whole body.
He's just silly. He's just silly. You can't take him serious. He's iconic in the sense that like his lines are iconic, and he's just funny. But again, not the greatest in terms of villains that they've portrayed in this franchise. I thought Ra's al Ghul was better. Joker was obviously better. Yeah, this movie's just kind of mid to me. I'd probably put it at like, man, I'd probably put it B tier.
B tier. So yeah, in the same vein of Batman Returns, but what would you rather rewatch, Batman Returns or Dark Knight Rises?
There are little moments here and there in Rises that I like, but the rest of it was just kind of not as entertaining. So, maybe I would probably rather rewatch Forever.
So yeah, basically you would watch Batman Forever Returns in '89 over Rises again. Especially Rises is a really long movie. I believe it's like almost 3 hours.
Yeah, it is long.
Yeah, like a 2.5 hour movie.
It feels so slow, and then there's like, I don't know, just corny moments.
Yeah.
There are some good moments as well. I like your girlfriend, Mr. Wayne.
Yeah, that's the best quote from Morgan Freeman's Fox character. I like your girlfriend, Mr. Wayne. It's so funny.
And then that bat cave looking place where it's all white and stuff, like that just looks ugly.
Yeah, especially when Bane decided to flood the place.
Boring. Yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, Bane's speech at the stadium.
Oh yeah, where he
snaps
a dude's neck in live television after when the kid was singing the national anthem song. It's such a beautiful song.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like there are a few good moments in it, but I just, most of it's kind of corny. It's too slow paced and not as entertaining as the first two movies, to me at least. Like, I don't know. That's why I put it at B.
So yeah, basically what you're saying is like on the same tier list, like the same ranking as Batman Returns, but you honestly would rather rewatch Returns over Rises.
Returns, I don't know. They're both kind of the same. Like, I don't want to rewatch any of them.
So even Dwayne in the chat's like, C tier, get that shiz out of here. Because
I don't blame him.
Yeah, that's what he just put us in the chat not too long ago. But yeah, I mean, I don't blame him either because, yeah, I will agree with Gabriel's review, which, yeah, I know people were hyped for this movie because after the critical and grand success of The Dark Knight, which I believe The Dark Knight was like the first billion-dollar hit movie, and the fact that literally Dark Knight Rises was meant to be the conclusion, which obviously Christopher Nolan had a good partnership with Warner Brothers, but then when COVID happened, that's where Christopher Nolan jumped into Universal to make the Oscar-winning Oppenheimer movie. But yeah, I remember Chris Nolan had a deal with Warner Brothers. He was like, you can make us like more original movies, like make Interstellar, make Dunkirk, but in other ways, it's kind of disappointed that Chris Nolan knew he had to make a conclusion to the Batman movie, and the pressure where the filmmakers had trying their best to like make the story and just like not make it like, oh, we're gonna tell more stories. We need to make something that feels conclusive and make a giant war epic to it. You can tell, not the first act of the movie, but you could tell in the final act of Dark Knight Rises, you could tell that movie was rushed, and it's like, yeah, I can understand the pressure because, you know, the success of the first two movies. But why is Dark Knight Rises the weakest one? Because it feels like the less Batman, if I'm being honest with you. Because even though, yes, Batman is in it, but here's what doesn't make sense. So, I said Christian Bale's Bruce Wayne is great in the first two movies, but in this one, it's so confusing that he has like a back pain, bone problem in this movie where, you know, it could be like a chronic disease that could like lack his physical movements, that even Selena Kyle, which, yeah, we'll be talking about Mommy Anne Hathaway in a couple of minutes. But either way, I just don't understand that. If you're telling me that Bruce Wayne is like feeling like an old retired hermit for the past 2 years after, like, let's not forget, he's only been Batman for only 2 years. It's not like a long time like Ben Affleck's by comparison, and we've only just watched like 3 movies of him being Batman in this iteration of the series. And I honestly find it weird that once when he puts on the Batsuit, he gets to have that, where he gets to have that cool fight scene with Catwoman on the rooftop scene, and then that one moment where we get the iconic comic book recreation. It's like, you're telling me that Bruce Wayne has back problems, and then he suits up as Batman again, and then the funniest way when Bane carries back is like, you see with your whole body, and then up to the knee. I'm like, I'm sorry. I know it's meant to be a serious moment for Bruce Wayne, but I just could not help but to laugh at it when he broke his back with that voice, and your whole body. It's like, oh man. I will talk about, okay, this is not going to be a surprise at all. I mean, just like Heath Ledger's Joker in The Dark Knight, I mean, yes, Bane is the best part of the movie. It's like, once again, another villain stealing the show over Batman that's not Batman Begins, Mask of the Phantasm, or even Matt Reeves' Batman. So yeah, easily Tom Hardy's Bane is the best part. I mean, yes. I mean, just like Heath Ledger's Joker is. Yeah, even though Heath Ledger's Joker is more of a psychotic, like, you know, terrorist, but then Bane's kind of like, or he's kind of like this Kraven the Hunter type of archetype where he has like super stoic but also has this muscle, but he has like no fear whenever he tries to dominate someone, like including the opening sequence, which was a really well shot scene where they unmask Bane like off from the bag and then just be like, you have to be strong to let go of the world, we take Gotham from the corrupt. Oh, you think darkness is your ally, peace has come to your strength. And yeah, I remember that Christopher Nolan had ideas to put the Riddler, like Warner Brothers wanted the Riddler to be the next villain in The Dark Knight Rises, just because, you know, Heath Ledger's dead and they could not reuse the Joker because they have the option to either recast the role or use CGI effects and just make like a CGI face of Heath Ledger, but Christopher Nolan does not want to disrespect Heath Ledger, so that's a smart way just to keep him out of the movie completely. But the studio wanted the Riddler more because pretty much just like what Batman Forever did with Jim Carrey's Riddler, where you have a, like, he's not exactly like the Riddler, but close to a Riddler archetype when it comes to the humor and personality, but just different schemes of how he gets to fight Batman with riddles and question manipulation rather than just being a psychotic killer. So I remember Chris Nolan originally wanted Leonardo DiCaprio to play the Riddler once when he worked on Inception, but guess who was also in that movie? Tom Hardy, and that's how Tom Hardy got cast into the role. And Gabriel forgot to talk about this one character who's played by Joseph Gordon-Levitt. He's like the police detective cop. His name is John Blake, and I will talk about his character. How is that, bro, Robin? Like, seriously, how? And why would they do that at the last minute of this movie, man, when this is meant to be the conclusion of the Dark Knight trilogy? But we will get to that character later on to the movie. But yeah, easily best character of the movie is Bane. Like, literally once when he broke Bruce Wayne's back, where he's like, the one quote that he says once when he's about to go, like, I am the League of Shadows. Where are you going? Gotham's reckoning here to end for your borrowed time. Because I think Tom Hardy basically says that he takes, I think it was during an interview for Venom 2, Let There Be Carnage, where he talks to Andy Serkis, like, what was the inspiration of Bane's voice? It's kind of like a Roman soldier Egyptian, where it's like, oh, there's something if you want to kill me. So I'm like, kind of funny that even though Tom Hardy's like this big buff dude, but you can easily tell later on when he played Venom in the Venom movies by Sony, like, you can easily tell that Tom Hardy's definitely more of a goofball, silly dude, despite he's just this big buff British guy. But then he has great quotes by saying, "You think darkness is your ally, but you're merely adopted the dark." So obviously, yes, his Darth Vader looking mask is very memeable when it comes to the joke. I will say my favorite scene with Bane, aside from breaking Batman's back, is the whole football stadium when this one kid was like singing the National American Anthem, and he's like, "That's such a beautiful voice." And then once he blows up the stadium, and then this football player goes quarterback to the sign, and then Bane just kills the dude, snap on the neck, and then literally just let all the prison inmates escape from all of Gotham, and it just becomes corrupted, of making Gotham just becoming like this whole hellhole of like all these inmates, and just go on military war. So I will say, just to give Christopher Nolan credit for this movie is definitely like his giant war city epic movie. And despite Commissioner Gordon, he wasn't nerfed in this movie, but I just definitely say that Commissioner Gordon was like a bit sidelined in this movie compared to the other ones. Scarecrow comes back to make a cameo. Liam Neeson comes back to make a cameo. One flashback dream sequence with Bruce Wayne. But once when Bruce Wayne's having back problems, since, you know, Bane just broke it, and then when Bruce decided to put the attachment of his knee just go up. I mean, the most inspiring scene in the movie where Bruce was talking to this old man that basically said that Bane and Talia al Ghul managed to escape out there, but literally it gets to the inspiring scene where Bruce was trying to climb up to the rock, or else he would have died, and then you see this man that goes, "Ah, oh, hey, hey, ah," like it's freaking Planet of the Apes, like, "Ah, oh, hey, hey." That was a very inspiring moment into the movie. And speaking of Anne Hathaway as Selena Kyle, love that pussycat. But either way, it's kind of funny that Anne Hathaway was once considered to play Felicia Hardy, aka Black Cat, in Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 4, but that got canceled. So then they're like, "Hey, yo, Anne, want to be part of the DC universe?" It's like, yeah. I mean, me and that hot, sexy MILF share the exact same birthday with me. I mean, yes, I get thirsty for Anne Hathaway. Don't judge me. But I would agree with Garrett by saying her version of Catwoman is not the best version. I still say Michelle Pfeiffer from Batman Returns is the best Catwoman, even though her origin story is like, you know, a random cat. But I just feel like Michelle Pfeiffer's Catwoman is more comic accurate, which I do like the design, set aside from Anne Hathaway's, you know, big black booty around the Prince Ass Diaries, if you know what I mean. But yeah, I feel like the goggles, I understand that the goggles are meant to more look like cat ears, but the one thing that I don't understand, even the fact that she knows Bruce Wayne is Batman, why does Bruce keep on doing the Batman voice even though you know I am Bruce Wayne underneath? Because obviously, you know, it's the setup, like, you know, Bruce and Selena are a relationship in the comics. It's one of the most iconic romantic couples in comic book history, next to Peter Parker and Mary Jane for Spider-Man, and Clark Kent and Lois for Superman. So I definitely say Anne Hathaway's fine. I mean, I would say she's my second favorite Catwoman in the franchise, aside from Michelle Pfeiffer being number one in Batman Returns. So I think she's fine for, you know, thirst reasons. Especially that one line that Morgan Freeman's character says, "I really like your girlfriend, Mr. Wayne," once when Catwoman saves his life, like during the warehouse, and then when she escaped out of prison. And literally when Bruce and Selena decide to like use this flying vehicle, I know that's when Chris Nolan has to rely on the technology where it goes through. I just feel like, despite it's a very long movie, it does feel kind of slow. I like that Bane beats up Glenn Powell, aka that dude from Spy Kids 3D, Anyone But You with Sydney Sweeney, and Top Gun Mavericks. Like, yeah, that bro's basically the next Ryan Gosling of the 2020s. And the fact that he got beat the living crap out of Bane, and then Batman decided to use gasoline. Like, the one thing I don't understand for what Bruce was telling to Joseph Gordon-Levitt's character, the John Blake cop guy, where he's like, "Oh yeah, I'm just going to tell you that I am Batman because I kind of trust you to become the next Robin." I don't know, that just felt quite shoehorned to me. And then, literally, once when Batman and Bane decide to come in, which I will agree with Gabriel on this, the opinion that Gabriel has on the Batman suit, the neck is so stiff, man, and it makes Batman a bit too thin. So, honestly, no matter if they upgrade the suit from The Dark Knight, I honestly say this is probably my least favorite suit from Christian Bale's Batman in the trilogy, and that honestly sucks about it because some of the posters actually make a suit look good, like the one that you're looking at. And even though, yes, we did get to see this crime epic moment where you get to see Batman and Bane have a rematch, fist to fist, but then when we thought that Bane was going to be like the main villain throughout the rest of the movie, which he pretty much is, and he still carries the film, but it sucks that the way they changed Talia al Ghul in this movie, where she was the one that managed to escape, and then she revealed that not only she was like an ex-lover to Bruce Wayne, but also a lover to Bane. And then what was stupid is one of the greatest Batman villains of all time gets shot by a shotgun because of her, and then she stabs Batman, and then she dies in front of Gordon. It's like, what the hell was happening, man? Like, they nerfed Bane at the last minute, and the way that they just rush and tell her to go at the last minute with that death scene with the quote that she's saying is like, bro, like, Christopher Nolan, I get that you're trying your best just to get to your anti-climax, and then Batman decided to take the bomb, and then Bruce Wayne wants to have that retired life from what Alfred's been trying to tell him, and then boom, it gets to the whole cop-out moment by saying Batman is no more and Bruce Wayne is no more. But then the one thing that got really get confusing is, even though this is the end of The Dark Knight, even though he's only been Batman for like, what, 2 movies? For like 2 years in the timeline, which honestly is very disappointing for a conclusion to the trilogy. So yeah, I will say this, like, even though yes we could say Sam Raimi's Spider-Man trilogy is the best, except Spider-Man 3 is quite mid, at least Spider-Man 3 at least has some sincerity and some emotion, at least a decent closure. Well, Dark Knight Rises is a solid closure, but at the exact same time I just don't understand at the fact that for The Dark Knight Rises it's like, okay, so Batman's gone forever, but then you got this Joseph Gordon-Levitt guy just getting the team and just going to the Batcave. It's like, oh yeah, just use your code name Robin. It's like, say that again? But jokes aside, it's like, bro, and like, I can't believe to say this is like, yeah, Chris O'Donnell's Robin, I owe you an apology. You were okay in Batman Forever, and then you got annoying Batman Robin. It's like, you know what? The way they just rush and set up Robin for no reason, because there is going to be no spin-off up to Dark Knight 4, because one of the writers of Dark Knight Rises wants to work on Man of Steel, and Christopher Nolan helped produce Man of Steel, because, you know, Man of Steel is basically trying to do what Batman Begins did, of making a more grounded, realistic take on Superman for that. But, yeah, I don't know what was the point of that. So even though, yeah, Batman is no more of Gotham, so yeah, when there's more crime maze, there is no vigilante except for the new Robin guy on his own without a Batman, and it's another grown adult and not a teenager. But other than that, at least it did get a little of a decent closure where Alfred's looking at Bruce Wayne by the distance and having his date with Selena Kyle. Like, bro, that shouldn't be me. I want to date Anne Hathaway. But other than that, it's like, well, I guess it's a solid closure for Batman, even though I feel like the timeline span is so short for Batman. And Dark Knight Rises definitely has its epic moments, its action moments, its inspiring moments. It's like, bro, it's like the fact for The Dark Knight Rises. It's like, man, it had so much potential to be like a nice stick to landing, but I feel like Dark Knight Rises feels like it falls into that third movie curse where it's like, yeah, first movie was good, second movie was great, but then the third movie was like, it is what it is. So I would put it on C tier, but I think that would be a bit too mean to like put it for like 1966 Batman. But you know, I definitely would say it's like on B tier. I honestly would rather rewatch Returns more than Rises, being honestly. I mean, like I said, Bane was great, but at the exact same time, they just wasted like a great villain at the final act and then just put like another random villain at the end. Catwoman was pretty sexy as hell. I mean, Alfred is always great as always, but, you know, I guess when it comes to like to the action, the spectacle, the music, I would say, yeah, you know, B tier, but not better than Dark Knight Rises, or in this case, Batman Returns. So yeah, that's the conclusion of the Christopher Nolan Dark Knight trilogy saga. And now we get to the Snyderverse, and I know for some of you are wondering, why you're not putting Justice League, whether it's the Joss Whedon cut or the Snyder cut. I mean, yes, Ben Affleck's Batman is in those movies, but like what I said, it's not a Batman movie, despite Batman is in it. It's like with Spider-Man, it's like, I'm not going to include Avengers Infinity War or Captain America Civil War just because Spider-Man is in it. If Spider-Man's not the main character, Batman's in both Justice League versions, but he's not like the main central character like Batman v Superman, where his name is in the title. But now that Warner Brothers want to rush to compete with Marvel thanks to the success of the Avengers, just to go one-on-one with, you know, like, oh yeah, let's make Man of Steel to make it like Batman Begins with Superman, and now let's move on to make it more to compete with Marvel. Instead of just making a Man of Steel sequel, let's introduce 2003 Daredevil as Batman. And boy, Batman v Superman, I want to get to Gabriel's opinion, but man, I feel like this movie is like the last Jedi of the Batman franchise. You have Snyder fanboys that love this movie, you have some Batman purists that hate this movie to death, or you're just in the middle by saying, I'm mixed about it. I love it, I hate it, it's just a mixed bag. But that's like, I feel like this Batman movie, like Batman and Robin, everyone could agree that it's the worst Batman movie, but Batman v Superman probably divided the fan base so hard, just like with Star Wars: The Last Jedi did. But anyway, Gabriel, take it away with your review of Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice.
This one, I'm going to focus more on Batman because it is both a Superman and Batman movie, but we're here to talk about Batman, so I'm going to just mention Batman. I think the way they introduced Bruce Wayne in this movie was done pretty well. I think Ben Affleck in general was a great casting choice for Bruce Wayne, and he could have had potential to be a good Batman. I just think
or get his own movie.
I think it was Zack Snyder's directing that kind of made Batman not feel like Batman. Like he was trying to make Batman a little too dark and brooding, and yeah, that's like you want him to be intimidating, but you want him to feel like a hero, not a vigilante. Well, not now that this is an experienced Batman.
Yeah,
this is an experienced older Batman, so you want to make him feel like a hero, like Gotham's protector. The only people that should fear him are the criminals, crime, bad people. But they made Batman seem like intimidating in overall. Like when he saved Clark's mom, Martha. That scene was cool. Don't get me wrong. I love that warehouse fight scene. It's one of the best fight sequences.
Very Arkham, very much like the Arkham games.
In a DC movie or a Batman movie, really.
Yeah, agreed.
The only thing is, what I mean when they try to make him too intimidating, too dark and brooding, is he literally kills people. You literally see knocking their heads against the wall and cracking their skulls and breaking. I don't know.
For an experienced Batman.
Him using the gun.
Yeah, that's who.
Batman is. You can make him seem dark and brooding and edgy, but not like he's not the Punisher. That's what I'm trying to say. He's not the Punisher. He's Batman. He's still a hero. He's not just a vigilante. He was a vigilante. Maybe some cops still see him as a vigilante, but even now he's cool with Commissioner Gordon. He's built trust with him already. So right now Batman should feel more like a hero, not a vigilante like in his early days. So that's one thing I feel like Zack Snyder didn't do well with Batman, is they made him too dark. I did like scenes like where he's going back to the Batcave by himself and seeing Alfred and like the workout scene and stuff, and I did kind of like the connection with him and like how he began to not like Superman because of Man of Steel and that fight with Zod. I like that connection that they did. Like I said, as Bruce Wayne, Ben Affleck did really great Bruce Wayne, and even displayed a moment there where he cared about that little girl and was like, that alien is a monster, he's killing people, and I gotta stop him if no one else will do it. But then you go and see what Batman does, and he goes and freaking kills and shoots people, and it's like, alright buddy, you're not any better.
Yeah.
Except the difference is Superman did it by accident and you're doing it on purpose. So as Bruce, Ben Affleck killed it. Batman, as a kid, like when I was younger, I was like, this is my favorite Batman.
I remember.
But, as I got older, I looked more into other movies and projects, and now that we have Robert Pattinson, I'm like, okay, Batman's kind of a joke.
Yeah, thanks, Joss Whedon.
The suit, I get what they were going for. They're making him super buff and bulky, and I like that. I like that design for Batman.
Based on the Dark Knight Returns comics when it comes to
yeah, and like the reference too, where he goes, he like grapples with the grappler, and then there's thunder. Like that reference was cool.
Yeah, the Dark Knight Returns comic.
Also, scenes where like he went to, I forget where it was, like the prison or something, and he like kidnapped people through the cameras. Like you see the camera and you see him snatch somebody. Like
Uh-huh.
stuff like that was really cool. Also the scene in the beginning where he fights the human traffickers or whoever.
Yeah, when they
Um,
kidnap all those girls.
yeah, a lot of people don't like the idea of him like marking people with like the
The
bat
battering.
symbol.
Yeah, the battering.
Well, that too. Um, I guess that would probably be the only. Well, I'm not sure, cause I guess the point of it is to show like, hey, I stopped the crime for you, doing your jobs for you, cops. I'm not the bad guy here. I guess that's kind of the point of it, but I don't think Batman has ever really needed to do that. Like, just
Mm-hmm.
he's just done the job and then fled the scene, and then that's it. Um, so I don't know. I don't hate the idea, but I get I get why people don't like it. I don't know. I'm mixed on it. I don't know. Um, but it was cool seeing him being like sneaky and hiding like a bat, saving those kids, and the kids are like, he's up there. But see, that's another thing though. Like, that's another example of Batman being too scary and too intimidating. Like these kids should be like, oh my gosh, Batman's here. They're gonna save me. Not that monster just hurt the other monster. I'm scared.
Yep.
Like, that's not how it should be with Batman. Batman is also a symbol of hope for Gotham, a city that has no hope. But now they think of Batman as someone scary also, even though he's doing the right thing. So again, I'm not a huge fan of how Zack Snyder handled Batman, but Bruce Wayne, really well done. I loved how he interacted with Diana,
Wonder Woman.
Wonder Woman, and Clark Kent when they were at that party thing. It kind of reminded me of like a Batman 2, the beginning, with Bruce Wayne. I don't know why. It just kind of gave me those vibes with Ben Affleck's Bruce Wayne. So he did really, really great as Bruce Wayne. But um, there's a lot to say about the movie overall. Like it's kind of it's just there are things that I do like. Like I go back and rewatch scenes. And I'm like, ha, that's so cool. Um, but then there's other things like this is stupid.
This is stupid.
Like the scene with him fighting Superman. Obviously, I mean that's what we all came to watch.
That's
It
the
was
title
kind
the
of
movie.
like the in terms of action. Watching it was cool, but like just the dialogue was terrible. Do you bleed? You will. Like that was stupid. Um, or just corny. I don't know. The suit he used, I mean, it was alright. I guess it was kind of cool. And him using the kryptonite. Breathe it in. That's fear.
That's fear. You're not brave.
Um,
Men are brave.
you're not brave. Men are brave. Yeah, that's another thing. I didn't like his voice that much.
It's very
It
computerized.
was, yeah, it was too like auto-tuned. Um, I don't know. Wasn't a huge fan of that. Uh, the way he used the kryptonite, the way he fought against Superman was fun. It was cool to see. Um,
A sink.
even though I feel like it didn't last that long. But it was still cool to see. And then the whole reason they stopped fighting was it's obviously a big meme of the movie.
Martha!
How did you say that name?
Martha!
The fight. Oh, your mom has the same name as mine. Let's cut the beef.
Yeah, we're friends now.
So I don't know. It's so corny. It's not well written. In terms of action, yeah, it was the action in the movie was good, and I will say probably the best part of the movie. And in terms, I don't know, like Zack Snyder's dark tone that he usually goes with does match Batman, but it's just the way he wrote Batman that made it not good. So yeah, I mean, like there are things here and there that I like. Mostly the action scenes, like the final battle with Doomsday, coming 2026. No, um,
Huh, never.
but that fight was cool. Um, I could talk about other characters like Wonder Woman, Superman, and Lex, but I'm just talking about Batman right now in the movie. So good Batman. I mean, sorry, good Bruce Wayne. Uh, Not a good Batman. Uh,
Huh.
the movie overall was just meh, just mid. Like there are things that are entertaining and things that are not. Um, I would probably. Oof. I don't know where to rank this.
Yeah, I know it's gonna be hard for you to rank.
Probably. I mean, if we're gonna put Rises at B, I'll probably put it at B.
Really? So you put Batman v Superman also on B too?
Yeah.
Bro took it.
Well, actually, okay.
Yeah.
If we're just talking like cut out everyone else, just Batman, then I would probably I would probably put it at C then.
Wow. Okay. So you would put it on a C
If
tier?
we're just talking about Batman. If we're talking about the movie overall, then probably put it a little higher because not the best interpretation of Superman and Wonder Woman, but they were really cool in the movie. I liked them, so that's why I would put it a little bit higher. But since we're just talking about Batman, C.
Yeah, which I will get to my small criticisms. I will get to the Batman stuff, but let me just get to my criticisms of the movie itself right away. Number one, I think the Batman stuff is totally way more interesting than the Superman plot. Like, it's so sad that it could have been a follow-up to Man of Steel, but then they're like, no, we gotta cram in a new Batman, we gotta introduce our new Wonder Woman, but also, the title's called Dawn of Justice, it's our prequel to our Justice League movie that we have to do just to compete with Marvel, so we could get all of your favorite DC characters in a movie together, which, you know, Warner Brothers was just going to a hellhole, like, just like how the earlier Batman movies tried to milk the lighthearted campy tone from its greenness just for the sake of selling merchandise. I mean, studios still do that too, including with the Snyderverse, but this was like just for the sake of competing against Marvel. But the best thing about DC or Batman movies in general is like be the exact opposite of Marvel. It's like, if you can't beat it, just do the opposite of it. So let me just get to my couple of criticisms. Yes, Jesse Eisenberg's Lex Luthor. I still say he sucks. Nicholas Hoult makes Lex Luthor more like a joke. I hated that they rushed Superman's death, like literally after his first movie. Did not like that at all. And secondly, Superman was a bit too mopey. He's like, yeah, Superman was never real. It's like, Zach, what are you doing? I know you're trying to make Superman just like a angry demigod being against the world. It's like, yeah, I feel like the Superman stuff, I was not happy with it. So I will be honest, I was kind of disappointed for how they treat Superman. But on to Batman, on that particular one, it's like, well, just like people doubted Christian Bale and Michael Keaton that said like, oh, they're not a good Batman, but definitely Ben Affleck's Batman is clearly one of the best characters of the movie. And yeah, this is one of those movies that not even the villains like Lex Luthor or Doomsday would take care of. So yeah, even though it's quite of a bummer that we have to go to the origin story all over again, it's like, come on, again. But I understand why Zack Snyder wanted to do this, just to pay like a thematic metaphor when it comes to, like, you know, about the loss and the tragedy when it comes to like simpler times and, you know, Martha. And yeah, we have to see the Wayne's death again, but except this version of Thomas Wayne, who's played by the dude from Walking Dead, literally has to like punch out and point out a gun. It's like, no, I've already explained it in my Batman Begins review. Like, come on, it's like, you don't have to punch someone if you don't have a gun for like having self-defense. And then it just leads to the whole Martha thing. And then for like, I don't know, the third, fourth time in a Batman movie, we see young Bruce Wayne falling down to a well. Even though Christopher Nolan did not help produce this movie like what he did with Man of Steel, but he still like was an executive consultant. And even Hans Zimmer came back to do the score for Man of Steel, along with this movie, and Junkie XL actually help out the score. I will say this, the Batman theme for Ben Affleck's theme is actually pretty good. Dun, 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 dun. So yeah, Junkie XL and Hans Zimmer's, not bad, because I will admit, it's just going to be like a new version of the Hans Zimmer score. So I will say this, I think Ben Affleck's Batman has the best combat out of any Batman movie. Robert Pattinson is very close, but I think combat-wise, Ben Affleck's Batman is like very, very close to the Arkham games. And then, for some reason, in the Flash movie, they decided to give Michael Keaton's Batman into like the Arkham like fights, which, don't get me wrong, Keaton's Batman was cool in that movie, but I don't know, the way that they utilize Ben Affleck's Batman on a CGI face, it's like, I feel like out of all the DC Extended Universe movies, I feel like this is the only movie that takes Ben Affleck's Batman seriously outside the whole more's the moment. So I will say this, I think the cowl on the suit is pretty good, but my biggest issue is like the cowl is like super fat and super big. It's like, gosh dang, man, it's like, look, I know that it's based on the Dark Knight Returns comic book issues, which they literally made a homage to it during the Doomsday fight when the lightning strikes and then they did the pose. I'm like, alright, that's honestly pretty cool. And I think it is pretty cool that you have a Batman that has like 20 years range of experience, including like this one Easter egg in the Batcave where it shows like Joker's like paintings and symbolism that saying that Batman did have a Robin and he's most likely was killed by the Joker. But you want to know what sucks about it in the continuity of that universe? I bet that Robin was either Dick Grayson or Jason Todd. It's got to be Jason because, you know, Jason got killed by the Joker in the comics, but it's being killed by Jared Leto's Joker. And then you're telling me in the 2016 Suicide Squad movie, Ben Affleck's Batman gets over Will Smith but not tracks down the Joker, basically the dude that just kills his sidekick that was like a son to him, and gets to save Margot Robbie's Harley Quinn. It's like, what the hell, man? The wasted opportunity they could have done with Ben Affleck's Batman with his rogues gallery of villains rather than just CGI monsters, whether that's Doomsday or Steppenwolf or even a tease of Darkseid. Like, I get that this Batman is meant to be experienced and, like, you know, get to extended universe, but I know we've already seen all these iconic rogues gallery villains, but I honestly would like to see the DCEU's take of it for Ben Affleck's Batman, so I feel like that was a big missed opportunity. But, you know, the title of this movie, it's called Batman v Superman, so I'm like, well, for a title that's simply called Batman v Superman, I can understand Batman's conflict of why he's against this alien that basically destroyed half of Metropolis, including the one moment where he gets to save the little girl in the smoke when the building was going down, where it feels like it was 9/11 in the DC universe. And the fact when Bruce Wayne saves this little girl and wants vengeance against this alien. I mean, when he talks to Alfred, who is brilliantly, like, who is played by Jeremy Irons, aka Scar from The Lion King, where he's like, you want to go to war? Like, and then Ben Affleck's Bruce Wayne's like, he's the one that brought the war to us. If we're gonna have 1%, we're gonna take that as an absolute regret. But yeah, Ben Affleck's Bruce Wayne, I obviously say he was definitely the most beef up Bruce Wayne, working now at night, and decided like get in touch to like not just with Alfred, with Intel, with Superman. But I like the fact when Ben Affleck decided to use his gadgets. I think Ben Affleck has like the best Batwing fly, you know, like the giant Batwing, the jet that he uses. I think it's like is as cool as Michael Keaton's version by comparison, which is why, oh yeah, that's why they were both in the Flash movie. But literally in my brain cells, it's like, look, even though this Batman has range of experience, he has a Robin that died, but the one thing that I just don't understand is the fact that this Batman, similar like Keaton's Batman in a way, has no issue of killing people. Like, look, I know in the past we're saying, what are you talking about? Batman always has the intention of killing people, but I feel like Zack Snyder has this vendetta with Batman and Superman since, you know, he made Man of Steel, that Batman and Superman are just killers. And if you're telling me that Batman and Superman are supposed to, like, Superman is supposed to symbolize hope, and Batman is supposed to represent that dark shadow hero that just puts fear into criminals. Like, yes, even though it isn't necessary that Batman puts fear into, like, his enemies and his opponents, but just to like everyday average folks, yes, they will get intimidated by Ben Affleck's Batman, but at least for Christian Bale's Batman and the Dark Knight trilogy, you have people like Commissioner Gordon, even like his own son, the first movie, that has empathy towards this dark and brooding hero. And I understand that for Ben Affleck's Batman, he is tormented by revenge, and he does have valid reasons to take down Superman, since, you know, Superman did not care about saving that much people aside from Lois Lane and some close people around in the events of Man of Steel. But for Batman v Superman, man, is the fact that Superman, like, his issue for, like, going against Batman, like, even though, yeah, he put the battering on his crime inmates just to symbolize of what he's supposed to be, like, oh yeah, put the symbolism of justice right there, and then Superman has that vendetta to going against Batman. But then when it comes to Lex Luthor of having Superman and Batman fight against each other, it's like, bro, the way that Lex used, like, the Granny Peach tea and decided to find ways, like, including the moment where Bruce Wayne, like, I honestly think Bruce Wayne looks great when he's having that talk with Clark Kent, and then super cheesy Lex Luthor, you're like, Bruce Wayne meets Clark Kent, ha! I love it! I love bringing people together. It's like, bro, why cast Blue for Rhea to play Lex Luthor, man? But still, he doesn't even have that much conflict with Bruce Wayne when Lex is even involved. And the one thing I just don't understand is, like, so wait, if this is going to be, like, the whole entire setup where Ben Affleck's Batman, he had one interaction with Superman when he's, like, killing all these people, like, learning the Batmobile, and then when Superman removes all the bats, like, remove the Batmobile, and then he gets to the line that was part of the marketing trailer, tell me, do you bleed? you will. And then later on, when they have their quantum quotes, it wasn't even a rematch. It was just like a reintroduction of like their conflict, and then the whole where Batman has his gadget around to take down Superman. Stay down. I want it. You'll be dead already. You're not brave. Men are brave. That's the fear. And just put like freaking kryptonite gas. The one thing I could not take seriously when Batman decided to take down Superman was feeling weak because of the kryptonite. He drops a freaking sink on his head and it just goes boom. This is what you get for not just brushing your teeth, for cleaning the sink for me, Soups. But literally, it's like, once when Batman had the balls to like take Superman down all the way down to the building, once when his helmet was kind of cracked up, and I would agree with Gabriel on this by saying, I understand they try to like modify his voice a little bit more like this. It's like, man, it's like, I get that's kind of hard to like make your own Batman voice like at least distinctly different from the others, where it's not, let me move like this with Rachel, where is he, for Christian Bale, or make it more at least smooth like Val Kilmer's or Michael Keaton's voice by comparison. So I understand this is a more modern take on Batman where they had to modify the voice. I mean, it's fine in this movie, but in his later DCEU appearances from The Flash, especially Justice League, oh, something's definitely bleeding. No, Clark, don't do this. Clark, I don't not. I know we're not talking about Justice League, but I'm just saying like how the voice got worse in his later DCEU appearances. And I feel like Ben Affleck was fine playing the character of this movie, but after what he did with Justice League in 2017, yeah, thanks to that movie sucked, and Joss Whedon just messing up the DC brand even worse when Zack Snyder departed away from the project, that's where Ben Affleck got sick and tired of playing Batman out of the cuss, and then bro decided to clap Jennifer Lopez's cheeks and plays basketball for a Dunkin' Donuts commercial, reunite with his best friend Matt Damon. But other than that, so even though it was really cool that we find Batman like finding ways to attack Superman, and then the meme-worthy moment that causes Batman to become vulnerable, it's like Zack Snyder actually did a decent take on Batman. Not my go-to Batman take, but I saw a take by saying, alright, this is a more Torture Martyr take, and then we get to the iconic moment of Save Martha! And then multiple times it just goes back to the flashback. Why do you say that name? It's his mother's name. I know there's been diehard Snyder fanboys that are like, oh my gosh, like the Martha is actually quite therapeutic, but also poetic for both Superman and Batman. And since he lost his own Martha, he gets to save Martha Kent instead of Martha Wayne. So that's pretty nice. But yeah, that's exactly how Batman and Superman become friends. And then Lois Lane out of nowhere just comes in out of nowhere, just kind of by saying, that's her mother's name. I'm going to throw the kryptonite spear, and then the water comes back through. But I will say this. The best scene of the entire movie, despite it was bloody and lethal, the best scene of the entire film is that warehouse scene where you get to hear the theme song of Affleck's Batman. Dun, 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 dun. And then when he takes down all the inmates where they kidnap Martha Kent. And yeah, even though it is quite bloody and lethal, but it is very homistic to the Batman Arkham games, and you know how very influential the Arkham games are. Not saying that it's better than Batman, like, not saying Batman v Superman is better, but it's at least close to like how Batman uses combat, the way that he uses gadgets. I just think it's like, out of all the Batmans, like I say Robert Pattinson is very close, but Ben Affleck had the best combat when it comes to like his iteration of Batman. And then he gets to save Martha. And I will admit, the funniest thing is, once when Doomsday, at the final act of the movie, where Batman goes, oh shit, and then literally the audience laughs with it. And I forgot to talk about his interaction with Diana, aka Wonder Woman, aka Gal Gadot, the woman that cannot act. Are you? Yes or no? But yeah, shouts to that Snow White awful remake. But yeah, given the fact that once when Bruce Wayne was talking to Diana earlier, because, you know, it was expected that Bruce Wayne sends a file of all the Justice League members, which I get it. This movie is like rushing itself to like set up the Justice League, to set up the franchise, cinematic universe, and make more Justice League sequels, even though that never happened because they screw up Zack Snyder and they screw up the entire DC universe ever since then when they rushed to compete with Marvel. But anyway, this is what I don't understand. It's the fact that, so even though Bruce Wayne definitely has his history with Diana, and the fact that she comes in to save Batman's life and just goes the one thing that does caught me off guard, I know it was meant to be a funny joke when Superman and Batman are standing next to Wonder Woman when they're about to face Superman, like when they're all like the iconic trinity of DC heroes are lined up in the screen together, where Superman just asks Batman, is she with you? And then Batman's like, I thought she was with you. It's like, Bruce, she's always been with you ever since the beginning. She had no time history with Superman until this very moment during Doomsday. You sent those files of the Justice League once when she was in her own apartment after we had that fight with Superman. So, of course she is with you, Bruce. What are you talking about? Especially, like, I had a feeling that in Batman v Superman that Bruce and Diana were going to have, like, a... Even though it wasn't, like, a will they, won't they relationship, but you can definitely tell they had the hints of becoming a couple, which... It happened before in the comics, even the Justice League animated series where Wonder Woman does have the hots for Batman in the cartoon, so it is still somewhat canon to sort of show that Batman and Wonder Woman did date at one time. But either way, so despite the fact that Batman is the only grounded superhero while Superman and Wonder Woman are like gods compared to Batman to face this giant teenage mutant Lord of the Rings abomination-looking CGI troll that Lex Luthor made with his own blood and General Zod's blood. But again, the fact that Batman uses gun, Wonder Woman fights, and like I said, I hated that they rushed Superman's death, but I can't believe until now, Batman has only interacted with Superman only twice in this movie, and when Superman is dead, that's where he has no choice but to have empathy for Superman's death, and then they appear for his funeral, and obviously it just sets up that Superman was going to live at some point. So I would say, as a Batman movie, it's alright. I mean, it's alright. I mean... like, overrated as heck. So I know this movie as a whole, like, generally speaking, is mixed, but when it comes to the Batman stuff, I feel like Zack Snyder did slightly, like, yeah, at least he makes the Batman scenes a bit more interesting than the boring scenes of Superman and Batman v Superman. So I feel anyone that feels bad from watching Man of Steel, for those that love Man of Steel, and then get very disappointed for what Batman v Superman has to offer, because, and yeah, I forgot to talk about the nightmare scene. So obviously, it's meant to foreshadow the Snyder cut of like, oh, this dystopian world where Superman basically kills society, and then Batman and Joker has to team force together in the Snyder cut, which, yeah, and then Batman in the Snyder cut, I swear I'm gonna effing kill you. It's a choose, Bruce. Batman, I still say Jared Leto's Joker is still the worst Joker by far. Like, bro, I hate the fact that Joker is the DC universe where you have a great Harley Quinn by Margot Robbie, yeah, because I'm down bad, and then Ben Affleck's Batman doesn't even have the chance to, like, have his interactions with his rogue galaxy villains, except for Harley Quinn and Suicide Squad, along with Will Smith's Deadshot and Jared Leto's Joker in the Snyder Cut. I just feel like it was wasted potential. Like, I know there was going to be a standalone Ben Affleck Batman movie where we could have had Deathstroke, who's played by Flash Thompson in Sam Raimi's Spider-Man, but, you know, that never happened, so that became pointless as a whole, because DC fumbled the bag of, like, trying their best to rush to, like, go against Marvel because, oh yeah, the Avengers, we gotta be more like them. And then they hired the guy who made the first two Avengers movies, and then boom, it made a bad name to the DC brand. And it kind of sucks because, even though it's kind of funny that Ben Affleck wanted to direct his own Batman movie, despite he has to be putting on the suit and all that stuff, and be like, action, and then take off the cowl somewhat. But I think it would have been cool to have, like, you know, kind of like with Batman Arkham Origins when we got a cool Batman vs. Deathstroke fight in that game, but in live action that honestly would have been decent, but it is what it is. So I would say as a movie as a whole, I honestly would put it on D tier because of the Superman Lex Luthor stuff really pissed me off. But I think Batman, and dare I say Wonder Woman, back when Gal Gadot was actually good as Wonder Woman, but until they decided to use her as a third-rate party Marvel character in later films for just cameos. But for Batman stuff, I would say, yeah, C tier. Like, I definitely say I would watch it more than the 66 movie, but at least it's not like, I would say this, Batman v Superman as a movie, it's both a smart movie and a dumb movie at the same time. It's a big no-no. It's like Batman Forever is a dumb movie, but definitely has some entertaining moments, but then you have really smart movies like Batman Begins and The Dark Knight itself, but when it comes to Batman v Superman, it's like too many match plays decide to merge them into one. So yeah, I guess just to be nice, C tier is absolutely fine for where it is, but then afterwards we're done, like, yeah, I'm not going to ramble about the entire Snyderverse. I mean, if I had to ramble a short review, Justice League sucks. Snyder Cut Justice League is a big improvement. I think it's overhyped by saying, like, yeah, it's the best DC movie ever, but I say it's definitely the more superior cut of Justice League. I'll never forget that Ben Affleck's Batman was going to date Amy Adams' Lois Lane, which that would have been stupid for Superman's revival. But yeah, I feel like Ben Affleck's Batman had potential to become a great Batman if he wasn't killing people, or Zack Snyder's, like, hyperfixation of, like, the 20 years of Batman's, like, range of experience is wasted. And then Warner Brothers treating his version of Batman as a joke in the Justice League of, something's definitely be bleeding. And then the Flash where he's still treated like a joke, where Wonder Woman's like, yeah, I know how that feels. Yeah, I know how sex feels. It's like, yeah. They treated Ben Affleck's Batman dirty after. I feel like Batman v Superman is where he peaked as Batman. And yeah, he did have some cool moments in the Snyder Cut, but I feel like Affleck was at his best in this movie. But like I said, since, Affleck felt so burned out playing Batman and superheroes in general, which sucks that he will never get his own solo movie. But you know what? It is what it is. Like, we thought DC was cooking, but unfortunately not. But yeah, outside of Batman v Superman, this is going to shock some of you. The next movie on the list, which is a theatrical animated movie, I know people in the chat earlier says, oh yeah, I watched the Lego Batman movie. So yeah, I can easily tell that Lego Batman is a fan favorite to my subscribers. But for this one, I'll let Gabriel speak on, but here's my spoiler alert. I can't believe I enjoyed a Lego Batman movie than a recent movie that features Batman and Superman together, which is crazy. 1 year later, from 2016 to 2017. And yeah, one last thing about Batman v Superman. We can all agree that Captain America Civil War is a way better hero versus hero movie with Captain America versus Iron Man. Just saying. But yeah, that's all I had to say about
100%.
That's all I had to say about Batman v Superman around that time. But never watched it. Wait, really? You never watched Lego Batman? That's quite surprising, despite you've watched a lot of Batman content. But either way.
Now's your chance.
Yeah, but hey, it's not free on YouTube because there's one Lego Batman movie that's not this version, the Will Arnett version. It's the Lego Batman 2 cutscenes, the movie. But yeah, I don't know if I want to consider this as an underrated gem because this movie does have its fans in a way, thanks to the memes. But anyway, Gabriel, you ramble like the Lego Batman movie since it's literally the next one on our list.
Yeah, Lego Batman is kind of just what it looks like, like a fun family movie, like the first Lego movie, because it's same character, same universe. I liked the upgraded, style of the movie. It still had the Lego movie style, but it looked a little different. Like, Batman looked a little different with his belt, his glowing eyes. So I like the designs for him and everyone else. Everyone was just really silly, but most people were like, I don't like silly Batman. Well, that's how he started off in the early days, Adam West or early comics. He was pretty silly in the beginning of when he was made, but later down he became more darker, which is fine. I think it fits his character. I'm fine with either or. I mean, you have Batman Brave and the Bold, where he's kind of silly. You got the Adam West, and then you have this. In the first Lego movie, that's just how his character was. He was a comic relief. But still cool, because it's Batman. And they still keep that energy, keep that personality, that personality with this Batman. And Will Arnett, man, he just has that voice. For a comedic style of Batman, I think he was just perfect for the role. And his just delivery with lines and jokes and stuff, really well done. And it's cool that you get to see, what I like about the movie is that it's all fun and it's silly, but there's also moments where you can relate, when Batman is
lonely
by himself in his Batcave or the manor, where he's up all night watching movies or just chilling. It's hey, that's real, that's Night Owl stuff,
That's
I'm Batman.
Me. Literally me.
Yeah, stuff like that where it's funny, but then it's hey, I relate to that. And then you have Alfred. Like I said, the character designs were pretty good. With Robin's design, yeah, you could be why does he look like that? But, again, this is a family film. It's meant to be funny.
Yeah, like the original.
I think his design was silly and it fit his personality. And I like how it was just that typical, I want to be your sidekick. I admire you.
And then rip the pants off. Come on, Batman, let's get grooving.
Yeah, and then Batman's yeah, this kid's annoying. I mean, yeah, originally that's not how it goes. It's usually, the the Grayson story where Batman's like, I feel bad for him, I'm gonna raise him. But now it's just
And
like
Gabriel,
Robin wants to be.
Gabriel, you forgot the joke that Dick said to Bruce when they were at the orphanage, where he's like, "Oh yeah, my name is Richardson, but my friends call me Dick." And then Bruce like, "Well, children can be cruel."
Well, children can be cruel. Yeah.
Yeah.
The humor. I mean, again, like the first Lego movie, it was there. It was great. Good for everybody. That's why I say it's a family film. Whether you're a Batman fan or just a parent taking your kid or a Lego fan, either or, it's an enjoyable film. But yeah, the dynamic with Batman and Robin and their chemistry was fun to watch, and seeing their friendship grow later on. And then Joker, at first when I was a kid, I wasn't like a huge fan of his design.
Same.
But as I got older, I'm like, you know what, he doesn't look that bad. I like it, like it looks unique.
Just to make him look different from the other Lego Joker from the Lego Batman games, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. And I remember I wanted the Lego sets that came out for that movie.
Me too.
Because I like the way they designed like the Batwing and Batmobile and just all of Batman's gadgets and stuff, and like we can't forget the beginning of the movie with the Batman song.
Yeah, in the darkest night, Batman, and then because I think Patrick Stump for Fall Out Boy sing the song, and then this version of Batman reminds me a lot of the How I Should Have Ended Batman, is where he goes, I'm Batman, and just like
it just feels like the movie just feels like a parody in a way of Batman. It's like a parody and a love letter to Batman at the same time.
Yeah, the entire
like it's a parody, but it doesn't disrespect Batman. It's just like it's just fun. It makes everything that you love about Batman, but just fun and funny. So that's why I really like Lego Batman, because it's Lego. Freaking Barbara. Sorry.
I just died in your arms tonight.
Must be something you said. Yeah. I did like the Bruce Wayne scenes also. Liked his character design and the way he acted. It's kind of just funny how he didn't really act that much different compared to when he was Batman. Like he's still silly, but the difference is he's I'm Bruce Wayne, and then Batman, I'm Batman.
Barbara.
But yeah, Barbara, she was like the wild style of the movie, really.
Pretty much.
She was cool. She was fine. Yeah, I don't know what else to say, really. I mean, because like it's a family movie. It's not like one of those movies you go into deep thought with. But people have their own opinions about it, and I just think it's one of those turn off your brain, have some fun movies. Feel nostalgia because you watched it when you were a kid, or you just love Lego and Batman. Like the Lego movie, because I love the Lego movie, and Batman was a great character in that movie.
Even that gets
it's a fun watch.
Yeah, there's like a short flashback to the first Lego movie in one scene.
Yeah, I think, because like it's just one of those movies that like I don't know, like there's not much to say. There's not anything too deep and critical to think about. It's kind of just it's meant to be a gift to Batman fans and Lego fans, or just fans of the Lego movies, and I think it did the job right. Just straightforward, just entertaining. Like I said, it wasn't like it felt like a parody, but not in a disrespectful way. So I think any sort of fan or anybody can enjoy the movie, and for that I would put it S rank, because I think it gets the job done for everybody who watches.
Yeah, I would say, like, as a Batman fan, it's surprisingly one of the better ones. And yeah, this is someone who just defended Batman Forever, but I will be brutally honest, even though, yes, Batman Forever has my favorite actor in it, and the fact that I do love the soundtrack, but I just feel like the comedy is much more brilliantly, like, not just brilliantly more funnier, but just a bit more a wittier comedy that feels less kiddish. I mean, yes, there is, like, kid type of humor in this movie, but they definitely have some adult jokes, like, for instance, like the one with Dick Grayson at the very beginning. It's like, oh yeah, my friends would call me Dick. It's like, oh yeah, children can't be cruel. And then Will Arnett's Batman, where he brings like all the merchandise to the orphanage, where he's like, don't worry kids, if you want to be cool like me, just take care of your abs. I was like, that was like pretty random, but also pretty funny as well. And even though, given the fact that this is technically a spin-off to the Lego movie, and since, you know, Will Arnett's Lego Batman was like a highlight in the first movie, I just really like dark stuff, and sometimes very, very dark gray. And just to give a shout out to my favorite joke in the first Lego movie from his version of Batman, this is how Batman dies, when the submarine comes in.
This is how Batman dies.
So yeah, clearly, I never would expect when I was younger, like, I know who Will Arnett was, thanks to Monsters vs. Aliens, and yeah, Monster vs. Aliens and G-Force around that time, so I know who he was, but I just didn't expect him to be, like, a really good voice for a Lego Batman, even though, obviously, Lego Batman is obviously a more basically, Lego Batman is like what you know when you watch these Batman parody skits where they have to just make fun of the voice and choose that. That's who he reminds me of. I would say more like the How It Should Have Ended Batman. It's kind of funny that even the How It Should Have Ended channel with their version of Batman even make fun of the Lego movie and as well, along with Lego Batman. So it's kind of like, it kind of fits into that style of humor of that version of Batman. You want to know why? Because I'm Batman. And just try to chick up with the ladies, especially with Lego Barbara Gordon in this film. But either way, so it is honestly well deserving that, you know, because usually when a spin-off character gets his movie, like, usually it's like, oh, it sucks, or sometimes it could be like Puss in Boots, or then it's like Cars 2, where it's like too much filler. But yeah, even though it does have its filler most because it's a Lego movie, because back then Warner Brothers and Warner Brothers Animation saw the success of the first Lego movie did, so they want to make their own Lego cinematic universe where Batman gets his own solo movie, Lego Ninjago gets their own film like in the same year, and then Lego Movie 2, which was sadly the conclusion of the Warner Brothers run of Lego before Universal had the rights to make a Pharrell Williams biopic or something, I don't know. But either way, it was quite surprising that we didn't get to have the Lego Movie sequel right away, but Lego Batman was still a certified hit, and I did say, man, I can't believe I enjoyed a Lego Batman movie more than Batman v Superman, and surprisingly, way better than the Schumacher films or the Burton films, if I'm being honest, because, yeah, I can understand why this movie definitely has its fans, not just because it's Lego and not just because it's Batman, just because this movie is definitely a love letter. Like, basically, this movie has, like, the comedy of Deadpool, but also, like, kind of like what the Spider-Verse movies did. It's kind of like a love letter to like everything Spider-Man related, from the comic books to the movies, to the TV shows, to the merchandise. It shouts to like very obscure references. Like, for instance, like one of my favorite references when Batman was being depressed, like he's basically Mr. Celebrity in Gotham with literally all of his rogue gallery villains, and they're all voiced by many famous comedians, like Zach Galifianakis is Lego Joker, Jenny Slate is Harley Quinn. I like the casting got Billy D. Williams is Two-Face because he played Harvey Dent in 1989's Batman, like in the Tim Burton movie, but since, you know, Batman Forever recast it with Tommy Lee Jones, he now gets the chance to voice Lego Two-Face in this movie, and Zoe Kravitz, who voiced Lego Catwoman, foreshadowed herself to play Catwoman in the Matt Reeves Batman version, so I kind of like the casting inspirations. And then freaking Conan O'Brien voices Lego Riddler because, you know, Conan has to be everywhere. He's playing himself in Lego Batman 3 Beyond Gotham, the video game. But when it comes to Lego Batman movie in particular, I like that there is a lot of references. Like in the beginning when Lego Joker tries to like scare the pilot, where he goes, "It comes with a smile. You're not terrified, are you?" And then literally, I like that the pilot makes fun of Joker's previous acts, like the parade in the 1988, like the 1989 movie, and then the boats from the Dark Knight, because that's what Heath Ledger's Joker did. And then when Lego Joker talks about all the underrated Batman villains, where it's like Calendar Man, Kite Man, the Condiment King, and then the pilot's like, "Oh, you feel like you just made that up." It's like, "Oh, you have like," and then I think Lego Joker's like, probably worth the Google's like, "Yeah, if you're like a die-hard Batman fan, you know these underrated, wacky Batman villains do exist in the canon. Whether if you read the comics or watched Batman the Animated Series, you know that Condiment King is a very D-list, obscure Batman villain, but they make him as a running joke where Batman just kicked his coochies, where his ketchup and mustard gets squirted out." Ayo, pause. And then when Commissioner Gordon is being trolled by the Joker's plans and then brings the mayor coming over. I like the one joke where it's very Lego Movie-esque when it comes to the humor, where it's like, oh, where's this music coming from? It's coming up from my telephone, so. And then when Batman, obviously a reference to Michael Keaton's Batman, where it's like, Batman, are you nuts? You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts. And then obviously his remix song that Patrick Stump for Fall Out Boy makes a whole song where he's beating all these enemies in a very wacky style. And every time when Batman talks about computer, if you look at the IMDb credits, it's credited as Siri doing the voice of the computer whenever Batman needs his gadgets, and goes, in the darkest night, Batman, because I'm a billionaire. And then when Joker's like, how does he do that? And then once all the villains are trying to evacuate except for Joker himself, I'm Batman, I'm Batman. It's like, man, it's kind of like they put in like the cheesy humor of the 66 Adam West show with the Schumacher films, but still has that epicness for like what the Burton films have. So I honestly like that. And then the one thing that honestly caught me off guard, because I get it, Batman and Joker are basically enemies forever. It's a heartbroken love story that he does like his enemies, where like, you're not, I am your greatest enemy, Batman. You're not my worst enemy, Superman. Superman's not even a bad guy. It's like, it's just only just fighting good people like to fight around. I don't need you, Joker. No one does. So obviously Joker just feels betrayed. That's like, I thought I was your greatest enemy, just like it always should be, like in our history. But once when Batman's being praised, all the kids love them, politicians love them, the Gotham news broadcast likes him, including the cops. But then, I like that he doesn't remove the cowl when he goes back to Wayne Mansion of eating a lobster, swimming with Lego dolphins. And then, this funny joke of watching a Tom Cruise movie with Renee Zellweger, I think it's Jerry Maguire, where Tom Cruise says, you complete me. Ha! Love it. So I'm like, oh, I get it, because Tom Cruise said that you complete me. Heath Ledger's Joker said that line in Dark Knight, you complete me. You should do Batman cartoon list, tier list next. I'm like, well, if this movie tier list is a hit, then maybe, if I ever consider it for future ones. But yeah, guys, I will make a poll once when this stream is done, which obviously I need to talk more about Lego Batman than talk about Matt Reeves' version. I'll talk about what feature streams what you guys want me to do, whether you guys want more tier list gaming. Like I said, I'll make a community post, but right now I don't want to waste any time to get back to Lego Batman. So, given the fact that Lego Batman is enjoying his quiet life, but he definitely understands that his celebrity Batman persona, and I guess Bruce Wayne persona as well, whenever he's out in the Lego version of Gotham, and then literally he gets to have this moment of talking to his dead parents in a Lego frame, and then kicks Alfred. And I like the joke where he's like, good night, Alfred, and then Alfred's like, sir, it's morning, and then obviously like a vampire bat just goes, sa. And I think one of my favorite breaking the fourth wall jokes is when Alfred mentions Batman's big budget theatrical movies, aka the exact same movies that we just ranked for almost 4 hours on the stream, where it literally just shows Lego versions of the Burton films, the Schumacher films, Christopher Nolan's Dark Knight trilogy, Batman v Superman, and a live action version of the 66 movie. Like, my favorite joke with Alfred, where he's like, sir, I see you have familiar faces in 2016, 2012, 2008, 2005, 1997, 1995, 1992, 1989, and that weird one in 1966. Which is why we counted the 1966 Batman movie, because it's kind of canon in the Batman theatrical movies. And also, it's like if you switch it up with the Spider-Man movies, just imagine it like this. Spidey, I definitely see you from familiar faces from 2021, I messed it up. 2023, 2021, 2019, 2018, 2017, 2014, 2012, 2007, 2004, 2002, and that weird one in 1977. If you get the Spider-Man reference, I love you for that. But either way, so given the fact that Alfred definitely encourages that Batman should stop living this lonely life for himself, despite he just exists for being like this quote-unquote father figure, but then he talks about the orphan that he adopted, which, funny enough, Lego Robin is voiced by Michael Cera. Yes, Scott Pilgrim, that dude from Superbad. Yeah, my friend Alex, he was in the Barbie movie. So yeah, I almost thought Michael Cera was just going to be super annoying as Lego Robin, just being stupid by saying, yeah, I'm a super hyper ADHD orphan. I definitely want to be adopted by Bruce Wayne and Batman. I definitely just want to be along with the orphanage. Batman is so cool. But other than that, it makes you actually want to empathize, even though he could be a bit annoying at times. But the funny thing is about Lego Robin, not only Michael Cera surprisingly did a good job voice acting the role, is the fact that, you know, since he's an orphan like Batman, where he's like, a family. I always wanted one of those. And then Batman was like, Alfred, you're just watching way too many movies and drink too much champagne. It's been egregious, hello. And I like that Alfred suspend Batman's computer hours, kind of like what parents are like, we're going to suspend your behavior for all the computers since Batman is like a man-child on the inside. I like that his password is Iron Man sucks. It's like, what a way to slip and roast Marvel in a way. And I forgot that this movie actually made fun of Suicide Squad. When Killer Croc was trying to disarm the bomb, Killer Croc was like, I did something! And I'm like, wow, it's throwing shade at the 2016 Suicide Squad where they kind of wasted Killer Croc in that movie. So funny that we got Killer Croc in a Suicide Squad movie, but not in a Batman film. But Lego Batman made a joke by saying, yeah, I did something, just to poke fun of Suicide Squad since, you know, Batman v Superman and Suicide Squad were not well-received movies back in 2016. So Lego Batman knew ahead of its time when it comes to the jokes rolling. But then, when Robin tests out all the Lego minifigure suits, and then he gets the iconic 66 Robin suit from the Adam West Batman, and then it comes to running gag where he puts pants in front of him. I guess it's kind of like the reference of the honey, where are my pants from the Lego movie, and then it goes, come on Batman, let's get grooving. And then given the fact that Batman decides to like go to the Justice League where Superman is still voiced by Channing Tatum from the Lego movie, I Super Hate You, but also the voice and plays Gambit, Deadpool Wolverine, ooh, I'm about to make a name for myself, and Jonah Hill still voices Green Lantern in that movie as well for both Lego and Lego Batman, because I'm like, yeah, Channing Tatum and Jonah Hill did the 21 Jump Street movies with Phil Lord and Chris Miller, the same guys who directed the first Lego movie. So yeah, you get the inside references there. But once when Robin decided to steal like all of Superman's Phantom shards, and then once when the Joker knew about it, that's when Joker had this idea, like, since Batman quote-unquote broke up with Lego Joker, where him and all these people, and I almost forgot about Barbara Gordon, like, the most iconic meme of this movie is where Bruce Wayne is thirsting on, you know, Lego Barbara, I just die in your arms tonight. Yeah, basically every time when you look at your crush, you get that fuzzy 80s montage moment in your head. And yeah, someone put the reference. Do you remember that one scene where Batman and Robin did the pal scene referencing Adam West Batman TV show? Yeah, they pay homage a lot to the Adam West TV series in the movie as well, which is why I mentioned it when Alfred was talking about it in the movie. But then, I like where Robin's trying his best to, like, make his own catchphrase, because you know what Batman is, I'm Batman. And then Robin's like, oh yeah, tweet to the straight right, Robin Fly. Hey, what are you doing to me? I'm trying to give you a big old hug. I thought you were trying to attack me. And then once he's trying to ride on the Batmobile with Robin, it's like, hey, are we supposed to wear seatbelts on this? I gotta tell you, kid, life does not give you seatbelts. But then when Robin pushes on, because, you know, Robin is still a kid in this movie, despite he's voiced by a 30-year-old in this Lego movie, he's like, you know what, I'm just gonna put my arm here and just pretend this like it's a seatbelt. I feel like Will Arnett just nails the comedy timing for Lego Batman, which is why not only he was this highlight in the first Lego movie, but why he's deserving to taking it in. And once when Joker surrenders and decides to make very suspicious moves in front of Barbara, where he goes, I surrender, what you just say? And I like when Batman takes down Bane, the voice actor is trying to do his best Tom Hardy impression where he goes, that was unnecessary. And the fact where Lego Joker's just kind of like makes the suspicious thing a bit too obvious, where he goes, blink, 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 blink. And then during the moment where Barbara Gordon is like, since the villains all want to be arrested because it's all part of Joker's plan for Batman having motivation to understand, like, yeah, I am your greatest enemy. It's kind of like what the Spot did in Spider Across the Spider-Verse. I am your nemesis. But then one of my, I'm going to be honest with you. Of course, everyone knows the song, what is the loneliest number that you ever do? But basically, this is a much more sadder version of the song when the mayor's like, yay, no more crime. And then Batman has no purpose to fight since, you know, Gotham is very villain-free with no harm whatsoever. And then it plays Harry Nelson's version of One is the Loneliest Number, which Venom Let There Be Carnage used the exact same song cover in their trailer. One is the loneliest number that you ever do. Two can be as bad as one. It's the loneliest number since the number one. So I'm like, honestly, after that movie, I was like, yeah, this is like the definitive version of that song whenever you feel depressed like Batman, and then keeps inspiring him. And then once when he gets embarrassed by Barbara, he goes, smoke bomb, Barbara. Hey, is that your son? No, that's definitely not my son. It's weird, it's definitely not your son. And then once when Batman frees the Joker to the Phantom Zone, which, yeah, if you play Lego Dimensions, even Lego Batman was part of Lego Dimensions, where Joker needs the help of other Warner Brothers villains like Lord Sauron from Lord of the Rings, King Kong, I think there was a Godzilla archetype, Voldemort from Harry Potter, you got the Wicked Witch from the West from The Wizard of Oz, then you got, who else? The Daleks from Doctor Who, Annihilate, Destroy, Agent Smith from the Matrix franchise that Keanu Reeves fights. You got Gremlins, since Gremlins were part of Lego Dimensions. And then you got dinosaurs, which, you know, Warner Brothers does not own the rights to Jurassic World, but since Jurassic World had Lego appearances in video games and animated shorts, including Lego Adventures. I guess that's kind of like their reference of putting, Jurassic dinosaurs into, like, Joker's Rogue Gallery. But then when they lock up both Batman and Robin inside the Arkham Asylum, I like where Batman's just being a goof where he goes, I'm Batman, I'm awesome, I got a 9-pack, because, Batman's too immature just to, the fact that he escaped his greatest enemy, have his revenge plan where Joker and all the Warner Brothers villains decided to terrorize Gotham while Joker betrayed every single Batman villain, including Harley Quinn, which is very in character for Joker to do. But either way, like, the fact that Batman find his bond with Robin, and even Alfred breaks up where he rips apart his Adam West suit, and then Batgirl, since Barbara Gordon is clearly going to be set up as Batgirl, but except they didn't bone. But then Batman, Batgirl, Robin, and Alfred are basically like what Emmett Wildstyle and Morgan Freeman's character in the original Lego movie was supposed to be. And the fact that they tried to, like, get away with it, including the Batwing when the Gremlins were about to take down the wing. And I know it tries to be emotional, where Batman thought that Alfred was going to die, and it goes slow motion, goes, Alfred, no, and then Batgirl just used the Batwing just to fly off. And then Robin and everyone else, like, obviously, Batman and Robin try to do the Bat family, but it's so hilarious that a Lego Batman movie did more justice to the Bat family than Batman and Robin by comparison, with Batman, Batgirl, Robin, and guess including Lego Alfred to the mix. But then it gets to the trope where Batman has that selfish ego by saying, no, I don't want to bond with the family, I gotta take down the villain myself, and then obviously push Robin, Batgirl, and Alfred out the way, and turns out that you cannot fly solo. I mean, Spies in Disguise literally did the exact same thing, so I'm like, yeah, this trope is honestly getting old in my opinion. But then Batman gets to the Phantom Ruby, realizes that the talking Lego bricks, realize that Batman is becoming too cruel, not just to his loved ones, but even to his own arch enemies too, like the Joker, and then thanks to the Phantom Zone, that's where Gotham's being split apart. And guess what? James Gunn's Superman did the exact same thing where Metropolis is being split apart, but I'm like, wait, the Lego Batman movie did that idea first. But then later on when Batman apologized to Joker by saying, like, you are my greatest enemy, and then literally all the villains, like, not like the Warner Brothers villains, because technically Joker feels bad that he let all the Warner Brothers villains get let loose, but literally, like, all of Batman's villains, including, like, all of his allies, and he goes, how are your abs, bro? And then literally in classic Lego movie fashion humor, like, instead of just making, like, this huge brick, the Lego version of Gotham gets, like, click, like a Lego brick, and then Batman and Joker being all zesty with each other, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you more. It's a love story, Batman, kiss me. But then, I will admit, it gets a little very Pixar-esque at the ending where Batman has to sacrifice himself to the Phantom Zone since he saved Gotham and saved everyone, and then everyone seems to, like, get along with Batman, including his own enemies that felt betrayed after Joker, and then they team up with Batman and his team. And then, once when he revealed the identity in front of Robin, where he's like, just call me Dad. Oh, Padre, where are you going? We both have the same dad, but they're both leaving. And then Batman gets credit to Alfred by saying, you're a butler, but like my father in a way. And then he got a girl, but still cool. And you, mi hijo, which is Spanish for son. And then they have their emotional send-off where Batman decides to, like, go to the afterlife where it goes, ah, and then gets hit by the ashes, and then the freaking talking Lego brick was talking to Batman that he has good intentions to redeem himself, and then it gets to this iconic song cover of Man in the Mirror, which is played by Michael Jackson, and I will admit, I know it was sung by Michael Jackson back then around the time, but hearing the music and just hearing Batman and his Bat family just reenacting the family habit moments that Batman was doing earlier in the movie. I'm stuck in the man in the mirror. Oh yeah, they want to make a better place. Gotta make that change. Na 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 na. And then they do the montage of Iron Man sucks. They laugh at the Tom Cruise saying, you complete me, because get it? Heath Ledger's Joker said the exact same thing in The Dark Knight. And then they have a family montage, have the food, and then Batman just breaks the fourth wall just like he did in the opening scene. It's like, yeah, don't be afraid of snake clowns. I don't like snake clowns. And then you got the computer just break the fourth wall by saying, let's just play a happy licensed music, just make the audience happy, and best friends and family. So yeah, the movie definitely has its tropish moments, but still, for someone that likes Lego and for someone that's like a Batman fan, and yes, like I said, there are a lot of people you in the chat that says Lego Batman is like one of your favorite Batman movies, which if you say if it is, I wouldn't blame you for that. If you're like, oh yeah, I like this more than The Dark Knight, side, then once again, I will not judge, because yes, it does have its comedic moments, and yeah, it's definitely more targeted to families, kids, and Lego collectors alike, including the Lego sets based on this movie were pretty fun. I mean, just like people assume that the original Lego movie is like nothing but a giant cash grab, and people would have thought the same for this one, but no, it's actually a good movie that has good heart, hilarious humor that actually suits up in my alley, and then later on, we'll just move on to the Matt Reeves version. But other than that, I think I would agree with, before I get to the final movie of the tier list, but Lego Batman, yeah, I would agree with everyone else, including Gable too. I think S tier is the best way to rank it. So before I move on to the next movie, I'm going to read the comments. When I was a kid, I watched the Lego movie. I decided that Lego Batman was happening, and I thought Lego Batman was inspired by 2008's Lego Batman, the video game. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that video game existed, and that gave us the introduction to the Danny Elfman score. But you know what? It is what it is. At least the movie pays respect to be its own canon, despite it wasn't the first Lego Batman, since Warner Brothers wanted to milk Batman a lot with these spin-off titles based on Lego games. But it is what it is. And yeah, Cameron, thanks for sticking around. Patterson is S tier. I'm going to go. See ya. Thanks for stopping by, Cameron. So now that we've caught up with all the theatrical movies, and like I said, we're not counting Justice League, no Jokers, no Harley Quinns, we're now down, and no Penguin TV show, we're now down to the grand finale for, I'm surprised this stream has not hit 5 hours yet, but I know eventually will, the last and final movie of our Batman movie tier list stream, and yes, this is going to be a no-brainer that we're going to say a lot of praise to, is Matt Reeves' 2022's The Batman, featuring the guy from Twilight playing Batman. So yeah, this is the final Batman movie on the list, so Gabriel, do you want to take away with your review on The Batman by Matt Reeves?
Yeah. Yeah, I love the TV show, The Batman. No, I do, but that's not what we're talking about. The Batman. This movie, man, the trailers, the hype for it, and the movie itself were all so good. It brought DC back. It gave us hope for good DC movies, because we had, this was 2019, the Joker.
Yeah, the Joaquin Phoenix Joker in 2019.
Yeah, we had that. That was good. So that was one thing. And then 2022, we had The Batman. Another great film. And I think it just brought DC back to the spotlight. It gave us hope. Like I said, it gave us hope for better DC movies.
And here we are right now with James Gunn's Superman.
The sequel to The Batman, which it's taken a while, but we'll get it.
For 5
we'll get
years,
it.
Man.
Yeah, you can't rush art. But this first film, just I was expecting it to be good, but it was a lot better than I thought it was gonna be. It blew my mind. Watching it in theaters for the first time, it was everyone was quiet, everyone was so focused, and even though it's a long movie and it's slow,
almost 3 hours, man.
Everything was entertaining in a way. It was easy to just keep watching. It wasn't no offense to the Chris Nolan films, especially with Dark Knight Rises, those were a little bit hard to stay focused and
not get bored.
Not get bored, yeah. But with this, even with how long it was, you just felt attached. Even with how slow it was. You have movies like Endgame, or that one's 3 hours, but there was a lot going on in that movie. It wasn't slow paced. It was a pretty fast paced 3 hour movie.
You still feel entertained by it.
This one was slow paced, but you just couldn't stop watching. You were just interested in what was going on. And I think it's because of the suspension and I wouldn't say horror, well, maybe a little bit of horror, like with the Riddler when he killed that the first guy, or got his first victim in the beginning of the movie. Those sort of elements with the Riddler, the horror elements, made it intriguing to watch. It made you feel unsettled. It was unsettling, and it kept you on the edge of your seat in a way, not in an excited way, but just like oh, what's gonna happen next? Is he gonna die or what's gonna happen? And it starts to build up when you see Batman do his detective work, trying to figure out who the Riddler is and who killed this guy and this guy. And that's one thing that I missed about Batman was him being a detective. He's the world's greatest detective, and this movie showcased that the best out of any movie. It's something that we need because every Batman project coming out or that has come out is always like, oh, let's make Batman just because Batman is part of the Justice League and he's in a superhero world, we got to make him feel like super like a superhero. He's in a world of superheroes, but he's not a superhero. He's just a hero that is incredibly smart. And what's super is not his abilities and what he does, because he doesn't have powers. It's his brain power. That's his greatest strength or superpower. And being a detective is the best example of his brain power.
It's perfect.
And this movie did that really well. I feel like people were kind of unsure about Commissioner Gordon. But honestly, his performance is great.
Yeah, Jeffrey
he had the vibe and the personality and everything with Commissioner Gordon, where he's like the word like he doesn't trust Batman at first, but then later on he's like, oh, you know what, maybe Batman is alright.
Yeah.
It's just like that. The early days of Batman, they did really well, where he's a vigilante, and his whole motive, be Batman, is to seek vengeance. I am vengeance.
Yeah. Hey, vengeance!
Yeah. That was his whole motive. That's the whole thing about Batman in the early days of his career.
Since this is an
seeking vengeance to crime, to the evil in Gotham.
Because the
evil in Gotham is what took away his family. So to see a younger Bruce Wayne and seeing him be sad and depressed and everything, and everything he's dedicating his life to is to being Batman and not enough Bruce Wayne, because when he's Bruce Wayne, he has to feel like he's not really himself in a way. Like, he has to act like, oh, I'm a rich guy, but he doesn't want to. He all he wants is to do what he feels like he's meant to do, is to, avenge his family, seek, stop crime and defeat evil, but not in a way that's like in more of a selfish way. Like I hate what they did to my family, so I want to put a stop to it. And it's like a way to release his anger and frustration.
His enemies.
Yeah. So it's really cool that we get to see his growth go from someone that's full of hatred and vengeance towards evil and criminals and everything going on in Gotham, to then realizing after he saved the people from the flood and just actually helped people instead of just beating up crime for the sake of, I hate these guys. He realized that he can be different. He can be a symbol of hope and someone to look up to in the city of Gotham, that they need, because just like when he was a little boy, he didn't have someone like that he felt like could look up to besides maybe Alfred.
Pretty much.
And he wants to be that symbol to the people of Gotham, and that's why you have the bat symbol. And like he mentions earlier, it's a symbol of well, at first it's a symbol of fear. Like, I'm out there. I'm gonna beat your ass and send you to prison or break your bones or something. And he still does, but not with hatred.
Mm-mm.
It's more of justice, more of I'm doing this for my parents, and I'm doing this because it's the right thing to do, and to protect my city. So that's the difference, and I like that they show that development and growth with Bruce and Batman. I love his suit. It looks very like not too armory and modern like the Christian Bale suit,
But it's
but
believable
also
enough.
realistic
Yeah, it's
in a
believable.
way. I mean, overall, the whole movie, maybe besides the flooding stuff, felt a little more realistic, uh, and also in a way felt like a Batman universe where crazy stuff is happening, explosions, and the Riddler doing all this stuff with like a car driving through the church or whatever,
Yeah.
with a guy strapped there with a bomb. Like a bunch of crazy stuff is
The
happening,
simp.
but it also feels grounded. So I really like that. Also, the tone and theme or color grading of the movie still has that dark and gothic kind of feel to it. Uh, Even during the day, it seems like dark and gloomy, and it just defines what Gotham is. It's a dark city,
Mm-hmm.
and I think out of any Batman movie, um, it's the best looking Gotham has looked,
Mm-hmm.
and it
Since
just
the
looks
Burton
like Gotham. It
movies.
doesn't look like a safe place, which is not. So they did that really well. Um, the Riddler, great casting.
Yeah,
Paul
by
Dano is
Paul Dano.
he's a great Riddler. I love Jim Carrey and I love his Riddler. But I
Always.
think Paul Dano is probably the best Riddler in the sense that he's intimidating.
Especially
He
his
feels
plan. His plan too.
he's evil in what he does, how he murders people in like the most creative and sadistic ways, and actually, does riddles and stuff like that, but in a way that's like evil.
And it works with the
Um,
detective story too.
yeah, it fits. Yeah, with the detective stuff, it fits so perfectly. That's a perfect villain for that kind of role, and they did it well. His design was, hard to get used to, I guess, at
Garbage
first, but
man.
again, that's what I mean by like realistic. It's a realistic take on these characters. They look more realistic, and while, you could look at Jim Carrey's and be like, wow, that's so comic booky, and he has the question marks everywhere, and
Yeah, and he
it
has
looks
the
so silly
cane.
and
He has the
comic-y.
cane.
But this one is more modern, more realistic, and you see the question marks everywhere, and it's still, when you see the question marks, it's not just, oh, that's the Riddler, oh, that's his thing. It's like scary when you see it, like it, or like creepy. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
The Riddler is creepy in this, and he should be. He's a villain.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so they did the Riddler really well. Catwoman, I think. If we're okay, so Batman Returns, I think, is the best looking Catwoman in
Mm.
terms of maybe just the actress or
Michelle
maybe her
Pfeiffer.
suit or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, like in terms of looks, I could say sure she probably does look like the best Catwoman, but I think in terms of performance, I think Zoe Kravitz in this movie is the best Catwoman because I think she feels or acts more like Selena, um, where she's selfish and cares about. Well, I wouldn't say she's that.
Mm.
Kind of both. I mean, like what she's doing is for the sake of her. Is it her friend or somebody?
Well,
Like the other
friend, but
girl.
also her quote-unquote dad is Falcone. And
Yeah.
spoiler alert for the Penguin series. What's the girl's name? Sophia Carson, whatever she is.
Sophia, yeah.
She's technically the half sister of Catwoman in the Matt Reeves universe of Batman.
Yeah. So her like trying to do what she does for the sake of her friend or whatever. Um, and because they attacked her or killed her, really.
Yeah,
because
killed the mother.
Yeah. Because of what Falcone did, and uh, like that whole connection with the family tree, I guess, with Falcone,
Very
the
dark.
Falcones. It's dark and it fits well with why Catwoman is the way she is and why she does what she does. Instead of just the typical, oh, I'm hot and I want jewelry. There's actually
And I'm
a
horny for
story with
Batman.
her, and um, she feels just more human, not like objectified, like a sexy model or something.
Pretty much.
She's seductive because that's how she gets what she wants, but also feels human. And I do like her design. It's like I said, it's modern, feels modern and realistic, and you like feels like a Catwoman. Um, so I don't know. I think she was really good for Catwoman. Um,
Yeah, she was good.
yeah, I think she's the best live action Catwoman for me. Um, and then Alfred.
Yeah, Alfred. Yeah.
I love that there's not like too much backstory with him and Bruce, but you could tell they have a connection. Because I mean, you don't really need to know. This is Batman. Everybody knows Batman's story, but you could see the connection they have, like when they're mansion together and talking to. Well, Bruce is like, leave me alone. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah. Sorry, Dad. I don't want to tell
And
you.
Alfred's just trying to help and be there for him, and Bruce is just like, I don't care. I want these. I want them hung. But I just like their bond and their connection, and they do feel like family.
Yeah.
It's like the parent that's like wants to bond with their son, and then their son is moody and grumpy and doesn't want to. But then later on, Bruce realizes how special he is when he thinks that Alfred is about to die. And I just really like that bond. And that moment where they were in the hospital and Bruce was talking to Alfred, and then he sees the bat symbol and knows that he has a responsibility that, like Alfred's just trying to help Bruce kind of make him realize that not everything is true about what happened to his parents or what his parents wanted for him and
The
just stuff like that.
Father.
But the stuff with Alfred was good. Then
Including the scene
the Penguin,
in the hospital.
also I think by far the best live action
got
Penguin
you.
for sure.
He
The
got his
makeup
own-
is amazing
got
with
his
how they
own TV
transformed him
show.
to look like Oz. The way he acts, his accent, he
And the way he walks as well, walks like a penguin.
yeah, like that is just like the perfect best Penguin I've seen in a live action for Batman.
That's why he got his own
Um,
TV show.
And he was funny too. I mean, like Penguin is always funny. He's always a funny villain.
What you
They made
showing
him
me?
evil but funny and entertaining to watch at the same time. They just nailed character. The Batmobile also. People will say the '89 Batmobile is like the best one, and I get it. It's iconic. Maybe the Adam West one, or I don't know. But I guess my favorite, I'd have to say, is the Pattinson one because it's a mix of both. Like you can tell it's not a normal car. It's the Batmobile. You can tell it's made by Batman. It's for Batman because of the way the back looks and
Yeah.
like the
Especially
engine
the way it
and
was
everything
shot
just
in
looks so
film.
modified and upgraded, and I don't know. It looks realistic, but still not like a normal car at the same time, and it sounds nice. It looks nice. it's cool because it's like a car that I could just shoot them through the window, and then they're bulletproof windows and stuff, and it's like it just looks really cool and it sounds really cool. Probably my favorite Batmobile, just for the simplicity, but also the effectiveness of how it works and stuff, and how it sounds, how fast it is. It's really cool. Probably it's my favorite Batmobile in live action.
Nice.
The iconic theme, like when Penguin crashed in the car and then he steps out of the vehicle. Oh man, that scene was so good in the cinema, and then the way the engine sounded in the cinema, so good, so good.
Cinema.
And yeah, I already mentioned the character growth of Bruce, but just that scene where he's talking about how he needs to be a symbol of hope, basically, and he like helping that girl go up to the helicopter.
Yeah. At the very end.
Like that whole scene with Something in the Way playing.
Nirvana.
That song is perfect in this movie. The way they used it, because Nirvana's goated, and
yeah, it is. Kurt Cobain was a fan of Batman, so that's why they put respect to that.
yeah. The way the Batcave looked also was not too crazy and fancy like the Keaton one, but still felt like a Batcave. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot to say. Soundtrack, the message of the movie, and Batman's growth, or Bruce's growth, and all the characters were accurate. Cinematography, acting, everything was just. Honestly, this is like a movie that just feels perfect. Feels like a perfect Batman movie to me. And I can't wait for Batman 2. So I put this S rank easily.
Easily, for sure. And speaking of the Batman Part 2, so for those who are still watching, yeah, Matt Reeves is so far, the director of the film, of course, is so far cooking up, getting ready to film in the next couple of weeks and months, and the fact that we're going to see a more progression after Batman Year 2, and possibly seeing a villain that we won't see on the big screen. Who knows who could that be? Could that be Hush? Court of Owls? Calendar Man? Condiment King? Anyway, all joke aside, whatever Matt Reeves cooks, and I hope this... I mean, look, I know James Gunn wants to do his new version of Batman, and I know it's already been clear that this version of Batman works as a standalone universe, and I honestly say it should, because I know fans want Robert Pattinson's Batman to be with David Cornsweat's Superman, but I'm like, I don't know, man. I mean, I'm just hoping at least Pattinson and Reeves in this Batman universe that they created with now just one movie and one spin-off TV show with the Penguin. I'm just hoping that can it get at least a trilogy, just like with the Dark Knight. So then some fans are like, oh yeah, the Dark Knight trilogy is the best Batman trilogy. I'm like, well, I cannot agree with you that when the Dark Knight Rises is such a mixed bag. But anyway, let me talk about this movie, dude. This is by far, yeah, find me in the chat for this. For those who are like with Batman fans, this is the best Batman movie ever. Yeah, I said it. Better than The Dark Knight, better than Mask of the Phantasm, better than Batman Begins, and yes, even better than my guilty pleasure Batman Forever film. So, out of all of over 40, 50 years of Batman movie history with only, I mean, yes, there's a lot of animated movies, but in the 12 theatrically released Batman movies, if we're not counting the spin-offs, this is peak Batman movie at its finest. And why is that? This doesn't feel like just a comic book brought to life. This feels like you just brought the graphic novel, the world, the tone, the atmosphere, like the streets, the characters, and pretty much the themes, the thematics, the performances. It's just peak cinema, mate. I'm so disappointed. I understand why The Dark Knight went an Oscar because, Heath Ledger's performance and the visual effects and the cinematography, But I am baffled that the Batman, it did got nominated for a few Oscars, but it didn't win one for, best sound editing or something. But literally in my mind, it's bro, if Martin Scorsese does not say this is cinema, then he does not know his clear good taste that reinventing the Batman in some ways. But either way, so this movie, I mean, I know Matt Reeves, the guy who directed freaking Planet of the Apes and then has Caesar, aka Andy Serkis, play Alfred in this movie. from the trailers, from everything to the hype, it's like, whoa, is he going to make a new Batman movie that's taking place in a new DC universe? But no, he take the Christopher Nolan approach of like, this is standalone. But I will be honest with you, as much as I get praise for the Christopher Nolan movies, and Gabriel's right about one thing, this is by far the longest Batman movie. This is like literally an almost 3-hour cut of an entire feature-length film, while the Dark Knight movies are super long. Don't get me wrong, they're like 2.5 hours. But I will admit, when it's not showing anything Batman related or not showing any of their villains in those movies, like, yeah, I will admit, sometimes the Nolan movies can get pretty boring at times, that you have to be like, I don't know, the age of 30 or 40 to appreciate the movie a lot more. But like I said before, as much as I say The Dark Knight is a good movie, but like I said before, if you remove Joker and remove the Batman elements, you can literally create the exact same plot story about terrorism and corruptions and over like choosing between peace and serenity over vengeance and justice. But you will get like a solid Christopher Nolan movie. But for the Batman, this is like the elements that you see in this movie is like you can only watch this in a Batman film adaptation, not anywhere else. I know Matt Reeves talked about the film inspiration like Chinatown, or in this case, I don't know, some other crime corrupted films. Like the movie I was thinking about the most is David Fincher's Seven, which is a very murder mystery detective movie. And yeah, I mentioned detective. Batman is the world's greatest detective, right? And I feel like even though, yes, Keaton's Batman, Kilmer's Batman, Christian Bale's Batman, okay, I'll be honest, Christian Bale's Batman sort of went to this, but I feel like no other Batman, I guess aside from Kevin Conroy's Batman, I never see too much of the detective skills in live action. Like the previous ones, they did just here and there, but they never fully embrace it like this. Like I said, you could say it's like David Fincher's Seven, like all in one, but literally, this movie perfectly depicts of why Batman is the world's greatest detective, not just because of his gadgets, but from his skills. And like what Gabriel said, when they use the Riddler, which we have not seen the Riddler on the big screen since Jim Carrey's version, which I will get to that, but I will say this, from the 2 licensed songs they put from so yeah, I remember I first heard that song from the Amazing Spider-Man video game around that time for the second video game based on Phantasm 2, which I thought that was funny. And then once when the Riddler decides to kill the mayor, like it feels like, yeah, like Gabriel says, even though despite the movie's feature teens, like I doubt we're ever going to see an R-rated Batman movie because you know you got to sell merchandise to the kids as well, no matter how dark you can make your Batman adaptation is. But still, when the Riddler decided, like he duct tapes his victims and put like all of his riddles written in blood, or in this case, put it like all of his envelopes to be part of the Murder Mystery Detective Agency. Like, bro, like the Riddler's theme, and I will talk about the score by Michael Giacchino. Yes, that Michael Giacchino that did The Incredibles, Fantastic Four, Ratatouille, Tom Holland's Spider-Man Home Trilogy, Jurassic World Trilogy. The list goes on and on. Michael Giacchino's like the next he's like the John Williams of our generation, honestly, which is why Giacchino knows how to cook a good music score when he is the right project. But I will get to Giacchino's score for the rest of the movie. But the Riddler's theme where it goes, it feels like it's trying to tempt with my soul and just try to like consume like for what the Riddler's trying to do when he's trying to kill all of his victims and put riddles around. But then when you get to the iconic Batman theme, bum 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 bum. This is my biggest hot take, y'all. Look, the Danny Elfman score will forever be the most iconic, most definitive theme of Batman. Like whenever, no matter which Batman media is, no matter if it's the Burton films, the Lego games, the animated series, the Danny Elfman score will for always forever be the iconic Batman theme. But here's my biggest hot take. I think Michael Giacchino just gave us the best Batman score in any Batman movie. Despite Danny Elfman was the blueprint, Giacchino, and funny, Danny Elfman, Michael Giacchino, and Hans Zimmer too, who did the score for The Dark Knight. All 3 composers, they did music for Batman movies, but they also did for the Spider-Man movies. Obviously, Danny Elfman gave us the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man theme. Hans Zimmer worked on the Phantasm 2 score after the Dark Knight trilogy. And Michael Giacchino did the score for Tom Holland's Spider-Man movies, and now the same thing for the Batman. And here's my big hot take. I think this is Michael Giacchino's best music score that he's ever done because, bro, like, aside from the Batman theme, like, when it goes to, like, some certain things, like, when Catwoman was sneaking in, like, you get this very suspenseful, sneaky type of music where it goes, dun-dun-dun-dun, dun, dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun, and including Catwoman's thing that feels like a very black and white love story music where it goes, na, 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 like, you know, And then literally when Batman's trying to figure out the flame, like I said, like every time I'm in a Batman mentality, or if I'm like want to stay in the dark or stay quiet, I always listen to the score. Like when Batman and the shout outs to my Hispanic culture people, like the Hispanic police guy with the mustache, like the music where it goes doo 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 doo. Dun, 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 dun. Including when Riddler starts flying, where the music goes na 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 na. It's like I said, easily. This is like Michael Giacchino's best score in his entire career, man. I mean, I know Matt Reeves worked with him in the Planet of the Apes movie, so I kind of figured he would say yes to the project. But man, the music, like the score, is just music to my ears. Like if you play a certain music track from the movie, I know exactly what scene is playing, from the end credits to the tunnel to the water to the sins of Batman's fathers. Like, man, I just love the score so much. But man, the writing, man. I know Christopher Nolan wants to bring all these allegories and these motive things in, but I will admit, sometimes Christopher Nolan's writing could be a bit too logical when it comes to like some two-dimensional people, because it has very three-dimensional power. But I feel like every line just easily fits for like all the characters. Like not every single character has like the same mindset. But then, look, if you want to consider this as a meme, but you know Robert Pattinson, the guy's like, oh yeah, I love you, Twilight, the sexy vampire guy that makes love with Kristen Stewart. But of course, critics underestimate him like he's a terrible actor, because, you know, the Twilight movies were super corny, and every teenage edgy girl in the elementary school days just, you know, wet their pants whenever they saw those scenes and then overplay 1,000 years. But when Robert Pattinson progressed as an actor and worked with Christopher Nolan and Tenet, like, you know, the monologue, Thursday, October 31st, on Halloween. So yes, just like Batman Returns is a Christmas movie, The Batman is a Halloween movie. And you know what? I don't celebrate Halloween like most people do, but I will watch The Batman when it's October 31st just to get that gothic feel and that vibe, you know? And the way that he monologues and stays in disguise, which I will talk about Robert Pattinson's Bruce Wayne, even though I did say Christian Bale's the best Bruce Wayne, but I think the best live-action Batman is easily Robert Pattinson, man, because it's not swear to me, where's Rachel, like Christian Bale's Batman. It's not, do you bleed? Something's definitely bleeding. Ben Affleck, like it's like I said, I did credit Val Kilmer sounding close to Conroy's, but Robert Pattinson is not trying to imitate the past previous Batman before. Like you can still say, like it's still his natural voice, but still has that slight edge. Justice. The answer is justice. Like I think live action wise, he has the best live action Batman voice, in my personal opinion, man. So when he talks about Thursday, October 31st, the city streets are crowded. And then from the POV from Bruce Wayne undercover, then you see dudes in Halloween masks robbing in. And then the bat signal where he's like, it's not just a signal, it's a warning. And then you see all the teenagers in these clown makeups and then just messing around trying to mess up with the dude. And the slow tension buildup of the Batman. And then we get the iconic scene from the trailer, which was like the, hey, don't mess with the Dark Knight himself. Where, of course, we wanted to say like, I am vengeance, I'm the Knight, I'm Batman. But then from this clown street gang, who the hell are you supposed to be? Like, no hesitation, just break the bones of this dude down to the death. I'm vengeance. Instead of just saying I'm Batman for the third time that we see from Michael Keaton and Christian Bale's take. But bro, the way that he just walks in the rain and the way from the Gotham. And yes, for someone that loves listening to Nirvana a lot as a teenager around my time, because yeah, I feel emo dad, I feel edgy mom, stop talking about my feelings. I mean, we get to that teenage phase in our lives, and one of those angsty grunge bands is easily Nirvana. That gives me to that loner mentality, antisocial person that doesn't want to smile and just be like an outcast. Like it's the perfect music that you feel like an outcast, which obviously screams Batman when it comes to that. And no surprise that Robert Pattinson's Bruce Wayne is more Kurt Cobain coded, so clearly from the hair, from the looks, I'm like, yeah, you know what? I know this Bruce Wayne is too emo, but let's be honest, guys. This version of Bruce Wayne just started like his second year of Batman. I guess you could say it's like Batman Year 1, but in reality it's Batman Year 2. And it takes inspiration from the Long Halloween comic book, which is why this movie took place in Halloween where it first takes place. And it actually takes place during our own election. So when I watched this movie on Thursday, October 31st, and then when it comes to Election Day in 2024, I'm like, holy crap, this movie aged well like fine wine, even though it came out in March 2022. But bro, the way that they utilize Nirvana is something in the way. I mean, first of all, it's cool to know that Kurt Cobain, when he was alive, he loved Batman, so this is quite poetic. But literally, from the lyrics, from how the way, like, I love it when licensed songs, like James Gunn did it with the Guardians movies, along with his new Superman movie that came out earlier this year. I love it when licensed songs are not just doing it for the sake of, hey, it's popular, like, you should jam out to this. Like, no, if you're going to utilize a familiar song that people know, you got to use it as a thematic tool, not just for the story, but for the character, for the context of the scene. But the lyrics, it just perfectly fits into the, it's okay to eat fish because they don't have any feelings. And yeah, one of my favorite, like, we'll get to the best part. Once when he's riding on the motorcycle to the Batcave, something in the way, and then literally it's like, it's perfectly metaphorical when Batman's in the monologues, like, yeah, something's always going to be in the way, not just physically, but mentally, from like Bruce's trauma journey. And the perfect way that the song is used when the bats are flying the Batcave, underneath the bridge, Bruce literally went under the bridge, on a small the leaves, and then the bats fly, and the animals I trap. I'm like, Matt Reeves, whoever's idea was this to use that song for this version of Batman, 10 out of 10. I have zero complaints. As a Nirvana fan and as a Batman fan, I liked it. Oh, I loved it. That's my personal opinion by saying top tier music choice for this movie. So I guess every time I think of Nirvana, I just think of Batman, the Defenders, and sometimes Spider-Man whenever it fits the tone, but mostly it just fits for Batman. So it's up to this version of Batman's alley. But the fact that he uses like his eye contacts to know the details, and I forgot, the very beginning when the Riddler kills this mayor and the son's depressed that his dad is dead, like when the son is like looking at Batman, like no words spoken, but he knows from the body language by saying, yeah, I know how it feels that your father's been taken away, especially if he happens to be a politician, but also now that kid's going to grow up like me, so I know how he's going to feel. Like I said, sometimes action just speaks louder than words. And I like that this fat politician dude was like, drops an F-bomb by saying happy effing Halloween. And then, freaking Commissioner Gordon, man, I think Jeffrey Wright, even though he's not my favorite Commissioner Gordon like Gary Oldman's in the Dark Knight trilogy, but I say he's like my second favorite Gordon because, let's be honest, the old Gordon in the older movies before Christopher Nolan is like, Gordon was such a big fat cop joke in the Burton films and the Schumacher films, but Nolan and Reeves perfectly adapts like Gordon so well. So Jeffrey Wright's a great actor, and the way that he delivers his lines in front of Batman when he's ringing the riddles, like, does this mean anything to you, when he grabs the Riddler's envelope, including the one scene with the Penguin, hey, what you showing me? Come on, open your eyes! Like, Jeffrey Wright did a good job where they did a good job of the good cop, bad cop scenario with him and Batman. But yeah, I forgot to talk about Andy Serkis as Alfred, though. I know Matt Reeves cast him because, you know, he plays Caesar, no guns, humans leave now. So it's quite refreshing to see Andy Serkis actually play a human and not a CGI character, which, you know, that's always common for Andy Serkis' roles, and given the fact that bro directed Venom Let There Be Carnage, unironically. But yeah, again, the fact that he plays a more grounded role, and like what Gabriel said, like, Alfred perfectly represents like that parent that wants to connect to this traumatized boy, but then Bruce Wayne is like, you have no idea what it's like when it comes to like my parents being taken away. And then it leads up to one of the Riddler's traps, and Batman just losing his mind. And I know the scene that Gabriel talked about where he got emotional, is like, I never knew that you would have a father. When Alfred's having that moment where Bruce and Alfred's like trying to connect, like, that is such a nice character moment right there, which is something that's great. The Batman take place in Halloween, some things I never expect. Well, that's because you need to watch more Batman content, whether it's the comics or the TV shows. Batman Year One, Batman The Long Halloween, Batman Forever actually had a Halloween sequence, but this movie takes place more in Halloween when it comes to sequence. But yeah, other than that, I really like this Alfred. I may not like him as much as Michael Caine's Alfred in the Dark Knight trilogy, because that's my favorite Alfred from the Christopher Nolan trilogy. But like I said, just like with Jeffrey Wright's Commissioner Gordon, he's second place, so Andy Serkis' Alfred is the second place for me. But then, when it comes to the villains, man, I will save Riddler for last because there's a lot to talk about the Riddler since he's technically the main villain of this film. So let me just get to Catwoman, just because, even though, yeah, she is supposedly the villain, but I like the fact that Zoe Kravitz voiced Lego Catwoman in the Lego Batman movie where she goes, meow meow, you in. So who would have thought, even though she had like a very small role in the Lego Batman movie, she happens to be cast as the live action Batman. And I forgot that Robert Pattinson, when he did the test costume for Batman, he actually wore Val Kilmer's Batman Forever suit, which is funny because Christian Bale did the exact same thing. So you got two British actors that played Batman, wore the Val Kilmer Batman Forever suit for a on-screen audition test to play as Batman. So I honestly find that pretty funny. But for Catwoman, for Zoe Kravitz, such, I will admit, even though she is very toxic as hell, because let's be honest, Catwomen are crazy, like what Puss in Boots said. But for Zoe Kravitz, even though she was in disguise to be like one of those waitresses in Penguin's warehouse or bar party, whatever it is, and then it shows that her quote-unquote friend was like kidnapped and killed by Falcone, even though Falcone was basically the father of Selina Kyle, which that's a huge change into the lore. And then notice like when Batman enters to her apartment where he's like, you have a lot of cats, and then she's like, I have a thing for strays, because, you know, even though this Selina Kyle is honestly more short hair and basically is like very traumatized, and even though they have their fight, like I said, during the part where she's like robbing the place with her cat looking beanie on top just to rob the place, I did like the music where it goes do 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 do. It honestly feels like I'm watching a crime noir love story between two outsiders that are having a troubling time to connect with each other just because they're on different ideologies. And even when she like rants about the cops, I mean, yeah, you could tell that's a very girl boss moment, but when she starts to empathize with Bruce just because Bruce helps Catwoman to like see like the empathy in herself, despite Bruce tells her to like not go to the Avengers moments where basically she's like, who are you underneath that mask? It definitely just wants to get inside like what's inside the Bat's heart, even though Bruce has a hard time to express even in front of her or Alfred or Commissioner Gordon, which I honestly like that she tries like trying to push Bruce's soft side, which, you know, that's pretty integral for the Batman and Catwoman romance that you see from the comics. I will say, even though I like Michelle Pfeiffer's Catwoman more, but I think the romance is a bit handled better in this movie. And yeah, better love story than Twilight, even though Robert Pattinson was in both movies. But either way, including the moment where she make the sacrifice to like hop in to take down one of the Riddlers at the very end, then she has no choice but to have empathy towards Batman, where of course she gave Batman a kiss as expected, but once when the Riddler was trying to kill Selina and the Batman takes the adrenaline, it's like, yeah, even though they are very different from each other and they know they cannot share the same life with each other, you know, it's the common trope that every Batman lover has a habit of, I'm too emotionally damaged to make it work with you, Bruce. So we cannot have this life together. So you know it's a common thing for every Batman movie, but for every Batman iteration in general, unless if you count Batman Forever, I don't know. But either way, so when it comes to Catwoman, even though I wish there was a bit more action with her alone, but at least she gets a little bit more time to shine, but she doesn't do that much Batflicks compared to Michelle Pfeiffer, which is why I prefer Michelle Pfeiffer's a bit more, even though she's more down bad. But I feel like, written-wise, Selina Kyle's definitely a bit more into the death stuff and realize that she's not that different compared to Bruce. She just takes it in a more different direction, including where she's like in disguise with the simp that starts their sound. Everybody saying, wait, what do you do? It's like, hey, you simp for a chick in Gotham, you die. And that's exactly what the Riddler did when it comes to victimizing. So yeah, I say Catwoman was honestly pretty solid to the film. But then when it comes to the Penguin Man, yeah, I mean, even though I give credit to Danny DeVito, but I will admit I will not take Danny DeVito's origin story so seriously. So yeah, I will agree with Gabriel on this. Colin Farrell's Penguin is easily the best Penguin by far. I mean, yeah, that's why he got his own TV show. So who would have thought you have an Irish actor, Colin Farrell, to do a really good job, have this Boston Tony Soprano, hey, what you doing here? Take it easy, sweetheart. Hey, take it easy. He was easily the funniest character into the movie. And yes, even though, yes, it is a Batman movie, and yes, we have, like, super corny, campy Batman movies that have, like, too much comedy, but this movie, the reason why it's the best Batman movie, I would say the Lego Batman movie has the best comedy out of all the Batman movies, but I feel like, even though the Batman does embrace some dark humor, like one of the Riddler's traps when Batman and Commissioner Gordon were just trying to like find like all of the Riddler's victim, there's like a thumb drive, like it's a literal thumb that gets like clunked and sliced off. It's like, thumb drive. And I remember the audience laughing. I was like, you know what? That's dark as heck. But I honestly find that joke pretty kind of funny. So I kind of like they sort of embrace the dark humor in a way. But when it comes to the Penguin Man, when Batman's like going off to his, I was like, oh, take it easy, sweetheart. I'm Oz. Hey, don't worry, just don't look at me. And then literally when Penguin was trying to like go against Batman, when Catwoman was like outside, he's like, hey, vengeance! And then literally just go down to the cars, and then it gets to the epic moment where I think my audience was like getting on the edge of the seat when we get to the iconic Batmobile chase scene, and then Penguin just being a lunatic as always, where he's like, whoa, this guy's crazy! What the hell is this good cop, bad shit, good cop? And then we get to this exciting moment in the trailer, which was so awesome. Like, look, I mean, even though as much as I give credit to the Dark Knight chase sequence with Heath Ledger's Joker in the truck, but I'm gonna be brutally honest, this car chase scene tops that sequence of The Dark Knight. Don't get me wrong, it was cool that we get to see Heath Ledger's Joker by going, hit me, but I will admit, it's not as epic as this. Like, it feels grounded, but still, like, very big, epic in scale. Then you got the iconic Batman theme, dun, 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 and then when it gets to the crashes and everything, where it gets very GTA Online style, but in a more realistic way, and then Colin Farrell just smashed it with the makeup prosthetics and the voice. Like, you can tell Colin Farrell's having the time of his life playing this role, that he's getting so immersed with it. He goes, I got you, I got you, and then Batman's like, no you don't, and then boom, with that car crash. And man, the cinematography, I know it's the same guy who did the camera shot for, like, what, The Mandalorian and the Dune movies, bro. The upside down scene where we're looking from the Penguin's perspective, like literally just a slow walk of Batman that's not emotion, just a tiny, like, silent cover of bum 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 bum, like the slow-mo walk in the fire week, and then just interrogate the Penguin. Bro, cinema, absolute cinema at its finest. And that's why I feel like in that scene I'm like, alright, this already dethrones The Dark Knight for me. I mean, Dark Knight is good. Same goes for Batman Begins. I'm like, no. Matt Reeves just gave us the best Batman movie ever. And, you know, Batman and Commissioner Gordon try to interrogate the Penguin, where he shows all the victory, where he goes, come on, what you showing me? Come on, open your eyes! And then basically they have the phrase of the errata alata, we know, rat with wings, because, you know, that's what they refer to bats, just to solve, like, the Riddler's riddles. And, you know, the Penguin's, like, not being corrupt as the victim. And obviously, he got to shine more in his own TV show. And then I feel like with this movie and the TV show, and clearly Colin Farrell has confirmed that he will be back in the Batman Part 2. He teased that his screen time will be pretty much similar like the first movie, like 5-6 scenes with them, but he still, like, will have a supporting integral role. But other than that, we easily got, like, the best live-action Penguin ever. Don't care if he's like a Tony Soprano archetype, where he's like the DC CEO of sex, you know. Well, other than that, Colin Farrell, and now he's in a romantic movie dating Harley Quinn in Big Bold Beautiful Journey. But yeah, and also I'll give Colin Farrell respect. He also likes The Truman Show, and then whenever he plays the Penguin, he said in order to feel calm from the dark brilliantness of playing that character for the Batman and the Penguin series, he just watched Pixar movies. Go the Irish actor. Have the soft potatoes. Cup to the morning to you laddies. But yeah, other than that, Colin Farrell, great actor, great Penguin. I even like the interview that he had with Danny DeVito by saying, yeah, you guys were in Tim Burton's Dumbo, and then both of you guys are the Penguin. But either way, he did got Danny DeVito's blessing when he played that role. But yeah, let's get to, like, once again, I always said, like, okay, before I get to talk about the main villain himself, Paul Dano's Riddler, since I already talked about, like, Jim Carrey's, like, Riddler. But yeah, someone put in the comments, I deserve it's an S tier. We will get to that, despite being the longest Batman movie, and I was never bored when I was watching it. But yeah, before I get to talk about the Riddler, so when it comes to the Batman movie in particular, you know, early in the stream, for those that stick around watching, I always said, like, usually Batman Begins and Batman Mask of the Phantasm, where Batman is the spotlight of the movie, while all the rest of the other Batman movies are usually, like, they usually got spotlighted by the villains, except for Batman v Superman by comparison. But yeah, usually the villains are the circus, while Batman's the ringmaster, while Batman Begins, Mask of the Phantasm, and Matt Reeves the Batman, Batman is still the spotlight of the show. But I think what makes this Batman movie the best is, yes, Batman is the #1 spotlight of the movie. He is the main character. You should care and root for this dark cape goth crusader. But then also, every single character, from the villains, the side characters, and even just, like, some small roles, like that small little kid during the Riddler's funeral, is like, yeah, they all got their own standout moments, whether they have one line or more. But I feel like every character in this movie has a time to shine, not just the villain overshadowing Batman, like most of the majority of these other Batman movies, which is a very hard challenge to do, but Matt Reeves actually break the code with this one, and hopefully he gets to continue that with the upcoming sequel that is long overdue. But anyway, let me get back to the Riddler. But yeah, you guys know I love Jim Carrey's Riddler, and you know I'm always going to prefer Jim Carrey's Riddler for my personal preferences because, you know, as a Jim Carrey fanboy, I love his performance. And yeah, Jim Carrey's Riddler has the most comic book accurate looking Riddler, from the hats, even though he does wear the hat, but he has the cane, he has the green, and the joygasm. And Jim Carrey has this really great announcer voice. Let's meet our contestants. I'm sorry, your answer was leaving the form for the question. Thank you for playing. So you know I'm always going to choose Jim Carrey's Riddler, but I will admit, Paul Dano's Riddler by comparison is definitely a much more smarter villain than Carrey's Riddler, because, don't get me wrong, I love Carrey's Riddler, but I will admit, his plot of brainwaves and IQ is not as complex as Paul Dano's Riddler, where he has a connection with the orphanage from the Waynes, which he exposed that on the news, so Bruce Wayne can understand, like, the unsolved, the untold secrets about, you know, the sins of your father. But I will admit, Paul Dano, and yeah, even though I never expected him to, like, you know, make a good reinvention, like, it's similar like how Heath Ledger reinvented the Joker character in The Dark Knight. I feel like Paul Dano did the same thing of reinventing the Riddler in the modern way. I mean, yeah, his suit is not very comic booky as we wanted him to be, like Jim Carrey's version or that guy who played the Riddler in the Gotham TV show. But I will say this, I mean, I know they make this Riddler like a Zodiac killer, and that's basically the reference and the interpretation they want to do for this Riddler, but from the very beginning of how he handled his victims with duct tape and used, like, I don't know what's the thing, but this metal thing that he kills villains, like, he doesn't use a gun or a knife, he just uses a metal piece, takes, like, he kills the mayor, he kills the simp that was thirsting over Catwoman, and then literally victimized the simp just to go to the mayor's funeral with Bruce Wayne and Falcone, and then Riddler has a message for Batman for this bomb to explode, and then Batman try to solve his riddles, and literally the Riddler's being one of those creepy Omega people on the internet, like one of those, like, you know, predators are just being creepy. Because even though the Riddler's definitely more of a silent killer, but the best thing about this Riddler is, even though I'm like, is this Riddler going to be serious 24/7? But the funniest thing is, he is kind of similar, like Jim Carrey's Riddler in a way where he is mad and over the top, except, you know, the difference is, this Riddler, like, this version of Riddler is more of a killer, while Jim Carrey's Riddler is more of a prankster and a jokester. But literally in this one, where he shows a video just in front of the Gotham News, and Batman and Catwoman are watching it for an apartment, then he goes, "Goodbye," and just kills a dude with a hamster cage, which that was really cruel. And then literally when he makes the ticking bomb from the simp, he's like, I don't know what it is, I just basically just be like that. And then Batman's just trying to, like, tell this dude to calm down, and then Riddler's like, why don't you just shut up, last riddle. So yeah, it's good to know that this Riddler is, like, he is serious when he has to be, but you do expect it to be go crazy and just over the top, like what you would expect from any incarnation of the Riddler, no matter if it's from the Arkham games, the animated series, Jim Carrey's version, the Gotham series, no matter which Riddler is your specific favorite. But for Paul Dano, he definitely fits in the Mount Rushmore, being like one of the best, greatest Riddlers next to Jim Carrey's and the animated series, and along with Gotham's Riddler by comparison. I mean, it's quite of a shame that Christopher Nolan couldn't get to do that, but the reason why he wanted to put Bane in The Dark Knight Rises is because he doesn't want to choose a villain that's too similar to the Joker, and the Riddler is like the closest successor to the Joker in a way, if we're not counting Harley Quinn. But literally the way that Riddler just find his ways to, like, make Batman unconscious and find his inner weaknesses, and decide to, like, tie it all with the Penguin, tie it all with Catwoman and Falcone. And the thing is, you know, the Riddler cannot physically beat Batman, but you want, like we said, Riddler's like the Mysterio. I mean, I guess you can arguably say like Scarecrow, but I feel like Riddler's more like the Mysterio in the Batman universe. Like, not only he, like, maintains illusions, but also mind manipulates, but also his puzzles, his quills. And yeah, you definitely got that right. The Riddler's giving me like Saw vibes, especially when he torture all of his victims in a way. It's like, bro, he feels like he's a murderer in a horror movie, and that's honestly what the greatest thing for what Matt Reeves, the costume designers, and what Paul Dano has done to the role, including when Riddler just basically had his chance when Falcone was killed. And yeah, I almost forgot that Falcone was played by the guy who got peed by Bumblebee in the Michael Bay Transformers movies, which I thought that was caught me off guard, but it's kind of interesting that I see the actor John Turturro playing a more serious, darker role than more of a comedy role like Michael Bay's Transformers. But literally, once when it gets to Falcone not being like the true murderer, like with Rat with Wings, then at least the murderer of, like, killing Falcone from Riddler's apartment, then he goes to the coffee shop where he puts like a question mark Riddle espresso on his coffee, and then he gets arrested from his ID because, you know, the Riddler looks like an incel, honestly. He honestly looks like an old classmate. Gabriel probably knows what I'm talking about, where he goes, no, no, no. And I'm like, hey, it looks like that one dude.
No.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, Gabriel. And yeah,
Just not how it's supposed to.
Yeah, and I guess that's how, I know that's a common thing in Paul Dano's career. I mean, I don't know if you watch Paul Dano's movies, but if you watch the movie Prisoners with Hugh Jackman and Jake Gyllenhaal, yeah, when Wolverine and Mysterio just wants to traumatize the Riddler, where's my daughter? Where's my daughter? Ah! Because, you know, Paul Dano has this habit of, like, whining and screaming like a man crybaby, including Cowboy vs. Sanders, where he goes, ah! And then Little Miss Sunshine, where he goes, ah! I mean, to be fair, Paul Dano did say he is inspired by Jim Carrey when he was younger. I think Jim Carrey said nice things about Paul Dano. Like, he likes the actor, but Jim Carrey does not like his iteration of the Riddler because he thinks his version of the Riddler will inspire real-life murderers to, like, you know, do duct tape and all that, which that's what people were saying about Joaquin Phoenix's Joker, that the U.S. military warned audiences, for those that are, like, very schizophrenic, psychopathic, they would just end up like Joaquin Phoenix's Joker, and Jim Carrey feared that for Paul Dano's Riddler. Like, he likes the actor, but he just didn't like how this one's depicted. But I say, for the context of this story, I feel like it is necessary just to reinvent the Riddler in a way. And then literally the interrogation talk where Edward Nashton, I think that's the name of his last name, but he kind of like, it's kind of like with the Penguin's like name, instead of just calling him Oswald Cobblepot, they just call him Oz Cobb. It's like, wait, do you literally have to ground these iconic supervillain names? That's kind of like saying Clark Kent, Bruce Wayne, or something like that. Like, I don't know, man. That kind of feels caught me off guard. But, you know, just to not say Edward Nigma, so Edward Nashton, that's the name of this version. But literally, with all the Riddlers, like, what's dark, black and blue, running over you? And then the way they just often interrogate's like, you really don't know what you are supposed to be, Bruce Wayne. I almost forgot, like, sometimes I always want to make fun by saying, like, if Trevor was the Riddler, Bruce Dwayne. I know Trevor's gonna...
Dwayne.
Yeah, and then Dwayne's like, what have you done? Ave Maria. Yeah, Trevor, you're watching this. I'm sorry if I'm annoying you for the millionth time, because, haha, jokes. Conquest again. But yeah, literally where Batman and Riddler decided, like, have this topic of, like, them just talking to each other, like, literally, like, everything, and then Batman just calling himself out from, like, all of his plans. And then when Batman was like, you think you remember? You're pathetic. Begging for attention. No, you're gonna die alone in Arkham. No, nobody. No, this is not how it's supposed to be. I had it all planned out. We're gonna be safe here. We watched the whole thing together. Watch what? Everything, it was all there. You mean you don't know anything? You're not as smart as I thought you were. I gave you too much credit. And then it just leads to the Riddler for what he was saying all day long of the Ave Maria. What have you done? What have you done? It's like, yeah, it just proves how mentally insane this version of the Riddler is. And I feel like this Riddler honestly got that perfect balance of, like, you know, being mentally insane, but also being, like, almost as smart. Like, I feel like his IQ is almost as smart as Heath Ledger's Joker by comparison, which I will give credit to for what his plan was. Like, even though he is locked up behind bars, but that doesn't mean his plan is completely over, which is a interesting change of pace than most other Batman villains, even compared to Carrey's Riddler, where he gets arrested at the very end, but it's not like his plan is done, where you get the Martinez cop, like, later on when Batman and this Latino cop decide to come in, and like I said, Jaquin's scoring the scene, doo-doo, boom, 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 boom. And then when they check the clues, and then Batman just handles a real-life bat, like early in the movie, which I thought that was nice, because, you know, rata-rata, rabbit wings. And then, literally, what's so funny about it is, since, you know, the Riddler just live streams, because, you know, this is the most Gen Z Batman movie for us, just like how James Gunn made us the most Gen Z Superman movie for our generation growing up. But literally, the Riddler, like, once when they find the final video file of his version of the Riddler, it's so funny where he goes, hey guys, thank you all for the comments, thanks for the special tips on the detours. I'm like, it's fun to see that the Riddler's a live streamer in this. I'm like, hey, yeah, you're talking to someone who's literally live streaming just to make monetization out of that. But literally, it turns out that the Riddler actually has his own fan base, his own cult followers, and they literally send messages. They look like Discord messages, honestly, where they send like, are the rifles good? Yeah, the rifles good when election day's happening. And then the Riddler's telling all of his followers, his fandom on social media, like literally talking about like tomorrow's election day and this woman that's about to be electing. And then with Batman telling the cop called Gordon. And then, literally, like, once when the explosions happen, which I like that the Penguin TV series kind of goes on to it, but when the Riddler and all of his followers have this plan of having Gotham just exploding and then just having the floods, and the fact that he knew exactly when the vans explode, the apartment explodes, and then floods the streets of Gotham in a way like it's freaking a tsunami coming off, and then literally, like, this kind of reminds me of Heath Ledger's Joker, like, you know the line, and here we go. But except Paul Dano's Riddler, at least his Riddler actually succeeded for what Heath Ledger's Joker couldn't do. Where he's like all insane where he goes, ha 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 ha, boom, boom. And literally when it goes to the music of na 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 na, not gonna lie, it kind of gives me a little bit of that Jim Carrey Riddler vibe where it goes, ah, joygasm. Like literally, that was like what I was thinking about in my brain. It's like, okay, this is kind of giving me that Heath Ledger Joker vibe, but that Jim Carrey Riddler vibe. And I'm like, well, those are like my favorite Batman movie villains, honestly. So I'm like, yeah, I'm digging this. And then, you know, Paul Dano, probably the last time he went over the top as the Riddler without the costume, but this time in the costume where he goes, the pigs will have their custody, you'll be there with a false promise of renewal. Change! We'll give him a real big now, real change. We'll be spattering on the place, suffering, wondering why is them. Now we'll spend our last moments wondering why them. So yeah, when he's voice cracking so much, I'm like, yeah, bro, it takes so much meds. And then it leads to like the freaking female politician, which she was such an idiot. Where he's like, guys, everyone remain calm. It's like, girl, you know, you realize you're gonna get shot by all these Riddler fanboys with all these rifles, and then you got taken away. Even Commissioner Gordon's like, no, don't go in there. But then, boom, the woman just left herself open. But then these Batman scenes, and I forgot to mention this one scene that was pretty cool when Batman uses Batwing suit to escape from the cops, and then he just messed up on purpose. I'm like, that was a really cool scene to use, the practical to use, because we've already seen Christian Bale's Batman, Mike Keaton's Batman use the cape to like glide in, and it obviously looks perfect. But then we see a more flawed, realistic version for Robert Pattinson's version, which I did like that, where he just bumped to a bus. But man, even though the Batmobile scene is like easily my favorite scene in the movie, but the final act, man, with all the explosions and then just go boom, I will be honest, even though I want to be respectful in the theater, but sometimes I just want to be like, yeah, Batman, woo! Like, that's what I want to feel, where he's like beating the crap out of all these Riddlers, and then the theme's on, boom, 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 boom. And then one of these Riddler henchmen just shot Batman, like literally riding the shotgun, hanging on to the politician like election things, and everyone's getting flooded, the electricity. And then once with Catwoman save his life, give him that kiss. And then, first of all, I mean, I know this is going to sound super corny as hell, but I love it when the main superhero goes on super berserk mode. Obviously, Wolverine is mostly known for that. Spider-Man has done that. Both Tobey Maguire and Tom Holland went berserk. Captain America went berserk when he fought Iron Man in Civil War. Just when Batman put that adrenaline serum and just go, ah, boom, 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 beating the living crap of this Riddler goon. And then Commissioner Gordon's like, hey, take it off, easy, man. And then Batman just gets a little bit scared. I'm like, bro, talk about good character, like not just good acting, but just good character progression. Just a guy, like, this movie does such a good job of like internal stakes and external stakes, like both personally, but also like what's going on in the society. And then the final message that this Riddler henchman's like, who the hell are you? I'm vengeance, just to mock Batman. But then during the moment where Batman has to save all these people in the flood, like literally when the music goes silent, then he has like this silent scream, cut the battering for electricity, done, 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 falling into the water, and Batman just being like the symbolism of hope, but also like not just fighting against with vengeance, but you know, going like being like the Dark Knight, like the one like in the shadows. It's like, bro, when he falls into the water and then everyone above just looking at him, it's like, dude, like I got the chills, man. Especially when he had that light flare, and freeze. Like when all the people in Gotham just got motivated, like, bro, this is Batman, man. Like just like with James Gunn's Superman, where Superman's like, I scared. It's like, bro, like what Gabriel said, DC is on a roll with these standalone movies. I mean, their team-up movies are often a big bag, except for James Gunn's Suicide Squad. But literally, it's like, man, if you let a director cook, you let Matt Reeves cook with Batman, you let James Gunn cook with Superman, if they put all the passion and love that they know about this characters that any DC fan, superhero fan, or just any pop cultural person that would adore, it's like, the fact that they put respect of Batman, showing down his downfalls and showing his sacrifice, like, bro, like, even though Batman, he's no Superman, but he is a gosh dang hero, man. And then literally when it gets to the flooding and then all the corruptions and all these people, and then we get to hear Something in the Way one last time, and then if I can remember, like, with Batman just trying to quote by saying, Wednesday, November 6th, cities in the water, National Guard, calm and martial law is in effect, but the criminal element never sleeps. Looting, honest, will be a part of the cities where no one else could do. I can already see things get worse or they get better. But yeah, after when they get to the politician stuff, and then everyone's just being all injured into the water, the Penguin looking out from the shot, from what's going on in the world. It's like, bro, and then once again, the icing on the cake is like playing Nirvana once again, something in the way, and then Batman just saying things, our scars can destroy us, even the physical wounds, if we survive them, they give us the power to endure during the fights. You can't change the past, mine or anyone else's. It's like, bro, I feel like Robert Pattinson's Batman has the best monologue in his voice that I can actually take his Batman a lot seriously. So even though, yes, Kevin Conroy is like the blueprint for being the best voiceover Batman, but I think the best live action, if you ask me who's my favorite Batman live action, easily Robert Pattinson, man. Like, he feels the most Batman to me, man. He's not like a rich boy archetype. He's not like a Batman that just often like has a meme-worthy face when it comes to his mouth. Like, he has emotions, he has range, he is stoic, brave, noble, but also a living animal, a crime detective. Is like, he has all the best elements of Batman into one. So that's why I honestly love it. I will admit, there's a small complaint I do got about this movie, despite being a long film. And yeah, my dad's like, oh yeah, it's a very quiet movie, it gets very sleepy. It's kind of funny that the last scene we get with the Riddler is like, oh boy, I know Batman fans get really sick and tired of this new Joker who's played by this Irish actor from Marvel's The Eternals, Barry Keoghan, where we have this Joker that's like, you know, I wouldn't say scars, but has like green hair and has like bloody nails and no clown makeup for some reason, but he's still mentally insane, where you have a very young Joker and a young Batman, where he's like, aw, don't worry, who are you? Riddle me this. And then when Riddler's like a friend, and then Joker sounds like a yipping jackal, a yipping hyena, where he goes, ha 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 ha, and then Riddler's like, I like that Riddler has like a wheezing laugh that goes, like, I cannot take their laugh seriously, man. I mean, even though I know Matt Reeves does not want to focus on the Joker, and I heard rumors that they might not do Batman Part 3, it's like, come on. Like, look, even though Joker's already been overused as a Batman villain, and thank you, Joaquin Phoenix Joker, for existing too, but you know what? They did have one deleted scene of why Barry Keoghan's Joker has something to do with the files and with the Riddler, of like why he's behind all this. So that was like the only deleted scene we see past his Batman and see his version of the Joker like behind bars. And I'm like, well, if they are going to do Joker, I'd rather save him for Batman Part 3 to be like, you know, his finale villain rather than just doing it in the second film. So, and I think if James Gunn will allow to have Matt Reeves to direct maybe a third Batman movie, because even though I want a part 2 to happen, but hopefully at least, I know they were talking about more spin-offs in the works, but hopefully this version of Batman gives a trilogy, even though he's not going to be in the big DC universe with James Gunn or David Cornsweet Superman, because I know James Gunn has his own Batman that will exist in that world. But for Robert Pattinson's Batman in particular, is the fact that, like, I definitely wanted to have his standalone story, maybe have a Robin, maybe have not. I know Matt Reeves and the crew's been talking about it, but we'll have to wait and see, since this is a pretty young Batman. I don't want him to, like, team up with the Robin right away. Maybe by Part 3 they could do that and have the Joker, like, the finale villain. But other than that, it was kind of like a nice wink-wink that this movie does a good job with world balance. Like, even though it has plenty of Batman characters from Penguin, Riddler, Catwoman, Commissioner Gordon, Falcone, and the Joker tease at the very end. I mean, it does a really good job with the world building. And then we get to the final shot where Batman and Catwoman decide to, like, depart ways. And yeah, it was pretty cool. And yeah, I think at least a funny viral video where Robert Pattinson fell off the motorcycle in the Batman scene when the movie was still filming around that time. But yeah, literally when Catwoman and Batman depart ways, and I don't know what the heck the Batman was doing during the Penguin, but even though it doesn't go to the stereotypical bat signal in the sky, because we've already seen that many, many times in many Batman movies, but him just riding on the motorcycle, and then the score just ends, boom, and then the score goes, it's like, bro, I just eat, breathe, and dream to the music. And even though, obviously, for a DC movie, it's not really a post-credit scene, it's just something that, a riddle that was paid off, that was earlier to the film, because, you know, they got paid off to the way. But thanks to this movie, not only, and I still say from my first impression, I think around the time it's like, oh, it probably might be recency bias, I think this is the best Batman movie. But yeah, I still say, despite it's only just 3 years, this is easily the best Batman movie ever made. Yeah, even though The Dark Knight and Batman Begins are good movies, but this one feels the most Batman if the Nolan trademarks were not involved in the Nolan trilogy. But I will say, it's like, not only this Batman movie becomes like, you know, my go-to Batman movie whenever I need to watch it, despite it's the longest one, is the fact that it gave me hope for DC movies in the future, no matter if it's standalone movies or cinematic universe ones. Like, I know James Gunn's going to be cooking with his universe with Superman, his own Batman, his own Wonder Woman, and basically his own Justice League at some point. Of course, I would gladly be excited for more. But when it comes to the Matt Reeves version, hopefully it doesn't end too soon, because it honestly had a promising start from this movie to the Penguin TV show, and now the upcoming sequel that's going to be excited about. And I know Robert Pattinson and Matt Reeves are like, oh yeah, this most likely might be better than the first one. I'm like, really though? It's going to take some guts and some balls and some batarangs just to make sure that this movie's going to be dethroned by the sequel. I mean, who knows? Maybe Batman Part 2 might be proving me wrong. It's like, bro, I mean, the first movie came out when I was like, what, 20 years old? And now I'm going to be like, what, 25, almost 26 when Part 2 comes out? I will admit, it's a long wait to wait for the sequel. But like what Gabriel says, he can't run sharp. Because if you're telling me that a Superman sequel will take 2 years to make thanks to James Gunn, but yet a Batman movie will take like 5 years to make, but I understand, we don't want to have another Batman and Robin situation where they just rush the production and then it's just, a disappointing follow-up and then they didn't get to do with Batman. So I think I rambled too much about this movie since we finally hit the 5-hour mark like we always do. But man, this movie is peak cinema at its finest. It is easily the best Batman movie ever made. And I know I've already said too much. It is easily going up there on S tier for my personal ranking. So yeah, The Batman, in my opinion, is the definitive Batman movie on Batman Day. Boom, 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 boom. So, for those that stick around, for those that stick around to the stream, let's get back to our ranking. Surprisingly, no D tier because I guess aside from Batman and Robin, there is no other bad Batman movie. Let's go into review since midnight's about to come soon, or else I'm going to be beat up by Gotham thugs. S tier, we got The Batman, Batman Begins, The Dark Knight, Batman Mask of the Phantasm, the Lego Batman movie. On A tier, we got Batman Forever, Tim Burton's 1989 Batman film. B tier, Batman Returns, The Dark Knight Rises. C tier, Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, the 1966 Adam West Batman movie. Nada on D tier. And F tier for Batman and Robin. So yeah, that concludes our Batman movie tier list stream. As of right now, guys, for those who are still watching, I'm going to take not a long hiatus, but I will take a hiatus from streaming because, one, I kind of want to focus more on my personal life and probably think of, like, other ideas. Yeah, thank you. Batman and Harley Quinn's a bad movie if you want to put on the list. So I'll make a community post of what streams you guys want to see in the future. Do you want more tier list streams? Do you want, I don't know, reactive streams, video game streams? Like we said before, I'm taking a hiatus from streaming for now, but I don't know, maybe next month, later this fall, if I make a confirmation, I can say, like, what streams would you want? I'll listen, I'll read, I'll check your comments, check your polls, and, give the people for what they want, from Blue Sky Studios to the rest, or just move on with it. But for those who are watching, thank you for everything, for what you have to see, and share a little bit of your Batman knowledge, whether if you know much about the Batman lore or not publicly for the rest. But for the past 80-something years, for what the Cape Crusader has done, we are eternally grateful for the GOAT of DC to have his own movies. And yeah, maybe in the future I could do Spider-Man movies when the next Spider-Man movie comes out, or other movie rankings. We'll talk about it soon eventually. But Gabriel, since you've been the one and only guest, since unfortunately Dwayne couldn't show up, so Gabriel, you take it away with your outro, and then we'll call it a night here.
Alright, thanks for tuning in. Happy Batman Day, everybody. Say that, because it's not 12 a.m. yet. But thanks for tuning in, thanks for giving us your thoughts and opinions in the chat about each Batman project and movie, and hope you enjoyed our ramble about our opinions and stuff about these movies. We love Batman. He will forever be iconic, and can't wait for more future projects on the Batman in the future, because that's what future means. Yeah, thanks for watching. Hope y'all have a good night, day, evening, whatever time it is right now. And take care.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gabriel. And just to close off with the stream for one final quote with Jim Carrey's Riddler, "For his knowledge is power, then a god am I." Was that over the top? I can never tell.
Why so serious? Let's put a smile on that face.